Chapter 1, Entering the Demon Slayer Unlocking System. Sajari Mountain. A 12-year-old boy came here. The child was dressed in rags and looked dusty, but there was a determination in his eyes that was not typical of a child. His name is Zhou Yi, and he is a time traveler who came to the world of Demon Slayer after 007 died suddenly from overtime. When Zhou Yi traveled through time, he also brought a system with him, but unfortunately it could only be unlocked after he became a disciple. Mr. Urokodaka should live here. Zhou Yi carefully identified the surrounding environment and found that it was almost the same as the scene in his memory. Today, Zhou Yi came here to become a disciple. Who are you? What are you doing here? At this time, a man wearing a Tengu mask suddenly appeared and asked in a low voice. That's right. The person in front of us with this iconic disaster-averting mask is definitely Urokodaka Seikanji. Zhou Yi carefully sorted out his worn-out clothes and then explained his purpose. My name is Zhou Yi, and I want to become your disciple and learn how to kill ghosts. Book of Changes. I followed my parents here to do business, but they were killed by ghosts, leaving me alone. After Zhou Yi said this, he looked sad, with tears in the corners of his eyes. When Urokodaka Seikanji heard this, he just sighed. The Demon Slayer Corps is not an official organization. Most of the team members are orphans like Zhou Yi who survived from the hands of ghosts. Only people like this are willing to sacrifice their lives to kill ghosts. So, Mr. Urokodaka did not refuse. Then you will face a series of tough training. Can you stick with it? Urokodaka Seikanji's answer made Zhou Yi's eyes light up. I will persevere, master. Detected that the apprenticeship was successful, and the heroic spirit inheritance system has been unlocked. Generating the newbie gift pack. The newbie gift pack has been generated. Do you want to claim it? Receive. Zhou Yi made his choice without any hesitation. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. Get unlimited food reserves, unlimited drinking water, 10 cubic meters of storage space, and get the inheritance of Sasaki Kojiro, current inheritance degree 0%. Sasaki Kojiro, reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship with a human body. The ultimate move, the Secret Sword, returns. Secret Sword Swallow returns, folding dimension attack, slashing out 3 swords in succession, ignoring the concept of time and space, allowing the 3 attacks to arrive at the same time, an attack beyond the limits of human beings. When fully exerted, it is impossible to dodge. Unlock the ultimate mission of the current world. After completing this mission, you can unlock the next world. Tip: after the host leaves the current world, he can return again by paying a certain price. The ultimate mission of this world: kill Muzan Kibutsuji. Mission description: within 10 years, you must personally eliminate Muzan Kibutsuji. Mission reward: unlock the next world and get 1 million exchange points. All these things happened in an instant. Zhou Yi followed Urokodaka Seikanji towards the cabin while browsing the system in his mind. Exchange points can be used to unlock inheritance progress, and inheritance progress can also be unlocked through training. What the hell? Zhou Yi almost shouted out loud. In the world of Demon Slayer, it is perfect to obtain the inheritance of Sasaki Kojiro. The ultimate swordsmanship. It's more than enough to chop down this world. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Zhou Yi followed Urokodaka Seikanji to the cabin where they were staying. Master! Are you back? Who is this person? Could it be my junior fellow apprentice? A beautiful girl with dark green medium-length hair poked her head out and looked at Zhou Yi curiously. Although Zhou Yi is not in good condition now, his extraordinary appearance still draws the girl's admiration. Urokodaka Seikanji coughed twice, signaling her to stop embarrassing herself. Zhengu, this is Zhou Yi. He will be your junior apprentice from now on. As your senior sister, you have to take better care of him. Stop acting like a child. Zhengu, who was standing aside, stuck out his tongue shyly. I know, master. The first time Zhou Yi saw her, he knew that the person in front of him was Zhengu. She is the senior sister of Gyuto Myoka and Sanato. It seems that the timeline I am in now is at least 9 years before the main story. If that's the case, I should be able to save a lot of people. Zhou Yi clenched his fists and made up his mind. Long-term mission has been released, the greater the ability, the greater the ability. Task description: save as many characters in the plot as possible and escape the fate of the original plot. Task rewards: rewards will be given based on the importance of the character. What kind of person is a relevant plot character? For example, saving Koko Kane from upper rank 2 Doma will earn you 10,000 exchange points. Or if you save Rengoku Kyojuro in the Infinite Train incident, you can get 10,000 exchange points. Warm tips: save the above 2 people to get the highest reward for this mission. What about the minimum reward? Save the young snake pillar from being disfigured, and be rewarded with 1,000 exchange points. Rescue the demon slayers during the Nada Spider Mountain incident and receive 1,000 redemption points. Zhou Yi probably already understood the conditions for setting rewards in the system. The more popular the character is, the higher the redemption points hidden behind it will be. That's exactly what I was thinking. I want these exchange points. Urokodaka Seikanji, who was standing nearby, patted Zhou Yi on the back and pushed him to the side of Mikomo. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Follow Zhengu and take a shower. I'll find you a change of clothes. Having said that, Urokodaka Seikanji left. Zhengu, who was standing aside, smiled and agreed immediately. Okay. I'll take my junior brother to wash it right away. Zhengu led Zhou Yi to the bathing place. You can start taking a shower now. After hearing this, Zhou Yi nodded to show that he understood. Then he turned and stared at Zhengu, waiting for her to leave. But Zhengu had no intention of leaving. Take off your clothes quickly. What are you standing there for? Zhengu was a little surprised. Sister, won't you evade? Although Zhengu is only 14 years old, it has already begun to take shape. Zhou Yi felt a little uncomfortable. You are so young. Of course you need your sister to help you wash. When Urokodaka Seikanji brought the clothes, he only saw Zhou Yi, who had been washed clean, and Makomo, who had water stains on his clothes. Chapter 2, Amazing Talent, showing its ferocity for the first time. Next day. The sky is slightly bright. As soon as Urokodaka Seikanji went out, he saw Zhou Yi waiting outside the door. The air at the foot of the mountain was humid, and Zhou Yi's clothes were covered with dew, which showed that he had been waiting for a long time. Urokodaka Seikanji nodded with satisfaction. A day's plan begins in the morning. I'm glad you're so serious about your training. Soon after, the two arrived at the misty narrow mountain. Mount Seigo is steep and towering. When we reached the top of the mountain, the air was already very thin. But Zhou Yi was no different from when he was at the foot of the mountain. His face was rosy and his breathing was still smooth. Urokodaka Seikanji nodded secretly. I was right. This guy has great physical fitness. With a strong physique and an extraordinary character, he must be a good candidate for killing ghosts. Next, I will tell you the basic knowledge about the Demon Slayer Corps, and then teach you the swordsmanship of exterminating demons. I understand, Master. 2. The Demon Slayer Corps was established 1,000 years ago. In the early days, he used the Sun Blade, a weapon made of gorilla crimson iron, to kill demons. This mineral is born in the mountains and absorbs the sun's energy all year round, making it the nemesis of ghosts. Later, breathing techniques were developed. Wind, thunder, water, rock, and fire are the 5 basic schools. Only after you master the breathing technique can you better eliminate ghosts. The Demon Slayer Corps not only has demon-slaying swordsmen, but also hermits who are responsible for post-disaster work and trainers who replenish fresh blood. Among them, most of the cultivators are strong and elderly people. Among them, Urokadaka Seikanji is not only a cultivator, but also a former water pillar who is good at water breathing. Urokadaka Seikanji explained in great detail and Joyi listened very carefully. And Joyi knows even more, including the lost breathing of the sun, the identity of the upper moon demons, etc. But now is not the time, and Joyi just kept these in his heart. Next, you use this knife first. Urokadaka Seikanji threw over a Nikaran sword. This must be the sun wheel sword. Joyi's eyes lit up and he raised his hand to catch it. The moment he held the knife, Joyi felt as if endless power was surging throughout his body. This is the legacy of Kojiro Sasaki at work. Joyi was eager to try, so he drew out his sword and fiddled with it a few times. Urokadaka Seikanji didn't blame him. In his opinion, it was normal to behave like this when just getting a new weapon. That's right. Today I will teach you some basic swordsmanship and basic water breathing. After saying that, he began to demonstrate the water breathing technique. Watch out, this is the first move. Water breathing form 1, water surface slash. Urokadaka Seikanji swung his right hand and chopped at the big tree next to him. Base. But in just a moment, the big tree that only an adult could hug was cut in half. This knife was not slow, but in Joyi's eyes it was like a slow-motion replay. The way the muscles exert force, the standing posture, and even the rhythm of breathing were all broken down in Joyi's mind and replayed repeatedly. This feeling. I think I can do it. Joyi was extremely excited. Ding! After observing superb swordsmanship, Sasaki Kojiro's inheritance has reached 1%. If you observe more sophisticated swordsmanship, you can also unlock inheritance progress. The system prompts sounded. Great! This way I will learn faster. Urokadaka Seikanji saw Joyi's excited look. He thought the child was attracted by his swordsmanship, and a sense of pride rose in his heart, and he smiled and said, "Haha, you will reach this level in the future. But the water breathing move requires a breathing technique, otherwise it won't work." But before Urokadaka Seikanji could finish his words, Joyi had already started to perform his moves in an orderly manner. Water breathing form 1, water surface slash. The action is very good. Although there are some differences in his posture, it is almost the same. Urokadaka Seikanji was a little surprised. He was able to imitate to this level just by taking a look. This kid's future achievements will definitely not be lower than his own. But, as I said before, without the breathing method, you can't use this move. What happened next almost made him drop his jaw. Joyi opened his mouth slightly and took a deep breath. The already thin air around him suddenly rushed towards him like a tide. This is a breathing technique. Not only that, but you also need to concentrate on breathing. Absorbing a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time will rapidly increase your body's functions. But I clearly didn't teach him the breathing method. Is it possible? He has already learned it just by taking a look. I even figured out how to breathe with full concentration. Urokadaka Seikanji no longer knew what to say. The Tengu mask on his face helped him retain the last bit of his dignity as a master, so that his recent misconduct was not seen by his own disciple. Boom! With a swipe of the knife, a thicker tree nearby fell to the ground, throwing up a huge cloud of dust. No. Joyi's posture is more suitable for the body of a teenager. Not only can you exert more force, but it also puts less strain on your body. Is he really a child? Urokadaka Seikanji looked at Joyi with eyes full of shock. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed what was happening before his eyes. On the side, Joyi turned his head to look at his master with excitement. "How's it going, master? I've learned pretty well, haven't I?" "No, not bad, very good, about the same as when I first started." The master's dignity supported him to say these words against his will. Ding! The host swung a beautiful sword. Sasaki Kojiro's inheritance progress has reached 2%. Zhou Yi felt that the sun wheel sword in his hand was closer to him, and many sword-wielding techniques emerged in his mind. Practice makes you stronger. He loves it. Zhou Yi couldn't wait to shout to Urokodakase Kanji, Master, please teach me the next move. Urokodakase Kanji simply calmed down his mood. Although you have done well, practice is a gradual process. You must guard against arrogance and impatience. He was afraid that his disciples would become arrogant, so he gave them some advice. When you are sailing against the current, if you don't move forward, you will move backward. Master, I can do it. Zhou Yi's eyes were bright when he said this. Seeing that he was so determined to make progress, Urokodakase Kanji didn't say much. Well, I'll show you a few more moves. Water breathing form 2, water wheel. Master, is that so? Zhou Yi easily performed the moves he had just demonstrated, which were more powerful and consumed less energy. Unconvinced, Urokodakase Kanji started with his next move. Water breathing form 3, flowing dance. Master, I have learned it again. Moreover, I found that this trick can also be hummed. Come and see. Zhou Yi once again performed the third form of water breathing, flowing dance. No difference at all, and even smoother. What the hell? Look at this move again. In this way, Urokodakase Kanji taught repeatedly, and Zhou Yi repeatedly performed the moves that no one dared to see. The only water breathing technique that Zhou Yi has not mastered is the 10th form. Urokodakase Kanji swallowed numbly. This is the last move. If you can still learn it, I am afraid I will never be able to. I'm afraid I need to plan carefully about teaching you skills. As the master's last stubbornness, he would not allow himself to embarrass himself. Urokodakase Kanji took a deep breath, and his already aged body burst out with astonishing strength. Watch out! This is the final move of water breathing. Water breathing form 10, flow of life. His body moved like a dragon, spinning and tumbling constantly. As the number of rotations increased, the power of his moves became more and more terrifying. I saw a knife swung down. The surrounding trees were uprooted by the violent wind. Urokodakase Kanji finally breathed heavily. When people get older, it is inevitable that it will be difficult to use such moves. He looked at Zhou Yi, whose eyes were shining and mouth was wide open, and nodded with satisfaction. How about that? Pretty cool, right? This is the most difficult move to learn. You only took a look at it, so it's normal that you can't use it. Don't lose heart. Master, Master! What an amazing move! I have learned it again. Well, I knew it. How can you learn it just by looking at it? It's okay, you can. What? You said you can do it again. At this moment, Urokodakase Kanji's jaw almost dropped. Under the Tengu mask, his face was stretched so long. The way you look makes me look like a muggle. Please give me some face. At this moment, Zhou Yi, who was only 12 years old, lowered his body and exerted force with his left foot instantly. Water breathing form 10, flow of life. Beautiful spin. Perfect chop. The swept venue suffered heavy damage once again. Boom. The knife slashed towards the ground. Urokodakase Kanji felt that Mt. Sajiri shook 3 times. Then there was only a huge crack left on the ground. Zhou Yi was so excited when he saw that he had successfully used a new move. He turned his head and looked at his master who was standing there stupidly and said, 3. Master, how is it? I learned it well, right? Urokodakase Kanji fell into endless self-doubt and thinking. Ah yes, right yes. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Chapter 3 Take good care of your senior sister. Evening. It's dark. Zhengu, who was training at the foot of the mountain, had already prepared dinner and was waiting for the two to return. She was standing guard at the door, and when she saw the two of them she greeted them cheerfully. Master. Junior brother. You are back. How was the training? Have you mastered the chopping motion? Since this junior fellow student came, the originally taciturn Zhenggu has become lively and cheerful. At the same time, Zhenggu was completely unaware of his master's embarrassment. Seeing that his master hesitated for a long time and didn't say anything, she thought Zhou Yi's performance was terrible, so she turned around and comforted him. It's okay, everything is difficult at the beginning. Although I am stupid, your senior sister, after hard training, I will also participate in the selection of the Demon Slayer Corps in a week. Zhenggu was using her white lies to comfort her junior fellow apprentice, saying that she was actually an absolute genius. But sometimes, genius is relative. I'm afraid no one could have imagined what happened on Narrow MT. On the other side, when Zhou Yi heard the final selection, his pupils suddenly shrank. I just happened to arrive at this time. Oh no, there's a hand ghost over there. In a life and death battle, I'm afraid senior sister is no match for her. In the original novel, Zhenggu was defeated by the hand ghost because of the hand ghost's verbal attack. Urokodaka Seikanji sighed helplessly and told her the truth. Your junior brother has completely mastered the water-breathing technique. I showed him everything just once, and he learned it all. I even learned some breathing techniques from it. With just one glance, he mastered the full concentration of breathing. Zhengguo, I'm afraid you won't be his match in a few days. Zhenggu covered his mouth in surprise and widened his eyes. He looked at his junior fellow apprentice in disbelief. At this time, Zhou Yi was really thinking about how to save Zhenggu. He nodded with a serious expression, indicating that what his master said was true. Junior brother is too strong. I still have a lot to learn. I just have a little bit of talent. Zhou Yi answered modestly. Be modest, humble, and gentle and polite to your fellow students. Urokodaka Seikanji was extremely relieved, and his original worries disappeared. Okay, let's go in and eat and talk. Zhou Yi has such a high talent, we should celebrate. Zhenggu agreed with his master's suggestion with both hands. The meal was delicious and Zhou Yi ate several bowls. Zhenggu's face was full of smiles. Outdoors. The master and his disciple are admiring the moon. Urokodaka Seikanji had been a human for decades and was keenly aware of the abnormality of his disciple. You seem to be worried about something? Why don't you tell me about it? Master, I want to participate in the final selection with my senior sister. Zhou Yi hesitated for a while, but still expressed his idea. It is unrealistic to dissuade Shinkomo from participating in the final selection. Besides, she is very strong and has already completed the duties of a Demon Slayer Corps member. In the original work, if Makomo and Satsuki survived, they would definitely not be weaker than Tomioka Jiu. So he could only make this request to his master. Urokodaka Seikanji's first reaction was to refuse. What a joke! This is only your first day as an apprentice, how can you participate in the final selection? This is a joke. But then something dawned on me. It doesn't seem to work. The strength that Zhou Yi displayed today is something that most swordsmen would probably not be able to match even after years of training. What's more, the final selection will be held in a week, and with his apprentice's talent, he will improve by leaps and bounds. Urokodaka Seikanji could not predict what his strength would be 7 days later. I need a reason. Urokodaka Seikanji had already made a concession. Zhou Yi thought for a long time and gave his answer. Last night, I dreamed of many children wearing masks. They told me that there is a hand ghost on Fujixi Mountain, hunting your disciples. Fujiyama is the location for the final selection. Hand ghost. Urokodaka Seikanji had a vague impression. It's just a dream. I'm just a little worried about my senior sister. Zhou Yi looked at his master sincerely, hoping to get his consent. Urokodaka Seikanji pondered for a long time, and finally said, if you can master 24 hours of fully concentrated breathing within 7 days, I can promise you. A word is settled. It's a word. The master and the disciple made an agreement on this. 24-hour fully concentrated breathing, also known as fully concentrated breathing, means that the body is in a state of fully concentrated breathing at all times, even when sleeping. At this moment, Urokodakase Kanji's ears trembled slightly. Zhou, since you came, Zhengu has become much more cheerful. You two should get along well with each other. Zhou was a little confused. Wasn't his relationship with his senior sister good enough? I will protect senior sister. After saying that, Zhou pulled his master aside and asked him to systematically teach him how to practice his breathing technique. Inside the house, Zhengu leaned against the wooden door, his heart beating uncontrollably and his face flushed red. Really? You're such a brat. Humph. You can know a person's face but not his heart. Now, she already knows what the other person means. Quiet at night. Demon Slayer headquarters. A letter was delivered by a crow. The signature was Urokodakase Kanji. Oh, it's Mr. Urokodaki. The recipient is the current lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Yoya. Today he is still a handsome young man, the curse has not broken out, and he can handle related affairs on his own. Yubayashiki Yoya can briefly predict the future and has super sharp intuition. With these 2 points, he was able to escape Musen's pursuit time and time again. Before he even opened the letter, he had a feeling that it contained something earth-shattering. He opened the letter and read it silently. My dear Lord, what I am about to say is a bit unbelievable. I hope you are mentally prepared. Yubayashiki Yoya's interest became more and more intense. As the former water pillar, Urokodakase Kanji was a serious person and would never boast. He continued to look down. Yesterday, I accepted an apprentice. Accepting a disciple? Is there anything special about it? Could it be possible that this apprentice had reached the level of Zhu from the very beginning? That's impossible. Yubayashiki Yoya took a sip of tea and continued looking down. My apprentice is called Zhou. He is 12 years old this year, and he learned everything I have learned in my life in just one day. I am an old man with no talent. I can no longer teach him anything, and I am certainly not his opponent. He is set to participate in the final selection in a week. Puff. The news came like a bolt from the blue. Yubayashiki Yoya, who had been prepared for a long time, was also shocked. What? No matter how well-mannered Yubayashiki Yoya was, he couldn't hold it in anymore. All the tea I just drank was sprayed onto the letter paper. There is such a thing. My lord. What's wrong? There were hurried footsteps outside the house, and then the door was pushed open by a rock pillar. The rock pillar, Gyumehira Mashima, happened to be at the headquarters at this time, guarding the safety of his lord. Hearing the noise in the house, he rushed in without thinking too much. But what surprised him was that, based on his hearing, there should be no outsiders in the house. Cough. Yubayashiki Yoya coughed a few times in embarrassment, and when he spoke again, his voice was trembling. Xingming. The fate of the Demon Slayer Corps may end in our hands. After that, he read the contents of the letter to Rock Pillar. After hearing the contents of the letter, Bai Minjiahu Xingming couldn't help but shed tears. Congratulations, my lord. 4. He is only 12 years old now, and is far from the peak of his strength. With time, when Zhou grows up, it will not be difficult for us to destroy Musen Kibutsuji. Zhou, who was far away in Xiao Mountain, probably would not have thought that his name had already been known by his lord. Now he has other things to deal with. Junior brother. Are you cold? No, sister, I'm not cold. No, you're cold. It's warmer when two people sleep together. Without giving Zhou a chance to refuse, Zhengu crawled into the bed. Good night. The sound was so soft that it was almost inaudible. After saying that, Zhengu curled up and fell into a deep sleep. Not just too warm, but shy. In Zhou Yi's eyes, senior sister's face and hands were all red. Looking at her sleeping posture that lacked security, his eyes were filled with tenderness. "Good night, senior sister. I will protect you." The two children slept in each other's arms. Outside the house, their master was drinking alone under the moon. It's great to be young. Inheritance Progress Update. The current progress of Sasaki Kojiro's inheritance is 10%. Chapter 4 Final Selection, Face to Face with the Hand Ghost. Time flies. Before the selection began, Zhou Yi and Zhengu traveled together and arrived at their destination, Tengzi Mountain, on time. Wisteria flowers are blooming all over the mountains here. The branches hang low, and the lavender petals emit a charming fragrance. Zhou Yi and his companion were the last group of people to arrive to participate in the selection. Among the two, only Zhou Yi wore a disaster-avoiding mask. He put away Zhengu's mask. The peculiar outfit immediately attracted the attention of other contestants. "These two guys look pretty powerful." "Fool, I heard that those who wear masks to participate in the selection usually don't end well." "Who told you this?" "Of course my master told me." The two of them could hear clearly the whispers in the crowd. Shinkomo is serious with outsiders, but he also complains when he hears someone slandering the masks made by Master Urokodaki. Zhou Yi held Zhengu's little hand and whispered in her ear. "Senior sister, the selection is about to start, don't pay attention to these guys." Matters were divided into important and unimportant ones, and Zhengu nodded in agreement. "Thank you all for participating in the Demon Slayer Core final auditions tonight. In this Tengzi Mountain, the ghosts that were captured alive are imprisoned. Surviving for 7 days in this Wisteria prison will qualify you for the final selection. Well then, the selection officially begins. Please have a safe journey." After saying that, the person in charge bowed and left. Unlike in the anime, the examiners this time are not the twins. I guess they weren't born yet at this time. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi pulled Zhengu and walked towards the foot of the mountain. The entrance to the final selection. "Senior sister, let's separate here." "Yes." "Junior brother, you must survive." "Yes, I will, if I come across." "Yes, yes, yes. I understand. If you encounter a ghost with many hands, you must avoid it. Junior brother is really long-winded." Urokodaki Seikanji had specifically instructed that the two of them should pass this selection based on their own abilities. Zhengu was very confident in his own abilities and agreed without hesitation. Watching his senior sister go away, Zhou Yi finally began his own journey of exterminating ghosts. Ding! The current location is detected as Tengzi Mountain, unlocking the task, kill the killer ghost. Mission description: the cunning hand ghost hides in Tengzi Mountain, deliberately controlling his bloodthirsty desire and hunting down anyone who has seen his face. For decades, he has not been discovered. Use your sharp blade to chop off the hand ghost's head. Task reward: increase inheritance progress by 5%. The system has issued another task. It coincides with the Book of Changes. He used his hand to adjust the mask on his face to ward off disasters. His delicate face was hidden under the mask. Revealing a sinister smile, "Hand ghost, die." It is already the second day of the final selection. All the swordsmen who participated in the selection noticed something strange. Aren't there a lot of ghosts on Fujixe Mountain? Why can't I meet one in such a long time? Boring. This is not the final selection I wanted. Although they complained, they were secretly rejoicing. That's good. As long as we can hold on for 7 days, we can pass the test. The culprit behind all this is Zhou Yi, who keeps shuttling through the woods killing ghosts. At this time, he jumped down from the tree and stopped the fleeing evil spirit. "Please. Stop chasing me. I've never eaten anyone. I really haven't eaten anyone." The evil ghost in front of him was panicked, and when he saw there was no hope of escape, he knelt down and begged for mercy. Yi had no interest in what the ghost said. Did you know there's a hand ghost in the mountains? He has repeated this mechanical question hundreds of times. The hand ghost hid very well and many ghosts had never seen him. Therefore, Yi did not hold too much hope for the guy in front of him, but just asked according to the convention. Hearing this, the evil ghost kneeling on the ground suddenly saw light and felt that things were looking up. I know. I'll tell you as long as you don't kill me. Yi raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Good guy. This ghost actually knows the whereabouts of the hand ghost. Take me there, and I'll let you live. But what if you dare to lie to me? Yi casually swung the sun-wheel sword, and the evil ghost only felt a gust of wind rushing past his ears, and the huge rock behind him was split into two in an instant. The evil ghost was so frightened that he quickly responded, No, how dare I? Come with me. The evil ghost walked tremblingly in front, leading the way, and after twists and turns, they came to the entrance of a gloomy cave. It's hidden really well. After walking this distance, Yi couldn't help but smack his lips. This guy is really too cowardly. No wonder he was able to live in Tengzi Mountain for so long without being discovered. As soon as it reached the cave entrance, the evil ghost suddenly accelerated and rushed into the cave. Haha, idiot! I brought you here just to die. After mocking Yi, he shouted loudly inside, Master Hand Ghost. A guy wearing a mask is here to cause trouble for you. Yi naturally wouldn't let him get away so easily, and he quickly appeared behind the evil ghost. Water-breathing form 5, Sweet Heaven's Merciful Rain. Cut off the opponent's head extremely gently. Since you led me the way, I'll give you a merciful death. The evil ghost's head fell to the ground and his body gradually turned into ashes. He roared with his last bit of strength, Didn't you say you would spare my life? Why? What does the fact that you were killed by the sun-wheel blade have to do with me, Yi? The evil ghost opened his eyes wide and died unwillingly. Sheathing the knife, Yi looked into the cave. Next comes the main event. Ka. Another Urokadaki apprentice has arrived. You can hear the ghost's voice before you see it. A sinister smile came from the cave, and then the ground began to tremble slightly. It was the sound of the hand ghost stepping on the ground. After a moment, the hand ghost's true form was finally revealed. It has a body as strong as a mountain, green skin all over, and countless arms. This thing is so huge that it is impossible to tell where its neck is. If it weren't for the arms protecting his eyes, a normal person would never be able to find his neck. Hey, kid. You know, I've eaten guys like you. You talk too much. Yi didn't want to waste time talking to him and directly swung his knife at the hand ghost. 5. Senior sister is waiting for me. Who wants to talk to a monster like you? Chapter 5 Hand Ghost, you are a devil. The hand ghost looked at the little guy in front of him, his eyes full of anger. A teenage brat is so arrogant. You should go down and accompany your brothers. After saying that, countless arms on his body quickly flew towards Yi, trying to catch this annoying little devil. Water-breathing second form modification, Water Wheel Slash. In just 7 days, Yi had already mastered the water-breathing technique. He broke away from the conventional way of attacking and started his own innovation. The water-breathing Type 2 water wheel originally only had one slash. But under his use, it turned into a continuous attack. Yi wielded the sun wheel sword in his hand as easily as his arm and cut off the attacking arm of the hand ghost. Ah! Damn it! Under the fierce attack, the hand ghost let out a terrible cry, startling countless flying birds. Why? Everyone must resist. Whether it's that old man Urokotaki or his disciples. Can't they just accept their death obediently? The hand ghost mobilized the energy in his body to quickly restore his severed arm. Rapid limb regeneration. This is the special ability of ghosts. Humans get hurt and tired, but ghosts never. This is the ability they gain in exchange for abandoning their human dignity. Zhou Yi simply said, "It's the same no matter how many times, I will cut off your arms one by one." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yi suddenly disappeared from the hand ghost's sight. Oh no! This guy! His bloated body couldn't keep up with his brain's reaction. Then I felt a sharp pain in my body. The arm that had just grown was cut off again. Pain. The pain is unforgettable. It has been about 46 years since he was imprisoned here by Urokadakase Kanji. Even the era name has changed. In these 46 years, Xiao Gui has never encountered such a tough opponent. I have never been injured so badly. After all, this is just a place for team selection, how could such a monster appear here? Moreover, the man in front of him was a ruthless and taciturn guy. It seemed that he was not going to take his life, and every blow he made was intended to cause more pain. When the Nichiren sword cuts off an arm, it does so at an angle, causing a larger area of trauma. Obviously, with such a fast speed, he could aim at his head. Why? Why didn't this guy just kill himself? Now, you must be wondering why? Why don't I just kill you? Zhou Yi, wearing a light blue haori, approached the hand ghost and said jokingly. The steps were not big, but each one stepped heavily on the hand ghost's heart. No. I don't want to know. Don't come over here. The hand ghost looked terrified, as if the one standing opposite him was the evil ghost. He sat down on the ground, rubbing his legs against the ground and wriggling backwards. The huge body came into close contact with the ground, raising dust again. Opportunity. After hiding for so many years, Xiao Gui can be said to have achieved great accomplishments in sneak attacks. The strong desire to survive in his heart made him endure the pain, and the broken limbs on his body regenerated again. Taking advantage of the flying dust, he attacked again. I saw the arms of the hand ghost, which were still hot, quickly gathered together to form a ball of flesh. The ball of flesh twisted quickly like rubber, accumulating energy, and then shot out with a bang. The surrounding dust was dispersed by the airflow generated by the arms. Boom! The arm hit something hard. The look of fear on the hand ghost's face, mixed with the joy of surviving a disaster, was particularly creepy. Ha ha ha! Die, die! This is the hand ghost's strongest attack method. He believed that as long as the guy in front of him did not have the strength to reach Zhu's level, he would definitely not be able to take it. The hand ghost was laughing wildly, and in his opinion the outcome was decided. Little brat, I admit that you have some strength, but that's all. I'm still better than you. Ha ha ha. But soon, the laughter stopped abruptly, and then endless terror came from behind the hand ghost. What happened? The hand ghost definitely didn't feel wrong. The arm that was launched missed its target and only broke a few trees. Could it be that he? You really do have that much strength, Mr. Hand Ghost. A young boy's childish voice came from behind. From an objective point of view, the sound is crisp and pleasant, and it is full of vigor and vitality. Without bragging, Zhou Yi can definitely make a living just based on this moving voice. But to the hand ghost, this was undoubtedly the god of death coming to take his life. You. How could you? Oh, you still have the energy to speak, it's my problem. Misso. The hand ghost only felt a gust of wind flashing before his eyes, sticking to his face and avoiding his neck. There was a flash of knife light, and the hand ghost's arm was cut off again. What? This series of slashes was really too fast. After a long while, the hand finally felt a piercing pain. This time, he no longer had the energy to regenerate his severed limbs. The wound made a sizzling sound. The wound caused by the sun blade took advantage of the hand demon's weakness and began to erode his flesh wantonly. Impossible, you are so young. How can you have such strength? Another flash of knife light appeared. Accompanied by a gust of wind, the hand ghost's mouth was torn open and its tongue was cut off. Shut up, who told you to talk? // %. At number, at %% dollar. Translation, kill me. Zhou Yi glanced coldly at the hand ghost lying on the ground. On his face, he wore a mask with a real horse's print to ward off disasters, which still lingered with the other party's faint fragrance. I wonder if you can feel the fear of humans when you eat them. I want to live, I want to see the sun tomorrow, or I want to see my family and loved ones again. Zhou Yi suddenly paused, then swung the sword with his right hand to shake off the remaining blood stains on the sun wheel sword. They can't see it anymore. You who were supposed to be human beings turned around and killed your former compatriots. Zhou Yi became more and more angry as he spoke, and his aura continued to rise. Under the terrifying pressure, the hand ghost was unable to speak or struggle and even had difficulty breathing. At number. Translation, I was wrong. Please give me a quick death. I am unworthy of being a human being. Zhou Yi's face was as cold as ice, and the anger that had been accumulating for a long time finally erupted. Water breathing form 10, flow of life. If we were to rank ancient criminal laws, Lingqi would definitely be at the top of the list. And now, Zhou Yi is preparing to use the same trick on the hand ghost. Precise technique and perfect craftsmanship, coupled with the terrifying vitality of ghosts. The hand ghost held on to the end. Before his death, the hand ghost's mind was filled with long-forgotten memories and a vague figure. Translation, brother. Immediately afterwards, this evil ghost who had committed so many evil things turned into ashes and disappeared between heaven and earth. Zhou Yi let out a long sigh, and all the murderous aura in his body disappeared. Repay evil with kindness. How can you repay kindness? I hope you will be a good person in your next life. Everyone, you can go with peace of mind. The last sentence was said to the brothers who were killed by the hand ghost. The breeze blew gently, as if responding to the book of changes in some unknown way. Thank you, take care. Ding. The mission has been completed and the reward has been successfully distributed. The current progress of Sasaki Kojiro's inheritance has reached 15%. Chapter 6, Respect from those around me. Newcomer, new book, please give me some flowers. On the 7th day, the final selection came to an end. The examiner stared blankly at the crowd in front of him, which had barely shrunk, and fell into deep thought. Am I dazzled? Would you like to sleep a little longer? 6. He has never mentioned this posture before. No matter how many people go in, the same number will come out. The examiner slapped his cheeks hard. Snapped. Pain. It's not a dream. He came to his senses and quickly asked the selector next to him. Didn't you run into a tough opponent? Didn't you run into a bunch of ghosts? The guy in front of the examiner, wearing a printed mask, was spotless and didn't look like he had gone through 7 days of hard fighting. The person being questioned was Zhou Yi. He touched his chin thoughtfully, not knowing how to answer. How should I put it? The examiner lost his temper and asked. Say it. Zhou Yi had no choice but to tell the truth. We did encounter hundreds of them, and one hand ghost that ate dozens of people. What? Then how did you survive? The examiner was shocked, not just because of the hundreds of ghosts Zhou Yi mentioned. Tengzi Mountain is very large, and there are hundreds of ghosts imprisoned inside. But those ghosts were all weak ghosts and basically had never eaten many people. A ghost that ate dozens of people. How awesome would that be? The examiner shuddered subconsciously a few times. He didn't even dare to think about it. Zhou Yi scratched his head and said calmly. I got up and killed him in one blow. It's no big deal. The examiner was stunned. I haven't seen anything so crazy in all these years. He would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Until the other swordsman who passed the test spoke up. Hey, look. Is that the adult wearing the mask? Yes, that's him. I've seen this gentleman killing ghosts more than once. One cut kills the other. It's so exciting. Those ghosts kept coming out and being killed. Just like chopping melons and vegetables. You're talking nonsense. They didn't just keep popping up. It was clearly this gentleman chasing after the ghosts. That's right, I saw with my own eyes this gentleman chasing a ghost to his knees and begging for mercy. I'll follow you secretly, just wait and see what happens. Speak up. Why are you keeping us in suspense? I said it's not enough. There is a hand ghost as big as a hill on this Tengzi mountain. He was killed in no time at all by this gentleman. Just like at the beginning, there was still a lot of discussion among the crowd. It was just that in this discussion, their tones were full of respect and admiration. Many people here have been saved by Zhou Yi. At this point, the examiner had to accept this fact. There really was a powerful demon on Fujiki Mountain, and this young swordsman killed it. He also killed hundreds of demons. The examiner pressed hard on his failing heart. Turtle, it seems like an incredible guy has appeared in our Demon Slayer Corps. At this time, Zhou Yi and others also came out. He immediately went up to her and held her little hand. Sister, are you okay? Just by the sound of his voice, you can tell the bright smile beneath the mask. Zhengu's smiling face turned slightly red and he nodded slightly to indicate that there was no problem. Look at that senior sister, so graceful and elegant. Judging from their appearance, the two of them are a perfect match, with both being talented and beautiful. The demon slayers who were watching were all a little jealous. Woo woo, please kill me to help you two have fun. Woo woo, I also want a senior sister like this. However, these words earned him countless cold stares from the people around him. Don't you even look at your own strength? Are you worthy of it? Killing someone and destroying their heart made them even more jealous. Soon, after selecting the sword forging jade, and receiving the exclusive crow, Zhou Yi and Zhengu set out on their journey home. The examiner looked at Zhou Yi walking away and made a decision. No. I must tell my lord about this important matter. Even if the Lord punishes me for dereliction of duty, I will tell the truth. When he thought about it, the examiner turned and left. Homeward journey. Zhengu took off the mask that belonged to him from Zhou Yi's face and hung it diagonally on his forehead. She came out late and didn't hear the discussion. But she noticed the respectful looks from the swordsmen around her. She was a little curious. Why has everyone changed so suddenly? Zhou Yi smiled. Maybe everyone is fascinated by you. Upon hearing this, Zhengu immediately turned his head and put on the mask in a panic. What are you talking about? The voice was very soft. If it weren't for Zhou Yi's amazing hearing, he probably wouldn't have heard it. Soon, when Zhengu turned around, all that could be seen was the printed mask and the red, transparent earlobes. They were laughing and flirting along the way, with two crows following behind them as light bulbs. Light bulb! Light bulb! Snapped. The talkative crow was ruthlessly knocked down by the angry and humiliated Zhengu. Demon Slayer headquarters. Another letter went straight into the hands of Yabayashiki Yoya. The envelope read, "From my lord personally." It was sent by the examiner. It seems that Mr. Urokodaka's disciples have caused quite a stir again. This time, Yabayashiki Yoya was alone. Having received the mission, Rock Pillar has headed west. Let me see what happened. After reading it, although Yabayashiki Yoya was well prepared, he still looked surprised, and then turned to self-blame. I single-handedly eliminated a hand ghost that ate dozens of people. And I also killed all the ghosts in Fujiksi Mountain. It seems that we need to do a thorough cleansing of Fujiksi Mountain and add some weak ghosts. He put away the letter and called out the members of the hidden force who were waiting beside him. My lord, what do you want me to do? A member of the hidden force dressed in ninja clothes and a mask said respectfully. Please invite the flame pillar for me. I want to trouble him with something. Yabayashiki Kakia's voice was gentle and friendly. The member of the hidden army waiting on the side agreed readily and then dragged away with his light body. After a while, there was a noise outside the house, and the flame pillar came. "Makijiro, come in." "Yes, my lord." The person who pushed the door open was a man with blonde hair, piercing eyes, and a fiery aura. Rengoku Makijiro, the head of the Rengoku family, is also the current flame pillar. Another familiar identity of his is the father of Rengoku Kyojuro. "Lord, I heard that you have a task for me." At this time, Makijiro's will was not depressed. He was full of enthusiasm, just like every member of the Purgatory family. "Please read this letter." After saying that, Yubayashiki Yoya handed the letter he had just received to the other party. Makijiro took it and began to read it carefully. There is actually such a thing. What are the supervisors for? Makijiro's first reaction was not the sudden appearance of Joyi, but the appearance of the hand ghost with astonishing strength in Fujiki Mountain. No wonder fewer and fewer team members have passed the assessment in recent years. When he thought of this, Makijiro felt extremely regretful and crumpled the letter paper in his hand into a ball. "Makijiro, I understand your anger. But the responsibility for this matter is mine. I didn't fulfill my responsibilities." Yubayashiki Yoya's true feelings were revealed and he fell into deep self-blame. Makijiro immediately dissuaded him, saying that the Lord had been a little weak recently, and if he was exposed to this impression again, something might go wrong. "This is not the Lord's fault. It's all our fault. If only we had been more careful. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying anything more." Fortunately, Joyi was there to eliminate the hand ghost. Thinking of this, Yubayashiki Yoya finally recovered and gave Makijiro a task. "Flame Pillar, I now order you to thoroughly investigate the situation on Fujiki Mountain. If there are any extremely powerful demons, deal with them. No more children can be harmed." "I understand. I was originally planning to go to Hakujo Island, but it seems I have to take it easy." The Flame Pillar decided to deal with matters related to Fujikiyama first. "Well, no matter how hard you try, let the kids catch some weak ghosts. Joyi used too much force at once and killed too many." 7. Okay. Chapter 7, The swordsmith comes to your door and you get weapons and supplies. Seigoyama. Inside the cabin. This is probably what the final selection process will look like. Joyi told his master exactly what had happened during that period. When Urokodaka Seikanji heard that the disaster-averting mask he specially gave to his disciple had become the key to his disciple's death, he sat by the fire for a long time, unable to calm down. It turned out to be him. "I didn't expect." "Master, don't blame yourself. No one thought that this ghost was still alive. Besides, look, we are back." Zhengu hurried to comfort him. Time came to a week later. The short peaceful life was broken by a swordsmith with a hat on his head and a mask on his face. Urokodaka Seikanji seemed to be an old acquaintance of the other party and immediately welcomed him into the house. The four of them sat on both sides, Shinkomo and Joyi on one side, and Urokodaka Seikanji and the swordsmith on the other side. The swordsmith carried two wooden boxes, one long and one short, on his back. "Joyi? Really?" The two people sitting opposite nodded. "We are. Is our Nikaran sword ready? It's been made so quickly. It's so fast." The swordsmith nodded. "Makoto's sun blade is relatively easy to make, but Joyi's requirements are a bit difficult. It took me a little while." Hearing this, Urokodaka Seikanji became interested. It was the first time he heard a swordsmith say this. "Iron Tomb, what is the request that makes you so embarrassed?" The swordsmith's name is Iron Mound. Tedious Hong directly took off the two wooden boxes behind him and placed them in front of himself. "Why not see for yourself?" The first box he opened was the shorter one. Saying that this box is shorter is actually relative. Because compared to the 2-meter-long box next to it, this box is indeed dwarfed. After opening it, there was a more conventional Nichiren sword inside. The sword guard is dark green, and the blade is thinner and lighter than the standard Nichiren sword. This is Makomo's Nichiren sword. Pick it up and try it out. Kaotsuka pushed the box in front of Makomo and motioned for her to take out the Nichiren sword. Gengu was fascinated by the Nichiren sword at first sight. She carefully took it out and held it tightly in her hand. This knife feels completely different than the original one. It feels like it was tailor-made for me. So cool. Gengu did not hesitate to give praise, praising the Nichiren sword in his hand from the bottom of his heart. After hearing this, Tedioushong raised his head slightly. He is quite confident in his sword forging skills. Then he continued, not only that. Look at the color of the blade. Zhouyi and Zhengu's eyes were focused on the blade of the Nichiren sword. The metal blade that was supposed to be silver-white suddenly changed. Starting from the handle, it's like dripping paint into water. Makomo's Nichiren sword turned dark green. It's actually dark green, as beautiful as your hair. Zhouyi knew that the sun wheel sword would change color, but the sun wheel sword in Zhengu's hand was really beautiful. Zhengu was caught off guard by the compliment from his junior fellow apprentice, and his face turned slightly red. Really? Don't compliment people carelessly. Seeing this, Tetsuzuka seemed a little unbelievable and looked tentatively at Urokodaka Seikanji beside him. Urokodaka Seikanji nodded seriously and said, yes, it is just as you thought. He's only 12 years old. Unexpectedly. The steel mound of unknown age was in disarray, hammering the ground with hands constantly. Among the three masters and apprentices in the room, one was in a shy state, and the other two completely ignored the wailing iron tomb. The sun blade is a color-changing blade. It changes color depending on its owner. Dark green is indeed quite rare. Zhouyi, let us see your sun blade. But Urokodaka Seikanji was more interested in Zhouyi's Nichiren sword. Zhouyi nodded and opened the lid of the box. What a unique shape! It was the first time that Urokodaka Seikanji had seen such a long sword. He was 5 feet tall, about 1.5 meters, and had discarded the guard on his sword, leaving only the hilt of the sword. Zhouyi held the sword in his right hand, flat on his knees. It's better to call it a sword than a knife. Wu Ganzhuo, you should call it this from now on. Zhouyi's left hand gently stroked the sword body and decided on the name of the sharp blade in his hand. After Zhouyi said this name, Wu Ganzhuo felt a slight vibration. It seems you like this name too. Then, just like before, the Wu Ganzhuo in Zhouyi's hand also had a new color. But unlike Makomo's Nichiren sword, its blade changed from silver to transparent. Colorless blade? It's actually this color. Seeing the object in Zhouyi's hand change color, Gang Diashong was shocked. He couldn't wait to get closer and take a closer look at the sun wheel sword that he had made with his own hands. Although he was wearing a mask, one could still feel his love for this weapon. Colorless blade? What does it mean? Zhengu also recovered and asked his question curiously. Urokodaka Seikanji gave the answer for Kaotsuka. Each sword has its own spirit. The colorless blade is a sharp blade that cannot be seen by the naked eye. That is, the invisible blade. Zhouyi has been twitching a little lately. Damn it, I'm not Altria. I don't know how to use the Wind King barrier. How come I became transparent? He could only complain about this in his heart, but in fact he really liked this transparent object. Assassin is supposed to use dirty tricks. Kojiro Sasaki appears more often as an assassin. That's amazing. Zhengu was sincerely happy for his fellow apprentice. Taking the enemy by surprise and killing demons and the invisible are great advantages at the first sight. Urokodaka Seikanji fully agreed with his apprentice's point of view. Weapons are external objects after all. In the end, you have to rely on yourself to kill ghosts. Zhouyi was not too excited. In his opinion, it was just a weapon. Well, that's good. You have such a character at such a young age. I am optimistic about you. Gang Tiashong was very satisfied with Zhou Yi's speech. Ding, a suitable weapon has been detected. Are you sure it is your sword? What do you mean? You can give the weapon in front of you the concept of drying things, solidifying its properties, which means it will never break and will always remain sharp. And this kind of operation? Confirm. Received, converting. Conversion successful. Zhou Yi looked at the sharp blade in his hand again, and said with emotion, "From now on, you are really a useless person. Don't let this reputation down." Buzz. Wu Gansuo was responding to him. "Okay, my mission is complete. I'll take my leave now." During this trip, Gang Tiashong saw the legendary colorless blade and left with satisfaction. Urokodakase Kanji knew that the other party was busy and did not try to keep him. The master and his disciples watched each other leave, and only warned, "Be careful on the road." Tiashong didn't even turn his head, but just waved. Mr. Kaotsuka is indeed a master swordsmith. Zhengu naturally took his junior's right hand. Zhou Yi was also used to it and nodded in agreement. Urokodakase Kanji saw it all but said nothing. At this time, 2 crows flew in the sky. "Zhou Yi! Zhou Yi! The Lord has given an order. Go to Hakujo Island in the north. Go to Hakujo Island. Zhengu! Zhengu! The Lord has given an order. Go to Butterfly Town on the west side. Go to Butterfly Town. The task is coming." Zhou Yi and Zhengu looked at their master at the same time. "Master. Well, you guys go too. It's time for me to accept new disciples. Master, take care of yourself." Chapter 8, What I Saw on Hakujo Island Tickets. Flowers. Hey! Hakujojima. Iguro's dungeon. No boy has been born in the Ihei family for more than 300 years. People always say that this family is under an unknown curse and is destined to have no men. But on that night 12 years ago, little Bani was born. He has a pair of heterochromatic eyes, the left one is green and the right one is gold, which is very beautiful. The mother and sister's first reaction when they saw the newborn little Bani was horror. But soon, this fear was replaced by joy. Finally. Although he was a newborn baby, little Bani still remembered his mother's words. 8. He is the only baby boy in the Ihei family and has been locked up underground without sunlight since birth. Under the Iguro family's basement is a huge wooden prison cell. Here, each piece of wood is several times thicker than Xiao Bani's arm, and each piece of wood is coated with an expensive coating called paint. No matter how wealthy a family is, they would not use this kind of thing in a dungeon. Besides, Hakujo Island is not rich. Xiaobania didn't care about it at all. "This is just a place to live. My mother and sister will take me out." The dungeon was filled with incense and large red candles. There were crooked and obscure words carved on the bright red wood. It seems to be some kind of sacrificial inscription. Every day, Xiaoban's mother and sister would bring him rich and luxurious food with strange smiles. Xiaobani hated these things, a hatred from the bottom of her soul. He felt vaguely that the food was dirty. Xiaobani has never felt the love of family, but the mark engraved in human DNA tells him, "This is not family love, it's just compensation for you." Why compensation? He always asked himself this question. He never thought of running away. Why should I run away? What is running away? He was isolated from the world and had almost no common sense. He didn't hate it here, except for the sound of giant animals crawling from the ceiling at night. Alone and without any friends. Until one day, he found a small white snake in the dungeon. Xiaobani named it Duan, and from then on the man and the snake depended on each other for survival. Life is pretty decent. He remembers every day that passes by in his heart. Today is his 12th birthday. It was extremely lively outside the cell, with people from the tribe always whispering. He's 12 years old now, it's time to dedicate him to that adult. I hope the gentleman likes it. I can buy more jewelry again. I want more money. The child's keen intuition told him, they were talking about him. Kabukimaru, what do you think the world outside is like? Kabanaru stuck out his tongue and made a sharp sound. Very big? How big? As big as 10 rooms I live in. Squeak. 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 Bigger than what I said? That means there are 100 of them. Their communication was soon interrupted. Many women from the Ihei family came into the cell. The dysprosium ball flew into the quilt and was hidden. Hurry up and get up. Mother will take you to see that adult. Xiao Banii was taken away just like that. The exit that was originally out of reach was easily reached by him. This was the first time he had left the cell since he could remember. The world outside is bigger than he imagined. Xiao Banii finally understood the meaning of. It's not just 100 times, it's countless times. It's so bright. This must be the sky Kabiramaru was talking about. The air here is fresher and there is no grease smell. It would be nice if I could stay outside forever. Xiao Banii suddenly had this thought for no reason. But his mother held his left hand tightly, causing him pain. This woman named Mother didn't care about his feelings at all and just kept urging him to walk faster. Hurry! Don't let that adult wait anxiously. The mother walked in front with an ugly smile on her face. Passing through the complex and luxurious courtyard, Xiao Banii was taken to an even more magnificent house. As soon as he stepped through the door, his pores closed and his hair stood on end. Human beings' innate fear instinct told him, run. It was too late. Xiao Banii came in under the pushing of the crowd. The members of the Ihei family stood respectfully on both sides, and on the platform in the middle was lying a huge monster. It had a human face and a snake body, its huge body coiled on the steps, its mouth wide open, and a foul smell coming from its mouth. Ghost. This must be a ghost. This is the monster that crawls on the ceiling every night. This is also the adult that the tribesmen often talk about. Xiao Banii's eyes opened wide, his limbs gradually became stiff and cold, and he was unable to move at all. Oh? What did you send me? If I am not satisfied, I will not give you jewelry. The huge basilisk began to speak. Xiao Banii was trembling all over and could no longer speak. Help me. This was his only thought. To be honest, Zhou Yi got lost. After many twists and turns and killing several little ghosts, he finally arrived here. This is really bad. It was supposed to be a 2-day trip, but it took me 7 days. I wonder how things are going over there, senior sister. Butterfly Town? It can't be where the Butterfly Sisters live. Zhou Yi was a little annoyed, it was all because of the ghost he met a few days ago. He's obviously a wimp, but there's a lower string engraved in his eyes, and his ability still makes people lose their sense of direction. In order to repay the other party's great kindness, Zhou Yi kindly sent the other party to the west and became good friends with Jiguo Yuanyi. He was killed with a few slashes, and you still call him a lower-ranking one? Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! The crow that had just flown back from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters imitated Zhou Yi in a comical way and started crying. Zhou Yi's face was filled with black lines. This talkative crow took so long to deliver a message. No, I'd better ask a local for directions. But this Hakujo island was dilapidated and deserted, with abandoned houses everywhere. Zhou Yi walked for a long time before he saw an old farmer. Hello, old man. How do I get to the Aguro house on Hakujo Island? The old man who was asked for directions was normal at first, but when he heard Zhou Yi mentioned Yaihei's house, he suddenly shuddered. Ihei family. Young man, why are you asking about this? The old man's face showed horror. Zhou Yi, who was only 12 years old, was already meters tall. In Japan at that time, he could be said to stand out from the crowd, so it was reasonable for him to be regarded as a young man. Then the old farmer looked around carefully, and after confirming that there was no one else, he continued. That family is very weird. You'd better not go there. Oh? Weird? Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows and thought, weird? Of course it is weird. If there is nothing special about it, then I have come here for nothing. He pretended to be puzzled and asked, Old man, can you tell me more details? After saying that, Zhou Yi calmly handed over a small piece of gold. This system is not very good in other aspects, but it is very rich. After killing the lower rank demon, he boldly unlocked an entire vault. Old man, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. When the old man saw the glittering gold, his eyes widened, but his brows were still furrowed. After struggling for a while, he actually held back. There is a play. But it costs extra money. Zhou Yi showed no expression and took out a bigger piece of gold. Don't worry, old man. I won't tell anyone. I'm a handsome guy. How could I lie to you? You have to believe me. The old man finally spoke, it's not your gold, it's mainly because you and I are destined to be together, don't tell anyone. After saying that, he looked around, then quickly hid the gold in his arms, holding it tightly. Of course I understand this. Zhou Yi smiled slightly, not minding at all. It is said that the Ihe family worships a snake monster. It attacks and kills passing merchants and tourists and robs them of their money. What does the basilisk want money for? Zhou Yi asked knowingly. The basilisk doesn't want it, the Aguro family wants it. They offered their babies in exchange for countless riches. I heard the Ihe family is extremely wealthy. Even the wood of the prison cell is painted. You know, even the high officials in the city may not be able to use it. The crow perched on Zhou Yi's shoulder felt a murderous aura and was so scared that it flapped its wings and flew aside in a panic. Seeing Zhou Yi's face was very ugly, the old man hurriedly asked with concern, Young man, are you okay? Oh. I'm fine, old man, please show me the way. This Yihei family is so domineering, I'm going to go and learn a lesson from them today. Zhou Yi almost uttered the word I've learned your lesson through gritted teeth. There are such ridiculous things in the world. Although he had been mentally prepared, this outrageous thing still aroused the boy's anger. Are you crazy? Young man, don't be too impulsive, or you will lose your life. Humph. If you're not impulsive, can you still be called a young man? Seeing that Zhou Yi was so reckless, the old man stopped trying to dissuade him and pointed him in a direction. Just go straight ahead, be careful. Before the old man could finish his words, he felt a gust of wind passing by and Zhou Yi disappeared from the spot. Where is the person? If it weren't for the heavy gold in his arms, the old man would have thought he had encountered a ghost. 9. Well, I won't stay here anymore with this money, so I'll pack up and leave. It's a pity for my unfortunate child. The people who still live on Hakujo Island, if not the majority, at least 100% of them have a grudge against the Aguro family. Chapter 9, You have lived for so long, you must be a lower rank ghost, right? Zhou Yi walked quickly, following the old man's instructions. The Aguro family's mansion soon arrived. Even though he was mentally prepared, Zhou Yi was still shocked by the luxurious buildings in front of him. Lilaiwan Shangpu. The rich are feasting and drinking, but the poor are freezing to death on the streets. Zi Mei is sincere and never deceives me. Along the way, he also took a good look at the customs and culture of Hakujo Island. The land here is not fertile, business is not developed, and there are no special products. But it gave rise to such a wealthy Ihe family. Over the past 300 years, countless innocent passers-by have been murdered, and countless newborn babies have been sacrificed to the devils. Zhou Yi only felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Ding! The host has arrived at the land of resentment, and the mission has been issued. Task name, it's easy to see the king of hell, but hard to deal with the little devils. Task description: Hakajo Island is located in a remote area, so the basilisk is rampant and evil. Over the past hundreds of years, it has eaten countless people. Please grant the basilisk a merciful death. Task reward: 10,000 exchange points. After the system announced the task, the world in front of Joyi instantly changed color. From colorful to black and white. With the Aguro family as the boundary, it was all pale outside and deep black inside. A thick black fog enveloped the place, making it seem eerie and ominous. With the help of the system, he was able to witness the scene before him. Mercy, hey? No one knows mercy better than me. He stopped wasting time and shouted towards the door, "Is anyone there? The Ihei family is holding a sacrifice today. No outsiders are welcome." A harsh voice came from inside the door. "It turns out there's no one there." Joyi pretended to understand, but Wu Gansuo was pulled out from behind by him. Although breaking into the house is a bit rude, there is no need to be polite when facing a beast. Water breathing form 4, strike tide. The heavy door shattered into pieces in an instant. Come closer, let me see." The basilisk stuck out its long and narrow tongue and licked its dry lips involuntarily, with an excited smile on its face. Xiao Baniai's whole body was stiff and he couldn't move his legs at all. As a child, he turned his gaze to his mother. "The snake god asked you to come closer. Are you deaf? Hurry up and move forward." The mother's answer was cold, the last bit of disguise was removed, and there was even a hint of blame. "Bad talk hurts June cold." These words extinguished Xiao Baniai's last hope. The members of the Ihei family nearby were afraid of the wrath of the snake god, so they ordered 2 strong old women to step out and hold Xiao Baniai forward. "Damn it! Be gentle and don't hurt him. Otherwise he won't taste as good." When the 2 old women heard that the snake god was angry, they knelt down in fear and begged for mercy. "Forget it, this little guy seems pretty good. Since this tribute is so outstanding, I'll spare you." It couldn't wait to shake off the 2 old women, wrap its tail around little Baniai, and lift him in front of itself. "These are such charming eyes, so great. I just like them like this. I'm a little reluctant to eat you so soon." The basilisk held his cheeks with his hands and smiled in ecstasy. "It's great that Xiao Baniai has gained the favor of the serpent god. It's really his blessing. Great, we can get our rewards again." As a member of the Aguro family, Obana didn't feel the slightest bit of joy at all. He doesn't want the favor of the snake god. He wants to go back. Even if it's a dungeon, he wants to leave here. But this guy is too young, let's keep him for a while. The basilisk loosened its tail, resisted the urge to eat, and gently placed little Baniai on the ground. Hearing this, his originally dim eyes brightened up. "Did I survive?" Xiao Bania couldn't believe it. He was ready to be eaten by the snake, but the snake refused to eat him. "This is so great." A smile also appeared on Xiao Baniai's dull face. But fate played a joke on him again. The snake god twisted his body, looked at him carefully, and then said, "But I don't like this guy's face. It doesn't look like me at all." Xiao Baniai felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. The smile was no longer on her face, but was replaced by tears and despair. When his mother heard this, she nodded in agreement and scolded Xiao Baniai's appearance. "Mother!" Xiao Baniai's whispers did not attract anyone's attention. In order to please the serpent monster, her mother called the servants and said, "Cut open this guy's mouth." The serpent monster doesn't like such an ugly face. The 4 servants lowered their heads, pressed the desperate little Baniai to the ground, and prepared to cut a hole in his delicate face with a knife. I thought the 12-year-old boy would resist, but he didn't react at all and just let them beat him. At this moment, the servant holding the knife saw Xiao Baniai's helpless face and her lifeless and sad eyes. Xiao Baniai just glanced at her indifferently, and she was so scared that she almost dropped the knife in her hand. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up!" Faced with the urging of Xiao Baniai's mother, the servant chose to obey. "I'm sorry, please forgive me." The servant raised his hand and was about to swing the knife. "Misso, misso, misso." All I heard was the sound of a sharp blade cutting through the wall, and the entire wall was broken. "Excuse me, where is the basilisk? Does anyone know?" The dust raised by the collapsed wall had not yet dissipated, so the identity of the person who came was unknown to the people present. But the name of basilisk shocked everyone present. "You are such a bold lunatic! How dare you call the Lord Snake God a serpent monster? You are such a fool, Lord Snake God will never let you off." "It sounds pretty good, what a pity." Everyone in the Ihe family tried their best to please the basilisk. The basilisk has played an indispensable role in the Ihe family's current wealth. Naturally, they dare not offend. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated. The true identity of the visitor was finally revealed. Wearing a black Demon Slayer Corps uniform with a light blue Haori on the outside. With bright eyes, starry eyebrows, and a frosty face, he looks surprisingly good even when he is angry. "What a handsome man!" a fat woman in gorgeous clothes exclaimed, covering her face. Her relatives around her quickly stopped her. "Idiot, what are you talking about?" Realizing that she had said something wrong, the fat woman knelt down in fear and begged for forgiveness from the basilisk. "Sir, I deserve to die. Please punish me." "Slurp, it's okay, you're right, this guy is indeed quite good looking." The basilisk showed a greedy look and did not blame the guy. "Little boy over there, judging from the sound of your bones, you should be around 12 years old." "Oh? This basilisk actually has such ability?" Zhou Yi was a little surprised and nodded to indicate that the other party was right. 12 years old. Xiao Baniai, who was pressed on the table, was full of envy. "He is in the same grade as me, yet he already possesses such strength. That's a thick wall. He could cut it open easily with just the sharp blade in his hand." A seed of becoming stronger was planted in the young heart of Xiao Baniai. "Looking at you, you should be from the Demon Slayer Corps. How about this? If you are willing to commit yourself to me, I can consider letting you go. I've killed many low-level demon slayers like you. I've even experienced a lot of B-level swordsmanship." The basilisk had lived for hundreds of years and was able to discern Zhou Yi's identity and rank at a glance from the collar of his clothes. Among the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, the strongest is the Pillar, followed by 10 levels, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, Sin, Ren, and Gui. As for Zhou Yi, he had just joined the team, so he was naturally the lowest level Gui. "You've lived for hundreds of years, but you're not even a lower moon. Is it because you've been busy bragging?" Zhou Yi mocked mercilessly. "Little devil! What did you say? I will tear you into pieces." The basilisk's expression was distorted and it roared in a low voice. The beams of the house were shaking, and years of dust fell off. This basilisk seems angry. Chapter 10, Secret Sword, Swallow returns. Flowers. Hey! Hey! The huge body twisted quickly, and then rushed to Zhou Yi like a sharp arrow. How dare a mere Gui-level swordsman speak so arrogantly? The basilisk was so fast that it seemed to Xiao Baniai that it arrived in front of Zhou Yi in just a moment. 10. Be careful! Xiao Baniai shouted subconsciously. Who would have thought that the young snake pillar would be so helpful? But Zhou Yi calmly blocked the basilisk's attacks and even had enough time to talk to Xiao Baniai. "What's your name?" "Iguro o Baniai." "That's right, this guy." Looking at the other person's intact face, Zhou Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, this guy hasn't been disfigured, otherwise my reward would be gone." "Fighting with yourself, yet you still have time to communicate with others? What arrogance!" The basilisk was extremely angry, and its means of attack changed from fangs and arms to her huge tail. Great! I haven't been this angry in a long time. I will hang your body up. I will inject poison into your body and make you die in agony. The offensive became increasingly fierce, and the battle soon spread to the people around. I don't know if it's because of the basilisk's huge size or because it has been invincible for hundreds of years. The people of the Ihe family showed no intention of leaving. Snake God, please destroy this guy. It's over, it's over. I'm afraid we'll have to offer more sacrifices this time to appease the wrath of the Snake God. This swordsman is quite amazing. He can hold out for so long. Idiot, Lord Snake God just didn't show his true potential. Maybe this sentence stimulated the basilisk, making the monster more manic and attacking more unscrupulously. The basilisk had attacked with all its might, but to no avail. The GUI-level swordsman in front of him defended himself flawlessly. Not good. A trace of worry appeared in the basilisk's heart. Hundreds of years of comfortable life have made her lose her fighting instinct. The so-called killing of a powerful demon slayer swordsman was before she came to Hakujo Island. Over the past few hundred years, she has eaten many people, but her strength has not improved at all. Not to mention becoming a lower-ranking demon, even if she just stays where she is, it would be difficult. Being strong on the outside but weak on the inside is the most realistic portrayal of the basilisk today. After its offensive was once again broken, the basilisk retreated. You can't kill me, so why don't you just retreat? I can let you live. Okay? Joyi was stunned when he heard this proposal. Don't listen to this monster. She can't do anything to you. When Ahaziobania saw Joyi stop what he was doing, he yelled in anxiety. If he can become a pillar in the future, his talent must be very high. Young Bani saw the situation of the battle at a glance. The basilisk was at the end of its rope. Ha ha ha. So funny. Joyi finally came to his senses and couldn't help laughing out loud. It seems that hundreds of years of comfortable life have made you lose your mind. I have never compromised with a man-eating devil like you. After saying that, Joyi turned his head and looked at Xiao Bani. How about becoming a demon-killing swordsman? Xiao Bani couldn't move his limbs and could only nod desperately. Miss you. Very good. Joyi's early intervention did not affect Ahaziobani's deviation from the planned trajectory. Joyi dodged and easily saved Xiao Bani. Then you better watch out. After saying that, Joyi let the other person go. Then he held the sword with both hands for the first time, ready to show off his real skills. The basilisk was frightened by Joyi's actions just now. What a great speed! This guy has been hiding his strength. No, I can't fight hard. Her snake pupils turned slightly, and she thought of a solution in the blink of an eye. Anyone who is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps will foolishly protect humans. All you need is... She couldn't help but laugh. With such a brilliant idea, she will definitely be able to escape. Little devil, I admit that you have some strength. But being human has its limitations. Why does this line sound so familiar? The corner of Joyi's mouth twitched. Are you no longer a human being? That's not right. You are a ghost, not a human. Soon, the basilisk gave the answer. She grabbed a member of the Ihe family who was watching the show nearby. Don't move. Let me go, or I'll kill her. The fat woman who was caught had no time to react at all. The snake god that he worshipped actually wanted to use him as a hostage. She was so frightened that she lost her soul and cried with snot and tears streaming down her face. Help, help me. That swordsman over there. Save me. Babble. The basilisk stuck out its tongue and finally a smile appeared on its face. Yep, that's it. The louder you shout, the better. This way the other party will be cautious. It's not that the basilisk has never thought about using the hostages to kill the other party. But when he thought of the other person's sharp eyes, he gave up the idea. This is so scary. I definitely can't kill him. It's better to just run away. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Wait until the storm is over and then come out to eat people. Isn't that wonderful? The more she thought about it, the more it made sense, and her movements became more brutal, her sharp nails digging deep into the woman's fat. No. Save me. The fat woman felt the pain in her neck and cried even harder. Zhou remained unmoved and just kept pressing forward. What happened? The snake god was really panicked now. She pointed at the hostage in her hand and demanded, "Don't move. Don't you care about the life or death of this guy in my hand? Isn't she one of your kind?" No, it's not the case since she started to help the tyrant. Zhou came within 10 meters of the basilisk. I wouldn't go out of my way to kill her. But if she's going to stand in my way of killing ghosts, then I don't mind giving her a ride. Zhou took an offensive stance. No. Don't kill me. I have a lot of money. Please. The fat woman was begging desperately, hoping to change the other party's decision. The basilisk was frightened by Zhou cold words. She quickly shook off the hostage and ran away. Just escape there. Behind her is where she usually lies, and there is a secret passage underneath. 5 meters. 3 meters. It's coming. The cloudy sky turned sunny on the basilisk's face. Haha, I survived. Secret sword Yanhui. A terrifying murderous intent came from behind. Space seemed to be torn apart and time seemed to be ignored. There was clearly a distance of 20 meters between the basilisk and Zhou, but it was still of no avail. The pinnacle of human swordsmanship, this sword is honored to be called a treasure. Even if you were a bird that flew into the sky, I would still take off your head. What's more, you are just a snake without legs. Obina was fortunate enough to witness this extraordinary swordsmanship. With 3 sword strikes in mid-air, the snake monster's head and body were separated. Secret sword swallow return, what a perfect move. Xiao Beinei originally wanted to use the word very strong to describe this move, but felt it was inappropriate. After exhausting all the poor words, she could only find the word perfect. There is no way to avoid it, this is the return of the swallow. The basilisk was dead, but the fat woman survived by chance. The Lord Snake God is dead. This guy actually killed the Lord Snake God. For a while, everyone in the Ihei family fell into a state of disarray. Zhou looked at the corpse of the basilisk and smacked his lips and said, "Really? You couldn't hold on to the end. You thought you could kill a black sheep." There was indifference in his words. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was frightened out of their wits. "Run!" Someone shouted, and everyone reacted and scattered like birds and beasts. Iguro Obinai and Zhou were the only ones left in the room. "Let's go, I'll take you somewhere else." Zhou sheathed his sword nonchalantly, ready to leave with Xiao Beinei. "Wait, I also want to bring a friend." Xiao Beinei hurriedly straightened her clothes and carefully made a small request to Zhou. "Go back quickly." Zhou probably knew who the other party's friends were. 11. Chapter 11, The dust has settled, and we set off for Butterfly Town. Taking advantage of Xiao Beinei's absence, Zhou received his mission reward. System, collect the reward. Received, receiving the reward. Save the young snake pillar and get 1000 exchange points. Complete the mission. It's easy to meet the King of Hell, it's hard to deal with the little ghosts, and get 10,000 exchange points. Why is the difference between the two tasks so correct? The system responded to Zhou's questions. The former is a long-term task with a large total amount but a small number of single tasks. Okay. Zhou exchanged all his exchange points for progress in the inheritance of heroic spirits. Add it to the panel for me. Understood, the current progress of the heroic spirit inheritance is 15%. After the conversion of 11,000 exchange points the total is 11%. The current progress of the heroic spirit inheritance is 26%. 1000 exchange points correspond to 1% progress, which is pretty fair. 50% 10001%, 50% 20001%. Good guy. This system was created by Penguin. It's a bit dark. Before I could complain, Xiao Bani came back. The difference from when he left was that there was a small silver-grey snake on his shoulder. How can there be no snake in the snake pillar? Bliss. Bliss. This little snake was very smart and actually nodded to Zhou Yi. Its name is Kabushijmaru, that's the good friend I was talking about. I told Duan everything that happened just now, and it is thanking you. Xiao Bani is very respectful to Zhou Yi. Well, let's go. We are leaving here. Zhou Yi calmly signaled the other party to follow. Xiao Bani immediately trotted after him. The two men and the snake quickly passed through the corridor and were about to walk out of the Ihei family's mansion. Can you tell me your name? Book of Changes. My name is Iguro Obani. Ah. Zhou Yi still looked calm and composed. When Xiao Bani saw that Zhou Yi had no intention of punishing the Ihei family, he hesitated for a while, but still asked the doubts in his heart. Aren't you going to take action against the Iguro family? Why, do you want revenge? Xiao Bani shook his head repeatedly to indicate no. I'm just curious. They've done so many bad things, why? Why not kill them? Yes. In Xiao Bani's eyes, Zhou Yi should be a decisive person, so how could he let the Ihei family go? No need. Is it not necessary? Xiao Bani became even more confused. Because it's not my turn to avenge them yet. Listen outside. Zhou Yi took him out of the damaged gate. There was a crowd of people standing outside. Are they all here for revenge? Xiao Bani still underestimated the evil that the Ihei family had committed over the past hundreds of years. The leader of this group of people was an old farmer, who was the one who showed Zhou Yi the way. There were a few strong adult men standing next to him. When they saw Zhou Yi and the other two coming out, they immediately gave them a reminder. Uncle. A few more people came out. Should we catch them? The old farmer wanted to agree, but after wiping his eyes and taking a closer look, he patted the guy on the head in annoyance. Idiot! Where did this man from the Iguro family come from? Besides, this is the swordsman who kills demons I was talking about. After teaching the young man next to him a lesson, the old farmer quickly bowed respectfully to Zhou Yi. On behalf of everyone, thank you. The people around them finally came to their senses. It turns out that this person is the hero who helped them eliminate the basilisk. Thank you. The crowd bent down and imitated the old farmer to thank Zhou Yi. The next thing is up to you. After Zhou Yi finished speaking, he jumped up with the stunted little Bani in his hand and disappeared from sight. How amazing! The crowd was left in amazement. Brothers, follow me in and smash this damn house. We have grievances to avenge, revenge to avenge. It is good. One call led to 100 responses, and from then on, Obani was the only heir in the Iguro family. The sun is high in the sky. After lunch, the two men and the snake did not set out on their journey home, but instead rested in the woods. Seems like he's waiting for someone. After a while, several people dressed as ninjas found the two. Hidden troops, report in. After Zhou Yi made a few polite remarks, he handed the small Bani to Yin. This guy is very talented. Please help him find a trainer. Understood, sir. These hidden members were obviously too respectful to Zhou Yi, a GUI-level swordsman. Zhou Yi saw it all and already had the answer in his mind. It seems that last time, Crow had already reported back the news that I had eliminated the lower rank. According to the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, as long as you kill 50 demons or one lower rank demon, you can become a pillar. Zhou Yi now has the qualifications to become a pillar, and he only needs to wait for the next pillar meeting to be promoted. In Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, a mere pillar is not enough. Joyi felt a little emotional. Zhu was a well-known cannon fodder. How miserable. However, Joyi was not panicked. With the inheritance of the heroic spirit, he already had the strength of a pillar as soon as he participated in the final selection. At that time, the inheritance progress was only 10%, but now he has 26% of the inheritance progress. Maybe he can touch the upper string. The more Joyi thought about it, the more excited he became. After giving Xiao Beinei a few instructions, he prepared to say goodbye. This matter had already been agreed upon with Obanai in advance. Although he was reluctant, he had no choice but to do so in order to learn the art of exorcising demons. Will I be as good as you in the future? Before leaving, Xiao Beinei asked one last question. Thinking of the highlight performance of the snake pillar in the comics, Joyi said affirmatively, "Of course." The members of the hidden force dragged the smiling Xiao Beinei away. Joyi, who was alone, looked to the west and thought of his senior sister. "I don't know how senior sister is doing, I better go check it out." Hakajojima Island has regained its vitality. A swordsman destroyed the basilisk of the Aguro family. This was like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake, immediately causing ripples. Word spread from one person to 10, from 10 to 100, and within just half a day everyone on the island knew about it. But there are bound to be some omissions in the way information is disseminated, like now. Have you heard? There was a 2-meter-tall, ferocious-looking burly swordsman who chopped down a snake monster with one sword. A farmer carrying a hoe told his friend beside him vividly. "You are wrong. I heard that it was a real snake god who couldn't stand the evil deeds of this snake monster, so he transformed himself into a small snake and came down to the mortal world to kill the snake monster." The other man was not convinced. That was not what he heard. "You are all talking nonsense. I heard that the basilisk committed suicide." A bolt of thunder streaked across the sky, and the basilisk was so scared that it crashed into a pillar. The man couldn't stand it anymore and immediately told everyone the news he had received. No one could convince anyone else, so the three of them started arguing with red faces. Anyway, the story became more and more outrageous, but there was one person among the group who knew the truth. "Where did you hear that?" "I'll tell you the truth, I was there." A middle-aged man stopped their argument. "Really? I don't believe it." Faced with the doubts, he refused to accept the defeat and immediately took out the precious tools he had taken from Ihei's house. "See? I was kidnapped by their family and became a servant." When everyone saw the exquisite family emblem, they stopped questioning and instead urged him to tell the truth. "Hurry! Tell me. I was wondering why you disappeared for so long. It turns out you were just working as a slave." It had only been half a day since the incident, but the middle-aged man still remembered it clearly. That was a handsome guy, carrying a very long knife. "I tell you, I've never seen anyone so handsome." Joyi, who was passing by the ridge of the field, heard their chat and pulled his hat even lower on his head. He didn't want to be recognized. "Senior sister, I'm here to see you." Chapter 12 The Butterfly Sisters. In the west, there is a town called Butterfly with simple folk customs. And there is a quiet mountain on the edge of the town. Deep in the mountains. 12. Sister. Come and see what I dug up. A little girl, with some dirt on her face, holding a small hoe in one hand and black medicinal herbs in the other, happily showed off to her sister. On the side, unlike the somewhat impatient little girl, her sister is a more gentle young girl. She looked at the girl with both fondness and blame in her eyes. "Shinobu, girls should pay attention to their image. Look at your clown face. Also, don't shout loudly in the mountains, it may attract wild animals." "Yes, my father once said that." I know the girl's name is Shinobu Koko, and she responded to her sister Kane Koko in a perfunctory manner. Coco Kane didn't mind her sister's perfunctory attitude. She walked over to her with a smile, bent down and wiped her face. The already beautiful face became even more charming. This should be Polygonum multiflorum. It helps with hair growth. Butterfly Kane was knowledgeable and quickly recognized the medicinal herbs in her sister's hand. Is it valuable? Can I buy my sister a new hairpin? When Shinobu Coco saw that she had really dug out the medicinal herbs, her eyes were full of anticipation. No. Kane shook her head, indicating that this was just an ordinary medicinal herb and was not valuable. When Shinobu Coco heard this, she lost interest like a deflated ball and kept digging the soil with a small hoe. Really? I can't dig up any valuable medicinal herbs. I won't come here again. The sister's complaints were heard clearly by the elder sister. With a mysterious look on her face, she pulled out a clenched fist from behind her back, and it seemed that there was something hidden inside. Then I'll give Shinobu a gift. Guess what it is? My sister actually has a gift for me? Her eyes lit up and she blurted out, sugar. In that era, sugar was a very precious commodity and was controlled by the government, so its price remained high. Butterfly Kane shook her head. Comb. Still not right. All her answers were rejected by her sister. Shinobu Coco pouted, knowing that her sister was teasing her. No more guessing. Humph, I don't care. Seeing that her sister was angry and embarrassed, Butterfly Kane stopped teasing her and spread out her hand, revealing a lavender hairpin with a floral pattern and a slightly pink hue. So beautiful. It is human nature to pursue beautiful things. This exquisite hairpin immediately attracted her attention. Oh, since Zion doesn't want it, should I give it to someone else? No. Kochiko Shinobu hurriedly grabbed it and put it on her head, fearing that her sister would regret it. The smile on her face was more beautiful than the flower. Coco Kane gently touched the small wound on her hand, which was the mark left by the unskilled use of needle and thread. She spent several weeks weaving a piece of clothing for a wealthy family and exchanged it for some money, which was then used to buy this hairpin. There was a pair of these hairpins, and she really liked the other one, but unfortunately she could only afford one, so she had to choose the one her sister liked. Coco Kane is not the kind of person who would regret something, so this kind of thing just flashed through her mind. She smiled and said to her sister, "Okay, let's go back." No. I must dig up valuable medicinal herbs. I want to buy my sister a new hairpin. The younger sister was obsessed with this matter, and after receiving the gift from her sister, she regained her confidence. I heard. Coco Kane lowered her voice to create a terrifying atmosphere. Shinobu Coco was frightened by her sister. She felt a little creepy. She held her sister's arm and said in a trembling voice, What did you hear? Sister, don't scare me. I'm very timid. I heard there are man-eating ghosts in the mountains. Before Shinobu Coco could finish her pretentious words, she was startled by her sister's words. Her screams soared into the sky and spread throughout the mountain. Sister, I remember mother should have prepared dinner. Let's go back quickly. Shinobu Coco, with a slightly blushing face, shook her sister's arm and whispered. It is good. I'm not scared, I'm very brave. Yes. Shinobu is the bravest. Butterfly Kane agreed with a smile. It was noon at this time. The sun was shining brightly, shining through the layers of leaves and sprinkling on the sister's hair, which was shining with golden light and was very beautiful. The two walked further and further away, and in the depths of the dark forest, a dark shadow emerged. He. What a charming girl! Give them to Lord Doma, and he will surely reward me with more blood. Power. I want more powerful power. After saying that, he memorized the other person's scent and prepared to take action at night. After crossing this mountain, there are of course still mountains on the other side. This area is mountainous, with continuous hills enshrouded in mist. From time to time, wild animals would poke their heads out from behind the tall trees, looking curiously at the little girl on the road. Just as Zhou Yi said, the dark green hair really looks good, especially when paired with Zhengu's cute face. It's really far away. I wonder if your destination is the same as mine, with deep mountains and jungles everywhere. Zhengu shook his sleeves to shake off the wet droplets on his body. At noon, the small water droplets in the mountains evaporate and spread in the air. If pedestrians are on their way at this time, they will encounter the situation of real wild gourds. Fortunately, the Demon Slayer Corps' uniforms are waterproof. Junior brother. Junior brother. The annoying crow began to repeat what Zhengu said. Zhengu's face was full of black lines. He stood up and jumped, and caught the crow that was imitating others. She placed the dark green blade on the crow's slender neck. Shut up. I understand. I understand. The miserable crow barely managed to keep its life. After dealing with the talkative crow, Zhengu felt much happier. He jumped over the small pit left by people picking herbs. There are traces of people digging for medicine. It looks like they are almost there. P.S. We are signing contracts, please give us some free flowers. We will update at least 10,000 words every day starting tomorrow. Thank you. Chapter 13, Recent Strange Things in Butterfly Town. Zhengu followed the mountain road down the mountain and finally arrived at this secluded town. The residents of the town were very simple and honest. They greeted the strangers warmly, but there was a hint of sadness in their expressions. Among them was a beautiful woman who was respected by everyone. And this woman also exchanged a few words with Zhengu. Little girl, you are from outside, right? You look unfamiliar. Yes, I'm going to Butterfly Town today. Zhengu answered politely. Excuse me, has anything strange happened in this town recently? Zhengu pointed to the sword at his waist. Although a knife ban had been issued at this time, carrying a blade was illegal. But in such a remote place, martial virtues are still abundant, and showing one's identity as a warrior can help one obtain better information. This style of weapon. You are a demon slayer. The beautiful woman covered her mouth, looked carefully at Makomo's outfit, and said in disbelief. Do you know the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinkomo was quite surprised that someone here knew about the Demon Slayer Corps. This is not the place to talk. Please come with me. The woman calmed herself down and led Zhengu to the edge of the town. Zhengu also set out to follow. Soon we arrived at a small clinic. There is a sign hanging on the side, Butterfly Clinic. This town is called Butterfly Town, and the clinic is also called Butterfly Clinic. Is there any connection between them? The woman saw Zhengu's confusion and explained with a smile. My name is Butterfly Dance, and this clinic is named after my husband. Since we opened this clinic, my husband and I have helped many people. We have received so much love from everyone that we changed the name of the town to Butterfly Town. It made you laugh. With his extraordinary medical skills and good reputation, the town changed its name, but he remained humble and gentle. Zhengu added a bit of favorability. After passing through the clinic's main door and nodding to several injured patients, the two men came to the back room. Butterfly Dance poured tea for Zhengu personally. Zhengu took it carefully and took a sip. It is indeed a good tea, with a refreshing fragrance and a sweet aftertaste. But there are more important things to do right now. Madam Butterfly, since you know the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps, I will get straight to the point. Is there anything unusual in the town recently? I've been ordered to come and kill the ghosts. The usually approachable Shinkomo becomes extremely serious when talking about exterminating demons. Especially after the final selection, she felt a little lonely. If my junior brother hadn't shown up, would I have survived facing the hand ghost alone? Junior brother is so strong now, can I keep up with him? Before leaving, the master had privately counseled her. Zhengu, there are differences between people. I hope you won't get stuck in your obsession. The answer to the first question is unknown, after all, the hand ghost is dead. But she must become stronger. Conventional training was no longer effective, she needed actual combat. This is why she is so persistent. Butterfly Dance looked at the persistent Zhengu in front of her and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. You really look like the swordsman who saved us. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be sad at this time. 13. Butterfly Dance looked apologetic, and Zhengu shook his head to indicate that it was okay. Something has been strange lately. Recently, people who go into the mountains to dig herbs have frequently gone missing. At first, it was just some elderly people, and later, even strong young men were missing. That's why no one is willing to go up the mountain to collect herbs. It was not until a month ago that more than half a year passed before everyone began to gradually resume collecting herbs. Among them, there were also young girls who went up the mountain to collect herbs. Most of them were there to supplement their family income, but most of them are missing. We organized a group of people to go into the mountains to search, but we only found some fragments of clothing. However, in order to avoid panic, we did not make too much announcement. We just said there were ferocious animals in the mountains and advised everyone not to go into the mountains. Fragments? Can I see them? Zhengu asked to see the fragments of clothes. Thanks to the butterfly family's reputation in the area, the found fragments are also stored in their home. That's it. Soon, Butterfly Dance brought the pieces of clothing. Put the real rice in your hand and observe it carefully. The cuts on these fragments are very neat, and they must have been caused by a sharp object. It seems that it is definitely not a ferocious beast. Then she put the fabric to her nose again and sniffed it gently. Now, Zhengu came to a conclusion. It's definitely a ghost. Thanks to good storage, Zhengu barely smelled the scent of a ghost. After hearing the professional judgment, Butterfly Dance had to accept the reality and was sad alone. Are those ghosts really the ones causing trouble? Zhengu noticed that something seemed wrong with Butterfly Dance, so he asked tentatively. Ma'am, have you guessed it a long time ago? How could that be? I just found out about this now. Butterfly Dance was a little flustered and simply evaded the question. Butterfly Dance did guess it, but it was only after she met Zhengu. The Demon Slayer Corps will not appear easily, but once they appear, it means there are traces of demons in this area. She was so sad only because the two long silent terms, Demon Slayer Corps and Demon, reminded her of the past. Then she immediately adjusted herself and changed the subject. It's almost noon now, why don't you have dinner at my house? Will it bother you? How could that be? Our two daughters will love you very much. The butterfly family actually has two children, daughters, which was beyond Zhengu's expectations. You know, in this era, having two daughters in a row can easily cause family conflicts. But on Madame Butterfly's face, there was no worry, but more happiness. I'm sure Mr. Butterfly loves you very much. Sorry to bother you. Considering many factors, Zhengu finally chose to stay. I think the most well-informed place in this town is this clinic. Of course, we have always been in love. I'll go call out those two good-for-nothing kids and let them meet you. After that, Butterfly Dance called her daughters' names and walked into the house. Kane, Shinobu? We have a guest. The sound becomes gradually fainter as the distance increases. But then he became flustered again. Kane. Shinobu. Where are you? Seeing that there was no one in the house, a sense of worry suddenly welled up in Butterfly Dance's heart. She remembered that Butterfly Shinobu had secretly hidden a small hoe for digging herbs last night. Oh no! They went to the mountain. Chapter 14, The target is actually me? It was a false alarm, of course. Zhengu and Hu Daiwu, who were about to go out, turned around and ran into the two sisters who had returned. Looking at their crying mother, the two butterfly sisters were at a loss for a moment. Mom, what's wrong with you? Kanae's question was met with a big hug. The two sisters were held in their mother's arms, becoming even more confused. Mother, what happened? Shinobu looked at his sister. Kanae shook her head, indicating that she had no idea. You two, come in. The mother, who had just shown her true emotions, suddenly changed her expression, shouted harshly, and turned and walked inside. Zhengu said nothing, but gave a look, telling the two sisters to hurry up and follow. Who is this girl? She is so beautiful. The two sisters didn't have time. The four of them returned to the back room. Now you know how dangerous it is. Oh, it's also my fault for not telling you about it. After explaining to her two daughters, Hyuryou's anger finally subsided and she fell into fear. What if you? Seeing this, the butterfly sisters knelt down on either side of their mother to comfort her. Mom, we know we were wrong, please don't be angry. Shinobu and I are lucky. We are back. Zhengu also helped to smooth things over, and the storm was finally settled. Finally, the two sisters began to ask about the origin of Zhengu. Mother, who is this guy? Shinobu Koko was impatient and asked first. Shinobu, don't be rude to guests. Kanae tapped her sister's forehead with her fingers. Shinobu Koko was used to speaking without restraint at home, so she just realized her slip of the tongue. She looked at Shinkomo guiltily, her eyes full of apology. Zhengugu calmly smiled and accepted her apology. This is Shinkomo from the Demon Slayer Corps, a swordsman who has come here specially to slay demons. Butterfly Dancer stroked her little daughter's head with her hand and also saw the exquisite hairpin. The workmanship is very delicate, and it doesn't look cheap. I guess it was given by Chain. She knows her eldest daughter well. Demon Slayer. Shinobu Koko was a little surprised. Although I don't know what ghosts are, I just learned from my mother that many strong young men in the town have died at the hands of ghosts. Can such a thin girl deal with ghosts? Don't worry. Although I am not as skilled as my junior brother, I am more than capable of dealing with ordinary ghosts. After saying that, Zhengu pointed to the Nichiren sword at his waist. I have killed several ghosts, please rest assured. A knife with a hint of dark red is worth 1,000 words. This little girl in front of them, who is not much older than them, has seen red on her hands. In the afternoon. Then please take me to explore the situation in the town. Standing in front of Zhengu were two sisters who had just escaped from home. Okay. But you have to tell me about killing ghosts. Shinobu Koko, who is lively by nature, seems to be particularly interested in killing demons. Zhengu said there was no problem. With the help of the two butterfly sisters, the investigation went smoothly. Before the sun set, Zhengu roughly understood the ghost's goal. First, the targets of attacks shifted from ordinary people to young and beautiful women. Secondly, even women who managed to return from the mountain would be abducted at night. Then, the ghost seemed to have a sharp weapon, and the doors of many houses were split in two. A beautiful young woman. We still have to go up the mountain. Zhengu began to think according to the clues he got. People who meet these conditions. It can't be us. Kanae covered her mouth and said in disbelief. That's right, it now seems that the ghost's most likely targets are these two people. The last rays of sunset gradually faded away. Zhengu didn't care about anything else and just grabbed the two of them and ran towards the clinic. Let's go back first. The butterfly family of 4, plus Zhengu, a total of 5 people, were sitting in the living room. The truth is always hard to accept. Butterfly Dance, who had just calmed down, almost fainted from anger. You must save these two children. I will do my best to protect them. After saying that, Butterfly Dance took out a yellowed booklet from her chest. This thing was left behind by a swordsman. She saved my husband and me from an ice-using ghost. But she died a few days later because she inhaled too many ice crystals. This book is what she realized after the battle. Regardless of success or failure, it can be considered as our family's way of thanking her. Zhengu took the booklet, which had the words "breath of ice" written on it, and sighed. I guess he had a sudden realization before he died, so he created this breathing method. 14. She then said to the butterfly couple. Then please find a place to hide temporarily. Your daughter and I will stay in the clinic tonight. I can concentrate on dealing with him. Chapter 15, Sharp Claw Ghost. I seem to have run into a tough guy. Around 2 a.m. Accompanied by the rustling sound of leaves in the wind. There was movement outside. He. It's actually a family clinic. I'm sure Doma-sama will like it. This ghost had no intention of sneaking in. After committing crimes for a long time, he has realized that there is no one in the town who can threaten him. Not to mention the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, even the monk who can perform the ritual of salvation may not be found. The ghost came to the candlelit room. The flames flickered, vaguely revealing the graceful figures of two young girls. Great! I really didn't make a mistake on the mountain. It has to be said that even if one becomes a ghost, certain LSP attributes engraved in the genes will not be erased. The recognition of beauty is universal throughout the ages, whether it is human or ghost. Noticing the noise outside, the two people in the room hugged each other. Sister, is there any strange noise outside? A childish voice sounded, a little trembling, and it seemed that the voice was frightened. Don't be afraid. There's no way there would be anyone outside at this hour, another voice consoled. They are really a pair of good sisters. It must sound nice when you cry then. Violent thoughts emerged involuntarily, and the ghost could no longer be controlled. He, there's no one, but there's a ghost. He could control the volume so that the two people in the house could hear it clearly, but the neighbors couldn't notice it. Ah! Sister! As Shinobu Koko screamed, the demon broke open the door with his claws. A ghost with red eyes and black hair appeared in front of the two sisters. This ghost has long sharp claws on the 5 fingers of its left hand, which are glowing purple. It is obvious that it is not a good person. The sharp claw demon was once a member of the Eternal Paradise cult, but was later spotted by Doma and transformed into a demon. He is mainly responsible for capturing women for Doma for his own enjoyment. The secondary task is to find the whereabouts of Blue Spider Lily, which is an order from Doma's boss. Normally, demons are not allowed to contact or communicate with each other, but Doma has Musen's instructions, so he is allowed to have subordinates as an exception. It's noisy. The claw demon stepped forward quickly, ready to use his poisoned claws to stop Shinobu Koko from shouting. Just as the sharp claws were about to pierce, a petite figure leaped down from the beam. It's Zhengu, she has been lying in ambush here for a long time. I'm afraid I can't let you have your wish. Water breathing form 2, water wheel. Relying on the advantage of falling from the sky, the water wheel used by Zhengu this time was faster and more lethal than before. The clawed ghost was careless for a moment and had his right arm cut off. Demon Slayer Corps? Why are you here? The claw ghost covered the smoking wound and looked at Zhengu in surprise. Seeing the familiar Demon Slayer Corps uniform and the iconic Nichiren sword, the claw demon recognized the identity of the visitor at a glance. Zhengu ignored the sharp-clawed ghost in front of her. She chose to let the two butterfly sisters retreat first. You guys go quickly, leave this to me. Okay. Be careful. Kane was still in shock, so she forced herself to be strong and ran out with her sister. The sharp claw ghost was being stared at closely by Zhengu and was unable to do anything to stop him. He could only watch helplessly as the duck he had caught flew away. Damn it! Damn you! How dare you let Lord Doma's food run away? The claw ghost's face was distorted and his sharp teeth were exposed. Doma? A guy I've never heard of. No one can save you. Zhengu was unmoved. He rushed forward and slashed at the claw ghost with his sword. Sonoras. sonorous. The blade of the Nicaran sword hit the claw demon's intact left hand, making a harsh sound. What a hard left hand! Zhengu's attack did not leave any scratch on his left hand. He. You didn't expect that. My left hand is extremely special. An ordinary blade can't leave a mark at all. No wonder this clawed ghost dared to act like this and broke directly into the main gate. It turned out that he had something to rely on. The man and the ghost fought hand to hand, and the fight lasted for more than 10 rounds. Zhengu had a slight advantage due to his physical advantage. Finally, the claw ghost exerted force instantly and shook Zhengu away in one fell swoop. Taking advantage of the gap when the opponent was bounced back, the claw ghost mobilized his own energy and the arm that was originally severed was instantly restored. Not good. The claw ghost just lost his right arm and his center of gravity is unstable. I still have the advantage, but now it's hard to say. Zhengu's worries were not unfounded. After recovering his arm, the claw ghost's strength had indeed greatly increased. After several fights, I can't say that I am slightly better, but at least I am not at a disadvantage. He. Do you think I'm some street fry? In order to complete my mission, I received a reward from that great master. A few drops of your adult's blood. Seeing that Zhengu couldn't do anything to him, the claw ghost became rampant and almost blurted out the forbidden name in his triumph. Humph, even if there are only a dozen drops, so what? Zhengu was dismissive of the arrogance of the sharp claw ghost. The power bestowed by others is ultimately just an illusion. Zhengu's remarks directly hit the claw demon's soft spot. For a moment, the claw ghost's dark face turned slightly red, and his resentment became heavier and heavier. How dare you look down on me? Do you know how much I have paid to become stronger? What do you talented guys know? The claw ghost went crazy, waving his left hand randomly, making a mess of the hut. Zhengu could only dodge repeatedly. Go to hell! The room was small, and the claw ghost seized the opportunity and stabbed one claw into the path that Zhengu had to take. Sure enough, it's still too much of a stretch to fight hard in a place like this. What? Zhengu's calmness in the face of danger made the claw ghost, who thought he had won, panic. Water breathing form 6, twisting vortex. A huge force came from Zhengu's weapon. The violent twisting produced a strong vortex, which turned into a sharp blade. Everything around seemed to be torn apart. A fierce offensive was coming. The claw ghost barely managed to stand firm, and the attack just now was also blocked by Hua. Just when he was glad that he had dodged this trick, he realized that he had thought it was too simple. With a loud bang, the house broke into pieces, and the originally small room suddenly turned into an empty flat ground. I will chop off your head, right here. Zhengu held the sword in both hands, placed it flat against his ears, and pointed the tip of the sword at the claw ghost, full of murderous intent. Only then did the claw ghost realize the seriousness of the problem. I think I've hit a tough spot. Please give me flowers. Free flowers for me. I will continue to write. If I don't write 10,000 words today, no one can sleep. Chapter 16. I'm waiting for my other half. What are you waiting for? Tough luck. Tough luck. The sharp claw ghost, who had always been successful, hit a wall this time. He cursed while dodging Zhengu's fierce attack. Today, Zhengu, with the guidance of Zhou Yi, has mastered the Chuan Zhong Chong Zhong. In the battle just now, he only displayed less than 60% of his strength. Although the force is not enough to break the defense of the claw ghost's left arm, the opponent is not a fool. The problem can be solved by chopping the neck, why bother breaking the defense? Zhengu's strengths are his agility and wind-like speed. Every attack he launches is deadly and all are aimed at the head. The claw ghost could only use his strong left hand to protect his head, as for other parts of his body, he couldn't take care of that. Damn it, so you talented people can do whatever you want, said the claw ghost angrily. I don't know how you came to that conclusion. A faint voice came from the claw ghost's right ear. On the right. He raised his left hand to block the blow, and the accelerated and powerful attack knocked him back several steps, splashing sparks. I never considered myself a gifted person. Zhengu thought of his junior fellow apprentice who had just joined the sect and added another sentence. At least in front of my fellow apprentice. This time the sound came from the left. Faster. The claw ghost didn't care about his numb arm, and used his right hand to support his left hand to block the fatal blow. This time, he was knocked out directly. Since he started to learn, my years of hard training have been easily surpassed by him. 1 day is equivalent to my 4 years of training. I never complained, I practiced harder, and asked for his advice humbly. 15. With his help, I've improved much faster. I am very lucky to have such a junior brother. And for a guy like you, it's better to die. Zhengu said this calmly and tilted his little head, looking extremely cute. The fight had been going on for a long time, and the sun was almost rising. Go to hell and repent. Water breathing form 10, flow of life. If you don't have enough strength, then use speed. If that's still not enough, then rely on rotation to accumulate strength. Everyone's situation is different, and the moves they perform are also different. In Zhengu's hands, this student circulates, paying more attention to the number of rotations to accumulate stronger power. He'll die. He'll definitely die with this blow. Hurry up. If you don't hurry up, I'm going to die. The claw ghost was unable to move at this moment and could only roar. In his suddenly shrinking pupils, Zhengu was moving around and getting closer and closer. I saw the knife was about to cut towards me. Give up on this idea, no one can save you. Zhengu had already arrived in front of him. As long as he chopped him down with this knife, the claw ghost would have no chance of survival. You are such a disgrace, my significant other. I just went out to do something, and you were forced to this point. How dare you say you want to become a lower ranking? Danger. It's really dangerous. Danger. A terrifying murderous intent came from beside me. If Zhengu insists on moving forward, she will probably be the first to lose her head. Water breathing form 3, flowing dance. There was no other choice, so Shinkomo had to change his tactics and use the Sankata Ryuryuhu to create some distance. However, in order to break through the claw ghost's hard left arm, the power of the Sheng Sheng flow was deliberately increased this time. As a result, after changing his moves, Zhengu himself received a lot of damage. Ahem. Who are you? Zhengu felt a sweet taste in her throat and blood flowed out of her mouth, choking her and making her cough repeatedly. Me? Of course it's the claw ghost. To be precise, it's the other half of the claw ghost. Don't you find it strange? Why does he only have claws on his left hand? Because my other half is here. One ghost, twins. The claw ghost had a dual personality, one personality was extremely jealous and the other was extremely cruel. After becoming a demon, the blood demon arts mastered are divided into two. Normally, it can transform into two ghosts and act separately. Once it encounters a strong enemy, it can merge into one stronger ghost. Hey, you're too slow. I called you over a long time ago. The left-handed claw ghost lying on the ground let out a long sigh of relief, the fear on his face disappeared, and the corners of his mouth rose again. In his opinion, the danger was over. As long as they join forces, wouldn't it be easy to capture the little girl in front of them? I'm here at full speed. I heard there's a pillar-level guy on the road, so I took a detour on purpose. What do you have to complain about? I'm here. Only then did Zhengu see clearly who was the sneak attacker. His right hand was covered with sharp claws, almost identical to the one he had just dealt with. The only difference is the distribution of the claws on the arms. The right hand is better than the left hand, so this right-handed claw ghost is stronger. Quick, let's combine together to take care of her. This guy let go of the tribute to Doma-sama. If the right-hand claw ghost hadn't launched a sneak attack, he would never have been a match for Zhengu. After hearing from the other half that this guy had let go of the tribute, he stopped laughing and his expression gradually became solemn, as if he had thought of something horrible. It's getting late. Let's get rid of her. And then we can go find new tributes. It is good. Blood Demon Art, 2-in-1. I saw the two sharp-clawed ghosts merge together and in the blink of an eye they became a new evil ghost. Both hands were covered with sharp claws, and the skin was still as dark as before. More importantly, there were words written in his eyes. The left side is the waning moon, and the right side is 5. However, there are 2 black lines on it, which means that the complete claw demon in front of him is the former lower moon 5. See? The symbol in my eyes. This used to be a symbol of my strength. But a guy named Tired took it away. I hate you talented guys. The fully formed claw demon was very resistant to the current form. Especially when Shinkomo observed the lower string mark in his eyes. Stop talking nonsense with her and take action quickly. The tone of the complete claw ghost suddenly changed and became more violent. It seems that they still have their own consciousness. Even at this time, Zhengu still did not give up and collected information about the opponent. It's useless. Die. The complete claw ghost sneered at the little girl in front of him. How could he, as the former lower half of the celestial being, lose to her? Wait. Zhengu suddenly interrupted the opponent's attack, and his whole body relaxed, without any guard at all. Wait. Want to stall for your time? Haha, I was just waiting for my significant other to arrive? And what are you waiting for? The complete claw ghost let out a cruel smile, and kept rubbing the sharp blade in his right hand, looking impatient. Of course she's waiting for me. A male voice came from mid-air. After that, a man with a long knife on his back appeared from the side. When Zhengu saw this, he threw himself into the other's arms. You're here. There is one more update. Woohoo, please give me more flowers. If you get more than 2,500 flowers, I will give you another update. Chapter 17 Breath of Ice. I'm sorry, senior sister. I encountered a few kittens and puppies on the road, and I killed them. It took me a while. Zhouyi is now 1.7 meters tall, and the Zhengu just reaches his chest. He gently wiped the dirt off the other person's face. The fully formed claw ghost stood there blankly, his body covered in cold sweat. He had not noticed Zhouyi's presence at all. If the other party had not shown up on his own initiative, he would probably not have survived the sun this morning. Sister. On the way. A guess came into his mind. You are the one who killed people all the way. You are the junior fellow this guy mentioned. Oh, you mean the demon slayer who came from Hakujo Island? That should be me. But I'm not a pillar yet. I'll probably be one after the meeting. Besides, who else but me would dare to hug my senior sister like this? He looked calm and composed, as if everything was going smoothly naturally. Snapped. Zhengu slapped his chest in annoyance. You are awesome. After hearing this reply, the complete claw ghost almost cried. Why am I so unlucky? We took a detour on purpose, but we still met. What a sin this is. A monster who can train for 4 years in one day, and he is still a pillar. What should we do? Why don't we just fight it out? Anyway, I can't stand these arrogant guys. Can you use some brains? This guy is at least a pillar. What should we do? We're going to die anyway, so we might as well find someone to take the blame for us. Just as the claw ghost was arguing, Zhengu spoke. Leave this guy to me. Junior brother, you hold the line for me. Okay, senior sister. After hearing the conversation between this couple, the complete claw ghost knew that his chance had come. No. I'll be at a disadvantage this way. Either kill me directly. If you want this little girl to fight me alone, she must agree to one condition of mine. When it comes to having no bottom line, you can always trust ghosts. They are constantly breaking the bottom line. Even Zhou Yi, who had seen countless movies, was stunned. This guy is like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Since you're going to die anyway, you might as well seize this opportunity and raise the price. Zhou Yi did not refuse directly, but asked with interest, "Tell me what you think. If it is not too much, I can agree to it. If I win, you must let me live. Of course, I won't kill your senior sister." Fortunately, the claw ghost was sitting on the ground, with an attitude of "If you don't agree to me, I will die in front of you." "Okay. Let's do it." Zhou Yi agreed without even frowning. He believed in his senior sister 1000%. Since she dared to bring it up, she must have full confidence. Zhengu didn't act pretentiously. He walked forward directly, changing his joy in front of his junior brother and returning to his indifference. "One move, I will defeat you with one move." 16. So crazy. The fully formed claw ghost had never seen such a crazy guy. "Humph, if you want to defeat me, I'm afraid you still have a chance. But if you say you can defeat me with one move, then you are really overthinking it. Bring it on." The complete claw ghost was seen in a stance, with his two hands glowing with metallic color, sharp blades interlaced, the center of his body slightly sunken, ready for all-round defense. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. After the fusion, my body strength is several times stronger than before. You can't do anything to me with the moves you just used." Perhaps he felt that he had gotten a great advantage. This time the complete form of the sharp claw ghost actually spoke out to remind Zhengu. "Thank you. I will make your death very pleasant." He received a light reply. "Damn it. Why are young people nowadays like this? They are not as calm as I was back then." The complete claw ghost hit a snag and looked indignant. "Forget it, as long as we can defend against this move, we can leave. Then report this matter to Lord Doma and let him deal with these two guys." In his opinion, defeating him with just one move was simply a pipe dream. "If you can kill me in one move. If you can kill me, the former upper 5, in one move. I will bask in the sun in front of you." No sooner said than done. Zhengu sheathed his sword, took a deep breath, and prepared his moves. It was getting late and the sun was about to come out. The other party also noticed this. "Hey, you bastard! You don't want to delay time until the sun comes out." The complete claw ghost just opened his mouth when he felt Zhou Yi glanced at him coldly, so he immediately changed his words. "I'm not that mean. Ice breathing form 1, snow and moonflower." I saw a breath of cold air coming out of Zhengu's mouth. He bent down, stroked the scabbard with his left hand, and held the hilt with his right hand. He took a quick step forward, and in the blink of an eye, the sun wheel sword slashed towards the complete claw demon with a bone-chilling chill. At the same time, there are also flowers that have condensed into snow and moon flowers. Breath of ice? Zhou Yi was a little surprised. Where did senior sister learn this trick from? People watching from the sidelines feel relaxed and comfortable, but the ghost facing this trick is not so relaxed. The complete claw ghost only felt that the snow and moon flowers around him had a huge oppression, and each flower seemed to be the swordsman himself wielding the sword skills. Watch out for those snowflakes. There's something weird. Of course I know. These people just like to do some fancy moves to show off their superiority. The fully formed claw ghost used his sharp blade to attack both sides, and it took a lot of effort to finally cut off all the snowflakes. He shouted to them breathlessly. Hey, we've stopped them. You should let me go as promised. If you block it, you can leave naturally. But can you move now? What? When the complete claw ghost heard Zhou Yi's words, he felt a chill all over his body. I tried to lift my legs and run, but my lower body suddenly lost its instinct. What happened? What's wrong with my body? Looking at the panicked evil spirit, Zhenggu said calmly. The real killer move is the snowflakes you cut off. That's right, although Sui Yihua seems to be hurting the enemy with the sword, she is actually hiding a killing move. What is truly deadly is the snow that is shattered by the opponent. These snowflakes are extremely cold and will quickly attach to the body after breaking into pieces. Take away heat quickly. It will end up being a big ice cube. After saying this, the body of the complete claw ghost gradually froze, and it turned into an ice sculpture while struggling. How could this happen? Clearly, we were just a little bit away. The sun was magical as usual, and its scorching rays pierced through the evil spirit's frozen body. Ice and fire, this is a pleasant way to die. Senior sister, this move is so cool. Hey, you want to learn? I'll teach you. No, I already know how to do it. After saying that, Zhou Yi also sensed a hint of danger and ran towards the town. Sure enough, the angry and humiliated Zhenggu chased after him relentlessly. With the rising sun, the two of them completed their mission in excess. 10,000 chapters completed. Sprinkle flowers. Sprinkle flowers. Chapter 18 New Goals. The noise in the early morning is too loud. A group of people had already gathered in front of the clinic. Looking at the situation, the ghost was most likely beaten back. A peddler, carrying today's stall goods, pointed at the ruins. Fortunately, Madame Butterfly informed us in advance. Yet, my man always likes to join in the fun. If he encountered something like this, he would have run away a long time ago. Everyone has nothing to do, so why not help move these things away? I don't know who shouted, but I got a response soon. It is good. Count me in. The doctor didn't charge me for treating me last time, so count me in too. The vendors mixed in the crowd, seeing that the situation was not good, immediately put on the grease and prepared to run away. I just got a batch of good stuff from outside. Why would I waste time here? Thinking of this, he quietly retreated back. Little did I know that there was someone behind me. Ouch, who is so wicked as to have to bump into me? The peddler felt as if he had hit a wall, his head was in a mess, and he shouted out subconsciously. Everything was scattered all over the floor. Sorry, I think I bumped into you. Zhou Yi touched his head awkwardly. His senior sister was chasing him closely, so he was careless and didn't dodge. The peddler was not willing to give up and had another attack as soon as he recovered. You can do whatever you want. It's me who was blind and blocked your way. The vendor saw clearly the long sword behind Zhou Yi, and his originally unscrupulous mouth became particularly reserved. Zhou Yi helped him clean up the scattered goods. I happened to see a familiar hair accessory. Isn't this the hair ornament on the stigma in the comics? There is also a small printed headband on the edge of this hair accessory. Zhou Yi somehow picked up the headband and hair accessories. Boss, how much do you sell these two items for? The vendor didn't dare to shout out the price. He hesitated for a long time before blurting out. Or, you can give it to me as you see fit. Zhou Yi casually took out a small piece of gold and put it in the other person's hand. I'm in a hurry, you take it first. After saying that, he walked in the opposite direction. The peddler stared at the gold in his hand in amazement, somewhat unbelievably, and took a bite. It's soft in texture, it must be gold. I didn't expect to meet such a sucker in a place like this. Did I buy too little? While he was in a daze, a voice came from the crowd behind him. Kotaro. Why don't you come and help? The peddler's plan to escape failed, and he could only respond helplessly. Coming. Two flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. After Zhou Yi turned back, he caught up with his senior sister and hugged her. Sister, don't move. I have something for you. Humph, no matter what you give me, it's useless. I'm going to teach you a lesson today on behalf of my master. Let me show you what the pressure from my senior sister is like. As we all know, no one can escape the law of true fragrance, and the same is true for real rice. The printed headband that holds the hair in the mirror looks great. I saw your hair has grown longer, so I picked a nice one for you. It's pretty good, isn't it? Humph, you still have some conscience. I'll let you go this time. Come on, let's go thank Madame Butterfly for her help. Is there really a family called Butterfly in this place? Could it be that Shinobu Koko and Kane Koko are here? Thank you for your help, especially the training book. The moves in it are very powerful. Zhengu expressed her gratitude to Butterfly Dance. She sat side by side with Zhou Yi, and opposite her was the Butterfly family. Among them are two little butterfly sisters. I'm glad I could help. It's better for this thing to be in your hands than to rot in mine. She should think so too. Madame Butterfly reminisced about her old friend again. 17. Her husband at the side advised, Wu, be happy, this will mean she has someone to carry on her legacy. The couple has a very good relationship, which makes their two daughters seem a bit redundant. Taking this opportunity, Shinobu Koko, who was very interested in exterminating demons, asked about the details. Is that ghost powerful? How did you defeat him? Is this guy your junior fellow apprentice? He's quite good looking. Would you consider taking me as your apprentice? I'm very talented. I'm good at climbing walls and trees. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. Shinobu Koko finally revealed her true colors. She also wants to be a demon slayer. Shinobu. What are you talking about? Kane quickly grabbed her noisy sister. How can a weak girl like you do something like exterminating demons? Sister Shinkomo can do it. Why can't I? Shinobu Koko struggled in her sister's arms and retorted unconvinced. He also looked to his parents for help. It's useless. Even mother won't help you. Kane confidently poured a basin of cold water on her sister. Well then, Shinobu, just follow Ms. Makomo and join the Demon Slayer Corps. Well, that's what I was saying. Why is mother, Mother? What are you talking about? Killing demons is so dangerous. Even Kane, who is usually calm, lost her composure and became a little emotional. Kane, our family is only able to survive because of the help of the Demon Slayer Corps. There's no reason for us to stop Shinobu, right? Even Dr. Butterfly beside him nodded in agreement. Yet, mother is so open-minded. She's not like some old stubborn people, lol. Shinobu Koko took the opportunity to untie her sister, escaped from the embrace that all men longed for, and fled to Shinkomo's side. He also stuck out his tongue at Kane. There was a smug look on his face, as if his plan had succeeded. Hey, sister, just stay home and relax. Once I learn some real skills, I can protect you in the future. They are truly a pair of loving sisters. Zhou Yi just sat there silently, with no intention of expressing his opinion at all. Then sort out the gains of the past few days in my mind. System, how many redemption points have I earned recently? The host has recently obtained a total of 5,000 exchange points. One lower string, plus he saved a lot of people, it's almost the same. No, in fact, it is far from 5,000 exchange points. But due to the intervention of the host, the exchange points came to 5,000 after saving the Butterfly sisters' parents. I see. Zhou Yi looked at the progress on his inheritance panel. Because his swordsmanship had improved, it had reached 30%. If you put everything in, it's only 5%. Aren't there any tasks that are large and filling? It would be nice to unlock a new inheritance. Your system is too low. When the first heroic spirit inheritance reaches 50%, a new inheritance will be added. Fuck, what I just said was wrong, the system is really advanced. Let's set a small goal first. Bring Sasaki Kojiro's inheritance progress down to 50%. Chapter 19, Butterfly Sisters with different paths and the same destination. The town's exit. So, why did both of you end up joining the Demon Slayer Corps? Joyi looked at Kane Koko and Shinobu Koko, who were carrying their luggage in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh at the corrective effect of inhibition. Since Shinobu wants to join the Demon Slayer Corps, I can't just leave her alone. Who made me her sister? Please give me your guidance. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Koko Kane. Then, Koko Kane gave Joyi a sweet smile. Quick! Take us to learn the art of exterminating demons. I can't wait. Shinobu Koko was still as impatient as ever. The whole incident of being attacked by a ghost last night had no negative impact on her at all. Instead, it increased her competitive spirit. If I encounter a situation like last night again, I will never run again. What a simple child. Unlike the original novel, the parents are not dead and the sister is still alive. Now Shinobu Koko is still an innocent child. Yes, yes, yes. Joyi said perfunctorily and ignored him. Turning to look at Chini, he took out a light pink hairpin from his bosom and said, "This is our first meeting, so I don't have anything special to give you. I just bought this hairpin and I'll give it to you." For me? Kane's face suddenly turned red, and she hesitated for a long time. This hairpin is the same style as the one on her sister's head. Although she likes it very much, she only bought the style on her sister's head because she was short of money. She had been thinking about it for a long time, but she never expected that it would be delivered to her in this form. Do you think it doesn't look good? Then forget it. When Joyi saw that Kane didn't accept it, he thought that she disliked the hairpin because it was too ugly, so he prepared to take it back. No. No. I just think it's too expensive, and this is the first time someone has given me something. Kane's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Nothing. The vendor saw that I was kind and didn't charge me much. Hey, let me bring it to you. After saying that, Joyi walked around behind Kane and skillfully helped her put it on. I have practiced this specially in order to help my senior sister with her hair in the future. How is it? Not bad, right? Looking at herself in the mirror, Kane blushed and nodded, saying, "It looks great, thank you." Shinobu Koko next to her suddenly got furious. "You actually bullied my sister. I will fight you." After saying that, she waved her fist, wanting to hit Joyi. But he was held tightly by the shy Kane. "Sister! Don't stop me. I'm going to let him know how powerful I am today. Don't embarrass yourself, he didn't bully me. You still say no? You're already like this. No, I must vent your anger for you." The two sisters next to them were still fighting, and Joyi dodged and retreated to Zhengu's side. "I haven't seen you for a few days. It seems like you are more popular with girls. Girls even give you gifts." Zhengu was quite interested and looked at his junior fellow apprentice carefully. "No way, I learned all of that to please my senior sister. I even bought the hairpin when I bought the headband." Joyi easily resolved the trap in Zhengu's words. "Humph. Let's go," Zhengu said coquettishly and pulled his hand, indicating that she accepted what he said. Makomo doesn't take Kane seriously. She is only 12 years old, and his junior brother won't like her. But is there a possibility that Joyi, who is 12 meters tall, is only years old, and Kane is not fighting alone? Maybe she has a younger sister? The group of four spent some time visiting the two nearest trainers. Please ask them to teach the two sisters skills. Next day, Joyi and the other person finally returned to ZONGMAN Mountain and prepared to rest for a while. But as soon as he reached the door, he saw a member of the hidden force waiting outside. "Are you here to see the master?" Joyi was not clear about Zhengu's doubts. The two walked forward with doubts. "You two, My name is Kondo. I'm a member of the Hidden Force, and I've been waiting for you for a long time. Kondo bowed very respectfully, and then began to explain the purpose of his visit. Mr. Urokotaki is out looking for a suitable disciple, and before he left he asked me to give you this letter. Then, there is one more important thing. The Lord asks you two to go to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. There is something important to announce. The masked Kondo finished his speech very quickly, and then disappeared without a trace, only shouting from a distance, "Call me after you finish reading." Ah! I finally finished quickly. Mr. Urokodaka told me to run away before the letter is opened. Why on earth did that happen? A letter personally written by Joyi. That's what it said on the envelope. What's the matter? Can't we talk about it face to face? Why be so formal? Zhengu was a little unhappy. She still wanted to meet her master. It's probably something that is difficult to say face to face. Joyi put forward his own guess. Zhengu opened the letter and read it carefully. By the time you see this letter, I will have already gone to find a new disciple. You two are my most proud disciples, especially Joyi. Then, the key point comes. From now on, you two will not live here anymore. I am an older single person and I don't like to eat dog food. Find yourself a place to live. Joyi, I'll leave Zhengu to you. You must treat her well in the future. The surroundings fell into dead silence. Even the air seemed to freeze. This is not something that can be said face to face. He is trying to chase people away and also try to arrange marriages for them. No wonder he wrote a letter to explain. Master, who looks so serious, actually said such words. It's really unexpected. Joyi was not surprised and accepted it naturally. As for her senior sister? How could I get away after taking his things? How naive. Click. 18. Something seems to be broken. The letter paper in Zhengu's hand was frozen into thin flakes and then crushed into pieces by her. I say. Junior brother, what do you think? How about we build a small house nearby to live in? These words were spoken almost with gritted teeth, and the tone was particularly low, causing Joyi to tremble all over. I say. Senior sister, that's a good idea. Damn it, how could I not do that at this time? Very good, we will start building the house as soon as we return from headquarters. Zhengu clapped his hands, and a smile appeared on his originally frosty face again. Joyi glanced at the bushes a few dozen meters away and said silently in his heart. Master, you're on your own. Urokodaka Seikanji was hiding in the bushes, secretly observing his two disciples. Am I going too far by doing this? Forget it, I can't care so much. It's better to drive him out, but Zhengu has lived here for so many years, it's inevitable that I will feel reluctant to leave. Today is also the day for 2,500 new chapters, please give me some flowers. If it exceeds, there will be more new chapters. Chapter 20, Icicles? Please allow me to refuse. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. A place that is always full of mystery. To get here, you need a hidden member to lead the way. Blindfold yourself and be carried back and forth by the hidden members until they are sure that you have lost your sense of direction, and then they will set foot on the right path. For nearly 100 years, the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps has never been discovered by demons, thanks to this cumbersome operation. We're here, you two can come down now. Kondo carefully removed Joyi's blindfold. After a simple thank you, Kondo and another female member left. The Lord is in the house. This is what Kondo said before leaving. It always feels unreal. Zhengu looked at the scattered buildings around him and subconsciously patted his face. It hurts. It's actually true. I can actually come here. Zhengu, who is usually very calm, could not contain his joy at this moment. Master always said that only the best swordsmen are qualified to come here. I thought I was not qualified. Boom. Zhou Yi talked about the little head of Zhengu. You were able to kill the previous lower rank alone, so can't you be considered an excellent swordsman? Don't underestimate yourself. Come on, come into the house with me. Zhengu stuck out his tongue and finally accepted the reality that he had become stronger. I have already become so strong without knowing it. Thank you, junior brother. Without you, I would never have become stronger so quickly. Zhengu's voice was so light that Zhou Yi, who was walking in front, did not notice it. The two walked through the corridor and arrived at their destination. Here, someone is already waiting. A muscular but blind man with Buddhist beads hanging on his body, looking like a monk. A man dressed in gorgeous clothes, wearing a diamond-embedded forehead protector, dressed like a ninja. The last person was a little more normal, with long golden hair with fiery red patterns at the ends, and a fiery passion revealed between his brows. They are Rock Pillar Gyume Hiramashi, Sound Pillar Uzui Tenjin, and Flame Pillar Rengoku Makijuro. Zhou Yi knew these three, but he could only pretend that they were strangers. He is just a GUI-level swordsman, but he dared to arrive at the end in such a grand manner. It's really inappropriate. You two should just commit suicide in a splendid way. As soon as she opened her mouth, she became an elegant lady. The Sound Pillar, Tenjin Uzui, one of the last ninjas. The other two had already heard of Zhou Yi's existence and had a good impression of him, so they didn't say anything. Everyone is here, let's get started. The friendly voice coming from behind the closed shoji door immediately eased the situation. The shoji door opened, revealing a young man who looked to be in his early 14 years old. Unlike a few days ago, there were now some brown lines on his face. The curse still did not spare the people of the Yubayashiki family and began to take effect. My lord. Yubayashiki Yoya continued. The Book of Changes came from the Celestial Empire. From now on, we don't have to perform the ritual of kneeling and bowing. Everyone, relax. Yubayashiki Yoya's words seemed to have a special magical power, and Zhou Yi immediately had a good impression of him. Makomo and Zhou Yi, welcome to the Demon Slayer core family. Mr. Kotaka praised you highly in his letter. As expected, you have lived up to expectations and achieved great success in just a few days. Makomo defeated the previous Lower Moon 5 and even learned ice breathing. This record really scared the three people nearby. The Demon Slayer Corps has indeed killed many Lower Moons over the years. But this little girl in front of me has only joined the Demon Slayer Corps for less than half a month. They asked themselves honestly that they did not have such strength just after starting out. Amitabha, the young are really to be feared. After saying this, Bai Minjiu Xingming's eyes were already filled with tears. It turns out you do have some strength. I want to take back what I just said. It's better for you to be alive. Uzui Tenjin said bluntly. Our team is growing stronger and stronger. Rengoku Makijuro said with some emotion. Yubayashiki Yoya was also very happy, and smiled and said, in view of Makomo's age and strength, I have decided to promote her to the Ice Pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. What do you think? No comment. Gorgeous consent. Of course. All agreed without a doubt. Am I a pillar? There has been quite a lot of excitement about Real Rice recently. First, he was driven out of the house by his master, then he came to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps that he had been longing for, and then he became the icicle of the Demon Slayer Corps. In the blink of an eye, he went from a small GUI-level swordsman to a mainstay, and Zhengu was a little dazed. Let me calm down, for a moment. My lord, what you mean is... I have become an icicle. Shinkomo asked tentatively. Don't be nervous. That's normal. You have to believe in yourself. Yubayashiki Kazuya said with a smile. Just his words were enough to calm Shinkomo down. Just become an icicle magnificently. Uzui Tenjin also encouraged. The two pillars beside him also nodded in agreement. Call. Zhengu took a deep breath and gave a surprising response. I'm sorry, but I refuse. I think my junior fellow apprentice should be the pillar. Uzui Tenjin? What's wrong with this little girl? She doesn't want the icicle. And the guy next to him? He's such a gigolo. Even though he's handsome, this shouldn't happen. Tenjin Uzui didn't pay any attention to the situation of his two colleagues beside him. The flame pillar and the rock pillar thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The number of flowers suddenly exploded, reaching 3,000 plus. I will update today. If it reaches 5,000, I will update again. If you have the ability, please vote. I won't sleep until I finish. Hum hum. Chapter 21, They were unlucky and were killed by me. Today, the sound column will speak up for justice and educate the younger generation. The title of Pillar is something that a member of the Demon Slayer Corps should be proud of. How can you refuse just because of some personal feelings? As a man with 3 wives, he could tell at a glance that the two had a close relationship. Uzui Tenjin directly called out Joyi, the one next to Jengu. Yes. Don't look anymore, it's you. Me. Joyi looked at Uzui Tenjin in surprise, not knowing why the other party was so angry. Jengu rejected his lord's proposal, most likely there was some misunderstanding. It would be better if we explain it clearly later. That's right, it's you. Tianyuan, don't be impatient, just listen to me. Yabayashiki Yoya stopped the reckless Uzui Tenjin. Yes, my lord. Puff. Seeing the Yinzu suddenly behaved well, Joyi couldn't help but laughed out loud. Why are you laughing? No, I'm not laughing. And you said you weren't smiling, but the corners of your mouth are almost curled up to the sky. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. Can you imagine an extremely narcissistic and arrogant guy suddenly turning into a docile little kitten? According to Zhui, this is what the universe and heaven are like. Okay, Joyi, Tianyuan is just speaking his mind, don't take it to heart. Yabayashiki Yoya vaguely realized the reason why Joyi laughed, and explained for him helplessly. Of course I understand that a good swordsman can judge the character of another with just one glance. 19. Of course, using 2 swords is no exception. Joyi added a perfect sentence. Humph, even if you praise me, it won't change my opinion of you. Let me hear what my lord says first. Uzui Tenjin turned his proud head away and snorted coldly. The farce was settled, and Yabayashiki Yoya spoke again. It's my fault for talking about this. The reason why I talked about Jengu's promotion first is because the things I said later are more shocking. Isn't the real thing shocking enough? Uzui Tenjin glanced at Joyi furtively a few times. Could it be that this guy also has such strength? Or even stronger? Uzui Tenjin immediately ruled out this idea. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. On the contrary, the other 2 pillars on the side were more confident in their judgment. You don't have to refuse so quickly, why don't you listen to what I have to say next? Ah. Joyi, 12 years old this year, became a disciple of Mr. Yuro Kotaka half a month ago, and he successfully graduated in just 1 day. Humph, who knows how well he's learned. Even Mr. Yuro Kodaka can make mistakes sometimes. This is Uzui Tenjin's last stubbornness. During the final selection, hundreds of ghosts were killed, and the hand ghost that had been lurking for a long time was also eliminated. This ghost ate about 40 people. When he said this, Yabayashiki Yoya was obviously a little disappointed. It turns out it's this guy. Uzui Tenjin also heard about this. The flame pillar even put down his task at hand. Even the rock pillar came to help and captured many weak demons to make up the number. Okay, I admit that you have some strength, and I was indeed a little arbitrary. Sorry. Yinzu's attitude took a 180-degree turn. After all, he was just standing up for Jengu. Who knew that this talented man and beautiful woman were a perfect match? It's not shameful to admit your mistake. What's more, before this, he admired the swordsman who killed Chuan Tengzishan. "Thank you for your courtesy, senior. You are just impatient." Zhou Yi did not delve into the matter. A few days ago, the crow sent a message that Zhou Yi killed a lower-ranked demon on his way to Hakujo Island, and then killed another lower-ranked demon on his way to support Makoto. What the hell? Are all young people nowadays so cruel? Even though they were mentally prepared, Bai Minjiu Xingmei and Rengoku Makijiro were a little confused. In one mission, 2 lower-level demons were killed in one round trip? If I let you go out a few more times, won't all the 12 ghost months be ruined? This is somewhat sensational. My lord, is this news reliable? Uzui Tenjin hesitated for a long time, and finally made a decision that went against his ancestors. Confirm the authenticity of this matter with the lord. There are indeed some minor details where I was wrong. Yabayashiki Yoya thought about it carefully and found some problems. That's what I told you. Even the smallest details are crucial. I killed 10 other demons along the way, but they are really not worth mentioning compared to the lower-ranked demons, so I subconsciously omitted them and neglected them. Okay? Then there is no problem. Haha, I didn't expect you to be not only handsome, but also very capable. Uzui Tenjin almost came up to Zhou Yi, grabbed his shoulder and said, I knew you were a good guy the first time I saw you. It's no big deal. I just happened to come across it and killed it. Zhou Yi was still as humble as ever. Listen, is this what a person should say? The corners of Uzui Tenjin's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to do. I admit, in some ways, you are more gorgeous. Amitabha, the fate of those 2 ghosts is indeed somewhat tragic. Great. I can feel your passion. After a while, Yabayashiki Yoshiya announced the final decision. It seems that everyone agrees with you. I declare that Zhou Yi will be promoted to the water pillar. I believe everyone will have no objection. It suits you very well. It suits you very well. He is a disciple of the former water pillar, Mr. Urokadaki, and has such superb strength. There was no objection, all agreed. Yabayashiki Yoil looked at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, do you have any opinions? It's my honor. Zhou Yi replied calmly. Then he looked at the wild rice next to him. Hakusei Shinkomi, are you still going to refuse? Thank you for your kindness, I will do my best to accept it. Zhengu was a little excited. A misunderstanding was thus cleared up. The promotion issue has been resolved. Next, we will formally hold the pillar meeting. In the codeword, there are still 4K. Chapter 22, in need of experts? I think I found some talented ones. Only the Demon Slayer Core Lord and Swordsman who have reached the level of the pillars can participate in the pillar meeting. Responsible for discussing and formulating future plans for the Demon Slayer Corps. Makoto and Zhou Yi have just been promoted, so they can sit in first. If you have any good ideas, you can bring them up. Yabayashiki Yoya was very considerate and helped make arrangements for the 2 newly promoted pillars. Zhengu and Zhou Yi had no objection. The main discussion was about the lack of high-end combat power in the Demon Slayer Corps. Although the joining of Zhengu and Zhou Yi seems to have temporarily solved the urgent problem, I still think we should focus on discussing this matter. The Lord's words were immediately agreed by the 3 pillars. In recent years, many good seedlings have been defeated by the Hand Ghost. So much so that our Demon Slayer Corps only had 3 pillars before this, which is the weakest in history. Makijiro was the first to speak. As the founding members of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Rengoku family had almost all of the flame pillars coming from their family, so they had the most say in this matter. We have to think of a way. This problem is very serious. Most of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are orphans or have grudges against demons. The source is too single. Everyone fell into deep thought, looking for a solution, and even Zhengu was racking his brains to find an answer. Zhou Yi's expression was a little strange. No high-end combat power? I have just brought here the future snake columns, style columns, and worm edens. Will it take off directly in a few years? Yabayashiki Yoya was very perceptive and immediately understood that Zhou Yi had something to say. Zhou Yi, you seem to have something in mind, but you can say it. It's not that sound pillar Uzui Tenjin doesn't give face to the new water pillar, but he really wants to persuade this young man. Look at the people around you. You want to speak too. There are only a few people here, and you, a 12-year-old kid, want to speak. Can you make a high-quality speech? You don't have the ability. You know. Just as he was about to explode, he was stopped by the calm and steady flame pillar beside him. Listen first, don't be impatient. This prevented the sound column from going further down the clown's path. Speaking of high-end combat power, it will be there soon. What Zhou Yi said was very obscure, which aroused everyone's interest. What do you mean? Yabayashiki Yoya's predictive ability does not work all the time. It only works when something big happens. I found a very talented child when I was on Hakujo Island. Give him a few years and he'll at least be a pillar. That's right, Iguro Obana is the future snake pillar. Well, you did the right thing. A team member with the potential to become a pillar is indeed very important to us. Yabayashiki Yoya's brows relaxed slightly. But one won't be enough. Faced with his lord's concerns, Zhou Yi pushed Zhengu beside him, hinting her to say something. What did you say? It's the Butterfly Sisters. With just a glance, the two completed the communication. My lord, we rescued 2 little girls in Butterfly Town. They are also very talented, at least not inferior to me. As soon as Zhengu said this, everyone except the pair of fellow disciples gasped. Not inferior to the real rice? Wouldn't that mean there are 2 more pillars? Where did you 2 get such lucky stars? I picked up 3 such promising children during a long trip. Is that enough? Zhengu asked tentatively, somewhat uncertainly. Enough, enough. Uzui Tenjin nodded subconsciously. He looked at the flame pillar beside him with gratitude, his eyes full of gratitude. Uncle. You are really reliable. It is me who has no strength. There are already 5 pillars present, including the sound pillar, and 3 of them are under 14 years old. However, Rock Pillar is young and strong, and is far from reaching the peak of his physical fitness. As for the Flame Pillar Rengoku Makijiro, although he is old, you can always trust the Rengoku family's heritage. Rengoku Makijiro has 2 children, one of whom is called Rengoku Kyojuro, who is very talented and only 11 years old. If nothing goes wrong, this generation of the Demon Slayer Corps will have at least 8 pillars. Makijiro could hardly contain his excitement. Less. Still too conservative. You've at least brought down the future Wind Pillar, Love Pillar, and Mist Pillar. Not to mention Tomioka Jiyu and Sanasagi. Zhou Yi could only keep these words in his heart. It seems that due to Zhou Yi's existence, not counting his own strength, the Demon Slayer Corps' strength on paper has at least increased by 50%. Now, Yabayashiki Yoya is even more convinced that Zhou Yi is the one who will end the 1000-year destiny of the Demon Slayer Corps. 20. I have another good news for you all. The fate between the Demon Slayer Corps and Muzan Kibutsuji will be resolved in our generation. Everyone was excited to hear this. Muzan Kibutsuji, the source of all demons and the lord of all demons. The Demon Slayer Corps has been fighting against demons for thousands of years and has always been at a disadvantage. He had never even seen the appearance of Muzan Kibutsuji, but only knew the name of this taboo. Bai Minjiu's Xingming clenched his fists, making bursts of noise. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Makijiro suddenly thought of something horrible and a look of fear appeared on his face. Zhou Yi saw it and understood that the other party had already read the ancestral letter of the Purgatory family. Thinking of this, he decided to give the other party a proper reminder. Muzan Kibutsuji is not invincible. On the contrary, this guy is a coward. The Zuhi meeting ended quickly, and the few people said goodbye and left one after another. Hey! Water pillar. I'll let my Kyojuro meet you when I get a chance, and learn from you. Joyi naturally agreed to Makaijuro's request. Who could refuse his young brother? By the way, he also made his own request. If possible, I would like to experience the wonders of Breath of Fire. It's really slow to get redemption points by killing ghosts. It is faster to observe, steal and learn other people's moves. The ice breathing that Gengu had just learned might have originated from water breathing, so his progress in the inheritance of the heroic spirit did not increase at all. No problem. Leave it to me. I'll stay for one night, and you can come find me tomorrow. Makijuro agreed without any hesitation and left in a cool manner. As for the sound pillar and the rock pillar, Joyi did not let them go and made an appointment to have a discussion with them tomorrow. Breathing of sound originates from breathing of thunder, and breathing of rock is one of the 5 basic breathing methods, which can be used to unlock inheritance progress. Finally, when Joyi and Gengu were about to leave, the Lord asked them to stay. Chapter 23, Searching for Tamayo's Whereabouts. It's a bit presumptuous, but after consideration, I decided to keep you. Yubayashiki Yoya's voice is as beautiful as always. Joyi and Gengu both said they didn't mind. I came to you this time to find out what you think about ghosts. What is your opinion on ghosts? Should all ghosts be eliminated? Gengu said without hesitation, of course, we will kill them all. The temperature around him dropped suddenly. Ever since he learned ice breathing, Gengu's strength has become stronger and stronger. A reasonable answer. Yubayashiki Yoya looked at Joyi, hoping to hear his thoughts. Maybe there are some kind-hearted ghosts, and I will choose to let them go, but there are so few of them, you could say they are rare. As soon as he heard this beginning, Gengu understood what Joyi meant. She was extremely anxious. If her lord had not been present, she would have taken action directly. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps is asking you what you think about demons. How can you, a silly kid, say something like letting demons go? But what happened next was beyond her expectations. After hearing Joyi's speech, Yubayashiki Yoya's eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Makomo? Aren't you the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps? That's great. Now that you have this idea, I can safely hand this task over to you. Cough cough. Yubayashiki Kazuya even started coughing excitedly. Hearing the noise inside the house, the shoji door was pushed open by a white-haired girl. Father, are you okay? Father. Shinkomo covered his mouth and looked at Yubayashiki Yoya in disbelief. You already have a child. I'm sorry, I haven't been well. Yes, I have 2 children at the moment. Yubayashiki Yoya recovered quickly and looked at the 2 of them with a slightly apologetic look. Dad, please take care of yourself. The little girl obediently brought him a cup of hot water. Thank you, Hina. I'm much better. Let me introduce to you, this is my eldest daughter, Yubayashiki Hina. Hina, these 2 are the new pillars. He is the water pillar, named Joyi. This one is the ice pillar, named Gengu. After the introductions, Hina greeted the 2 politely and stepped aside. Gengu and Joyi also nodded. Okay, let's continue with the topic just now. Yubayashiki Yoya's expression became unprecedentedly serious. I'm afraid only you, Joyi, can complete this task. Joyi sat upright and said, I'd like to hear more about it. Go find a woman named Tamayo, and remember not to harm her life. Just looking for a woman? Why dispatch the column? Gengu's doubts were soon resolved. Her identity is somewhat special. She is a ghost. Tell her your purpose, and she will tell you what to do next. What? You actually want to find a ghost that can harm her life? This is really a piece of music from the original world. My lord, I understand. Leave it to me. Joyi interrupted Gengu's rebuttal and took on the task directly. Ding, unlock new task, the whereabouts of the escaper. Mission description: the escaper Tamayo has been evading Musen's pursuit for nearly 100 years. Now she appears in the Asakusa area. Find her before Musen does. Task reward: 10,000 exchange points. What a grand system! A full 10,000 exchange points are already equal to the reward for saving Big Brother and Kane. She is worthy of being the woman who poisoned Musen. Cuckoo. Moon on the branches. Yubayashiki Yoya warmly invited Joyi and Gen Komo to have dinner. When I came out, it was already this time. Zhengu walked ahead silently. He ignored his junior fellow apprentice. Senior sister, are you angry? No. That's it. Senior sister, you probably don't understand why I took on this mission. I'm too lazy to care about you. Joyi thought of a way and said. Then, senior sister, have you ever considered such a situation? What's the situation? If there is a ghost that has never eaten a human and always helps the humans around him, would you kill him? This. Zhengu was stumped for a moment. Kill? But the other party is so kind and doesn't eat people. Do not kill? But he is a ghost. There is no such assumption at all. Ghosts all eat people. Zhengu immediately realized that the example given by his junior brother was illogical and refuted it. Indeed, there are no such ghosts at present. What if there is a ghost that accidentally kills someone, then regrets it and decides not to eat people anymore, and she does that? Will you kill her? Zhengu didn't know what to do again. Joyi started to increase his investment. If she has transformed herself and only needs a little human blood to survive, and will also help us eliminate demons, will you choose to kill her? No. Finally, Zhengu made a choice, and then she suddenly realized what her junior brother meant. You mean this Zhu Shi, is it? Looking at my lord's expression, it should be very likely. Joyi's mind worked quickly and he had already thought of the next words to say. He might not want to expose the fact that he had the ability to predict the future. How did you know? I heard about this on my way to become a disciple. There is such a ghost in the Asakusa area. Perfect. I heard that this description is very difficult to verify. Zhengu turned around and moved closer to his junior brother step by step, staring into his eyes. The two of them got closer and closer, and it seemed that their noses were about to touch. Don't do it again. Be sure to tell me next time. Of course. After saying that, Zhengu took Joyi's hand again and walked towards the accommodation. Sister, where are we staying tonight? Come on, follow me into the house. Master has handed me over to you, you must take responsibility. Update completed. Please give me some flowers. It would be even better if you can give me some rewards. Chapter 24's Huyi vs Sound Column. 21. The night is so short. Zhengu hadn't had a good rest this week, and only found peace in Joyi's arms last night. She slept very soundly and felt at peace. When Joyi woke up, Zhengu was still sleeping soundly, with one hand still tightly holding his wrist. Joyi carefully untied her tightly clenched hands and gently put them into the quilt. No, there. Zhengu murmured. Senior sister, you can't wrongly accuse me. I just helped you cover a quilt. Joyi shrugged helplessly, then walked out quietly. It was almost time for his appointment with the three pillars, and he had to go. The shoji door was quietly closed, and Shinkomo in the room suddenly opened his eyes. Half of his face was hidden under the quilt, but his flushed cheeks could be vaguely seen. Stupid junior brother. Then silence fell again. Training ground. Under Yin's leadership, Joyi came to an open space. I didn't expect there is such a large place for exchanges. Joyi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Demon Slayer Corps is indeed very wealthy. Completely different from some shitty bosses. Oh, it's already here in all its glory. Why not start with us? Although the time has not arrived yet, it seems that Uzui Tenjin has been waiting for a long time. After seeing Zhou Yi, I couldn't wait any longer. Zhou Yi did not refuse and nodded to signal the other party to come up and fight a few moves. The Demon Slayer Corps has rules that members cannot draw their swords against each other. But considering that this is a competition, I hope that the Sound Pillar can give it his all. Otherwise, you will lose miserably. The originally humble and gentle Zhou Yi burst out with terrifying momentum as soon as he set foot on the venue. Hey, is this kid really 12 years old? I'm obviously 2 years older than him. This momentum is too strong. Uzui Tenjin would naturally not be intimidated by the momentum, but he was also a little surprised. Don't worry, I will let you see my unique sound breathing. Well, excuse me. The competition has begun. The advantages of offense far outweigh those of defense, especially for someone like Uzui Tenjin who comes from a ninja background. Let me teach you a lesson. A fight is not just about your own strength. You also need to consider many factors. And I am good at these. The white bandage on Uzui Tenjin's back fell off, revealing 2 swords connected by iron chains. The handles of the 2 swords are red. The edges of the hilts are green, and the inside of the hilts are red and gold. The blades are a rare black color, with golden blade patterns on the sides. The most special thing is the engraved on the side of the blade. This is Uzui Tenjin's unique Nichiren sword. Moving as fast as a rabbit, Uzui Tianyuan tensed the muscles in his arms and appeared in front of Zhou Yi in a flash. Seeing that the other party didn't even react and didn't even draw out the Nichiren sword behind him, Uzui Tenjin smiled. It's still a little bit lacking. Although you are very strong, you are not mine when I catch you by surprise. Before he could finish his words, Zhou Yi finally responded. Bending sideways, the blade emitting a thunder-like aura brushed past Zhou Yi's back, just cutting the rope that tied the sword. In an instant, Zhou Yi firmly grasped the hilt of the sword, drew the sword out, and slashed at Uzui Tianyuan in mid-air. What? This reaction? Uzui Tenjin, who had no way to escape in the air, said inwardly, oh no. He suffered a great loss after just one encounter. There was no other way, he could only resort to justice. A black pill suddenly appeared in Uzui Tenjin's mouth, and he spat it out forcefully. He is quite chivalrous and kindly gave a reminder. Be careful, this gunpowder bomb is my special explosive. After hearing this, Zhou Yi twisted his body and changed the target of his attack, which was originally directed at the sound column, and went straight for the gunpowder bomb. Are you trying to use that super long knife in your hand to split my explosives? You are too naive. As soon as your knife touches the gunpowder bomb, it will cause an explosion. I have deliberately used special materials, so it will never be split in half, but your weapon will be broken by the impact of the explosion. Mr. Katetsuka, although I'm a little sorry for you, I'm afraid the sword you made is going to break. Tenjin Uzui even had the leisure to confess his sins to the swordsmith, not realizing what was going to happen next. The object in Zhou Yi's hand, Ganzhou, can switch between transparent and colored freely. At this time, he has not yet let the knife in his hand disappear. Miso. Uzui Tianyuan clearly only saw Zhou Yi swinging a sword, but the gunpowder bomb in the air split into 6 pieces, completely losing the possibility of exploding. What's happening here? After landing, Uzui Tenjin immediately distanced himself and subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. If he had stabbed me at that time, I would have definitely died. Only then did Uzui Tianyuan realize that the water column in front of him was a genuine strong man. Those 2 unlucky lower rank ones were probably killed by him just by chance. Use your moves now. You are no match for me unless you use your full strength. What a crazy statement, but Uzui Tenjin had to admit that the other party was right. At this point, I can no longer hide my incompetence. Sound breathing type 1, boom. Uzui Tenjin stepped forward quickly and swung his double swords at a fierce attack. Ding! The host has observed a new move, and the inheritance progress has increased from 35% to 36%. The progress has increased again. Ever since I invested all 5,000 exchange points last time, the progress has increased again. Come on. Zhou Yi bent his knees slightly, ready to meet this move. Boom. The slash caused a violent explosion, accompanied by a roar. The breathing of sound, which was derived from the breathing of thunder, is particularly terrifying in its destructive power. The rock pillar and the flame pillar happened to arrive at this time. Looking at the smoke-filled training ground, I couldn't help but wonder, who won? It is common sense that smoking does no harm. The smoke cleared, and Zhou Yi, who had taken the attack, was unharmed. However, there was some dust on Yin Zhu's body, which made him look quite embarrassed. Although I don't know what method you used to make your sun blade explode, this method can't do anything to me. Zhou Yi swung the sharp blade and spoke lightly. At the same time, the object in his hand changed and became colorless and transparent. This knife is called Wu Gan Zhou. It has no shadow or form. Be careful. This time it's Zhou Yi's turn to counterattack. Today is another 5,000 chapters. If you reach flowers, you will get an extra chapter. Chapter 25, Enlightening the Desperate Flame Pillar. Thump. The sound of flesh coming into close contact with the ground was heard in the training ground. Evil demon extermination? Sound pillar, I can feel your awareness. Zhou Yi, who was unharmed, calmly sheathed his sword and expressed his sincere admiration for Uzui Tenjin, who was lying on the ground. You are already very strong to be able to push me to this point. You deserve the title of pillar. Lord Tenjin. 3 beautiful women suddenly rushed in from outside the wall and hurriedly helped up the fallen Uzui Tenjin. Are you okay? The 3 of them asked in unison, worry almost overflowing from their eyes. Hee. It's okay. This guy Shuizu is really strong. I was too competitive, so I lost control for a moment, and he held back. Sound pillar, lying in the arms of the beauty, showed a satisfied smile, signaling the 3 of them not to be serious. Really? Can't you just let us worry less? That's right. It's just a sparring match, is there any need to fight so hard? Thank you, Master Shuizu, for showing mercy. Zhou Yi always felt like he was being fed a mouthful of dog food. He suppressed his discomfort and said, "You're welcome." Then they rushed them to send Yinzu for treatment. He doesn't want to see this guy. Looking at the 4 people walking away, Zhou Yi finally recovered. I take back what I said before. In some ways, this guy doesn't deserve to be the pillar. However, considering the progress of my inheritance, I will let it go this time. Current inheritance progress is 40%. Yinzu alone contributed 5%, which was a huge profit. Then Zhou Yi looked at Baiminjiu Xingmei and Rengoku Makijiro, who had already arrived, and his eyes were full of greed when he looked at the 2 of them. You too, please. Baiminjiu Xingmei and Rengoku Makijiro felt cold all over and started to shirk responsibility from each other. Rock pillar, you are young and strong. You go first. Uncle Makijiro, you're older. You go first. Both of them felt that there seemed to be something wrong with Zhou Yi in front of them, and neither of them was willing to be the first to go on stage. Seeing this situation, Zhou Yi did not tolerate them. Why don't you 2 come together? I'm in a hurry. Now, they were even more unwilling. Water pillar, I still have a mission for my lord, so why don't I show you the breathing of rock? This way it's faster. Baiminjiu Xingming thought quickly and came up with a perfect idea. Zhou Yi thought about it and agreed. Anyway, it's all about unlocking inheritance progress, so this is more convenient. 22. Alright. Rock breathing type 1. Not long after, the rock pillar finished the demonstration and left with his heavy weapon. The training ground had already been riddled with potholes and had endured more pain than it should have. Zhou Yi was shocked, not because of the rock pillar's strength, but because he had already expected his strength. The numbers displayed by the system. The inheritance progress has reached 50%. What the hell? It turns out that the stronger the object you observe, the more inheritance progress you will unlock. How cool it would be if we ran into Kokushibo. Joyi has already turned his attention to one of the upper ranks. You have to know that Kokushibo is a master of swordsmanship, who has always been ranked first among the upper ranks, and is also the founder of moon breathing. The strength is even above the rock pillar. He must take advantage of this opportunity. The host's first heroic spirit inheritance progress has reached 50%. In order to unlock the second heroic spirit inheritance position, the system will enter an update state for a total of 3 days. The moves you observe during this period will still be counted towards your progress, and will be added automatically after the system is updated. Finally, it's time to unlock a new heroic legacy. And it's the second position. In other words, he can unlock the progress of 2 heroic spirit inheritances at the same time in the future. It's like getting twice the result with half the effort. Then next, it should be the turn of Flame Pillar Rengoku Makijuro. He is prepared to give some good advice to Rengoku Kyojuro's father. We need to make him understand that humans are not that weak and Muzan is not invincible. What Jiguo Yuanyi couldn't do, Joyi could do. Uncle Makijuro, it's your turn. Makijuro also wanted to run away, but the Lord had not assigned him any tasks recently and instead asked him to have a good rest. There is no other choice but to force it. Let's start. Makijuro jumped easily and came to the center of the field, holding a scarlet sun wheel sword in his hand, and his whole body was covered with blazing flames. I will let you see the power of the breath of fire that has been passed down for a long time by the Purgatory family. Then I'm not welcome. He was defeated, and Makijuro was defeated cleanly and decisively. When their swords collided for the first time, Makijuro realized the gap between himself and his opponent. Now in his 30s, he finally understands what talent is. Compared to myself who is mediocre, the young man holding the sword in front of me is definitely a genuine genius. No, genius isn't even an appropriate word. If we need to find a suitable comparison object for this unparalleled stunning beauty, I'm afraid it would be. I'm afraid only that man, Yoriichi Tsugamai, can be compared to him. But just being able to do this is still not enough to destroy the monster that is Muzan Kibutsuji. No way. 7 hearts, 5 brains. A monster that can even be divided into 1,800 parts and can regenerate as long as any one of them escapes, is not enough with just a swordsman like Yoshiichi Tsujakuni. Not enough. The more he realized how powerful the child in front of him was, the sadder Makijuro's eyes became when he looked at Joyi. Should I tell you this cruel truth? It's too much of a blow for him that such a genius couldn't break the fate of the Demon Slayer core. Let me bear it alone. Makijuro seemed to be trapped in an endless night. It was pitch black all around. The Demon Slayer core was like a flickering candle that would eventually be blown away by the howling wind. The darkness called demons would eventually swallow up the last light of this world. Your sword is crying, Makijuro. Joyi's voice broke into this world and came to Makijuro's side. If you lose even your confidence, what else can you cut off? Joyi's voice continued. No. You don't understand how powerful that guy is. Even if it's you, you won't be his opponent. Makijuro's defense had been breached, and he almost screamed. Cuckoo. A bird was singing hundreds of meters in the sky. Then let me prove it to you with the sword in my hand. Joyi's tone was still so calm. Prove? Impossible. No matter what, you can't use a sword to fight that monster. Makijuro shook his head vigorously, unwilling to believe it. Secret sword Yanhui. Coo. The bird let out a mournful cry and fell from the sky. This. Makijuro witnessed this magical scene with his own eyes, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. It seems like he can. It is not appropriate to repeat the upgrade here. The author selected the poor sound column as the lucky guest. Who made him have 3 wives? The main purpose is to enlighten the flame pillar and provide a good environment for the eldest brother to grow up. Oh, I want everything. Chapter 26, Cruelty-Free Rage. Secret Sword, Swallow Return. Makijiro kept repeating the name of this move. With his strength, he only saw Joyi swinging the sword once. But during the long night that Makijiro was in, 3 cracks appeared in the sky. The sword light tore open the dark curtain, allowing the world to regain some light. He actually shot down a bird in the sky with just 3 swords. The extinguished fire in Makijiro's heart was ignited again. As long as it's a living thing, even if it's a god, I will make him fall under my sharp blade. This sentence was the final blow that pierced through the darkness and completely dispelled the darkness in Makijiro's heart. Besides, I'm not fighting alone. You guys from the Demon Slayer Corps are also here. Uncle Makijiro, I hope you understand. After saying this, Joyi left. Only Rengoku Makijiro was left crying alone in the training ground. Yes, you are not fighting alone. After enjoying lunch with Zhengu, Joyi was about to leave alone. Now that both of them have become pillars, they naturally won't go out on missions together. I heard that you beat the flame pillar until he cried. Before leaving, Zhengu asked this question out of curiosity. She believed that her fellow apprentice would be able to return safely. Joyi scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Only in front of Zhengu would he show his childish side. It's not that he was beaten and cried. It should be that Uncle Makijiro was moved to tears, right? Even Joyi himself was a little uncertain. Shinkomo glared at her unhappily. Rengoku Makijiro is a senior. Don't you know how to restrain yourself a little? Joyi smiled awkwardly, indicating that he understood. But there probably won't be a future. Uncle Makijiro seems to have moved on. Shinkomo recalled Makijiro's performance at the Hashiram meeting and nodded thoughtfully. Then, go early and come back early. After you leave, I will also go to complete the mission. Then we will meet at Narrow Mist Mountain. Joyi's eyebrows twitched and he couldn't help but worry for his master. It turns out that Zhengu hasn't forgotten about this matter. Master, you just wish me good luck. Infinite City. In a strange space. There are countless shoji doors stacked up on top of each other, and there are also countless rooms. Waste. All of them are waste. In the middle of Infinite City, a woman in gorgeous clothes and with a cold face was furious. This woman is Muzan Kibutsuji. Gender is meaningless to Muzan. He can change into the appearance of a man or a woman at will, and can even pretend to be a child. In just a few days, 2 lower-ranking demons died. Half-string is such a waste, after all. Muzan suddenly thought of something and didn't continue. Murakami. Go get Doma for me. Behind Muzan was a woman playing the pipa. Mingnu's bangs were very long, covering her eyes. She is neither a lower-rank demon nor an upper-rank demon, but she is able to accompany Muzan. It's all thanks to her unique blood vampire magic. The blood magic of the ghosts is different. Her blood magic maintains the operation of the Infinite City and can be teleported at will. It can be said that Naruto is the perfect tool for Muzan. Muzan has always respected her. 23. After hearing Muzan's order, Mingnu gently plucked the pipa, and the space of the Infinite City underwent tremendous changes. Asakusa area. A door suddenly appeared at the feet of Doma, the second upper moon, who was resting with his eyes closed. Doma was stunned at first, then stepped in with a creepy smile. It's rare that Lord Muzan would summon me. After the twisting, tearing and weightlessness, Doma felt the gravity of the earth again. He walked through several magnificent rooms and came in front of Muzan. Lord Muzan, you are still the same as you were back then. Doma looked at Muzan with fascination in his eyes. Muzan was relatively tolerant towards Doma and did not blame him too much for his misconduct. Doma, have you found that thing? A familiar cold voice. Sir, my subordinates have reported that there is some progress. Doma became even more intoxicated after hearing Musen's voice. Musen was very satisfied to hear this answer. Very good, keep investigating. However, I have a task for you to complete first. Have a mission? Your command, my lord. Go kill a guy with a long sword, from the Demon Slayer Corps. He's about 1.7 meters tall, his sword is 1.5 meters long, he likes to move around with the sword on his back. This is all the news those two useless lower moons sent back before they died. For Doma, killing people is as easy as drinking water. No matter what level the guy is, even if he is a pillar, there is no way he can escape from his hands. Doma relied on his strength to climb from upper rank 6 to upper rank 2. Don't worry. I'll go find that guy right away. Well, let's go. Musen waved his hand, signaling Doma that he could leave. Before leaving, he called Doma again. And many more. This is a reward for you. Just as he finished speaking, a huge tentacle pierced Doma's abdomen. There was no pain on Doma's face, instead he looked extremely excited. Musen is giving a blood transfusion to Doma. As the ancestor of demons, the power of all demons comes from Musen's blood. Simply put, the more blood he can obtain, the stronger his power will be. But this comes at a cost. Not everyone can withstand the violent power in Musen's blood. A ghost with a weak body can only withstand 1 drop, or even less. And a being like Doma can withstand much more blood. At least now the blood that Musen transfused is far from reaching Doma's endurance limit. Okay, you can go. After the blood transfusion was completed, Doma was thrown down the stairs and fell from the air. Mingnu also plucked the pipa strings just right. The shoji doors below opened one by one, sending Doma to the main street of Asakusa. It was late at night and there was almost no one wandering around. Doma landed hard on his face, leaving a hole in the thick floor tiles. Hehe, Master Musen's blood is still so delicious. Even better than a 16-year-old virgin. Ha ha ha. The wanton laughter attracted a woman in luxurious clothes. Huizi, who ran away from home secretly, is a real rich girl. She heard that Asakusa was very beautiful at midnight, so she ran away without telling her family. The man lying on the ground immediately attracted her attention. For some unknown reason, she walked up to him and asked about his situation. Are you okay? The refreshing fragrance drifted into Doma's nose. He slowly raised his head, smiled and said, Miss, I'm afraid you are in trouble. Chapter 27, Encounter with Upper String 2, Doma. Doma, the second of the upper moons, is secretly the leader of the Eternal Paradise. The Claw Ghost is his subordinate. The Eternal Paradise was founded by Doma's parents hundreds of years ago. Doma was born with 7 colored eyes and white oak-colored hair. Because of his unique appearance, his parents worship him as the Son of God. He has been unable to perceive human emotions since he was a child. Listening to the complaints of people who came to pray all day long made him hate humans. Over time, Doma came to believe that only death could be the salvation of mankind. The most wonderful moment in a person's life is death. Doma likes this sentence very much. Later, the mother stabbed the father of the cheating female Christian to death and then committed suicide by taking poison. The young Doma watched it all calmly and didn't even collect the bodies. If human beings are a collection of social attributes, then Doma can no longer be called a human being from that day on. Later, the aimless Doma was appreciated by Musen, was given blood, and became a powerful demon. This is the first time I've seen someone as inhumane as you. Why don't you just become a ghost? Human beings are such tiny creatures that there is no room for you. Musen is particularly fond of him and thinks that in some ways, Doma is more like the Demon King. In terms of the loss of humanity, Doma cannot be said to be the only one who can surpass him, but at least he is the only one who has ever been there. He only eats young girls, and the woman who came to him was just his type. When she saw Doma raise his head, those strange eyes scared Keiko so much that she was about to scream, but it was too late. Doma waved the fan in his hand and she was frozen into an ice sculpture. Great! The youthful and beautiful aura emanating from this cold ice surface really makes me linger. Don't worry, I will eat you tonight. Doma, who was clinging to the ice sculpture, noticed Keiko's fear and tried to comfort her. I wonder if the Sharp-Clawed Ghost has found some good food for me. But Sharp-Claw Ghost has been sensible since he was young. He will definitely not let me down. Doma licked his lower lip slightly, ready to leave with Miss Keiko. Hey, is it really okay to leave like this? Who? It can actually avoid my perception. The sound came from the roof. The moon was high in the sky, and the figure overlapped with it. Doma squinted his eyes to see who was coming. A height of 1.7 meters, a long sword behind his back, and that annoying demon slayer uniform. That's right, this is the guy in front of you. As soon as he left the Infinite Castle, he ran into the target of Lord Muzin's mission. I am really a lucky person. Doma still had a smile on his face as always. Even if this guy could avoid his perception, in his eyes it was just because he was careless just now. This person must have some abilities, but it's a pity that he ran into me. If there is a way to heaven, you don't take it, if there is no way to hell, you just come here. Doma opened the folding fan in his hand and waved it casually. Several ice cones appeared out of thin air and flew straight towards Zhou Yi. Such a random attack naturally could not hit Zhou Yi. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi disappeared from Doma's sight. Where did he go? Doma felt a little worried. I'm not worried about myself, but I'm afraid that the other person will run away. If this runs away, when will I find it? Don't worry. I won't run away. Left. Doma exerted force on his feet and retreated dozens of meters. Although you are very fast, this soft attack can't hit me. After avoiding the attack, Doma also mocked. 5 forms of breathing of fire, winding of the great flame. A familiar attack. Doma has taken the lives of countless demon slayer core swordsmen, and he has also killed many pillar-level beings. He was very familiar with this move of Sheng Yan's winding, which was centered on himself and used a vortex of flame-like swordsmanship to attack. This move could be used to dispel the enemy's large-scale attack. We are so far apart, you can't hurt me with this trick. Doma mocked. Idiot, after all these years, haven't you learned even a little from humans? After saying that, Zhou Yi controlled the flames around him to melt the ice sculpture beside him. Thank you, for your help. Huizi, who had just escaped from the trap, was trembling all over, with black and blue lips. She was frozen. Seeing this, Zhou Yi took off his coat and put it on the other person. Leave here, and don't run around outside at night. Feeling the residual warmth from the clothes, Huizi's originally pale face began to show some color. She nodded vigorously and ran away with all her might. Huizi swore that she would never go out for a walk in the middle of the night again. Hard. Doma's hands, which were tightly gripping the folding fan, became stiff. Let my food run away. How dare you slander my efforts over the past few hundred years? 24. Unforgivable. Only then did he begin to look the man in front of him in the eye. Doma admires human emotions, so he always pretends to be humane. All his expressions and tone of voice are derived from his attempts to imitate humans. So his behavior seems a bit awkward or even absurd to ordinary people. Vampire art frozen cloud. The folding fan was waved again, and a large amount of ice crystals were like mist, quickly covering Doma's body and gradually spreading to Zhou Yi's side. Zhou Yi held the transparent Wu Gancheo in his right hand and swung it horizontally, which caused a burst of hot flames, blocking the advance of the ice crystals. Ice melts when heat comes into contact with it, and water evaporates when heat comes into contact with it. For a moment, a curtain of water vapor appeared between the two people. Zhou Yi can sense the other party's position without even looking. Doma has been eating young women for many years, and over time, his body has been stained with a strong smell of rouge. Mixed with the unique smell of ghosts, it is like a beacon in the darkness on this deserted street. It is so easy to find. I didn't expect to encounter such a big fish as the upper string right out of the gate. Is it really like they say, that I am a lucky star? Forget it, I can't explain it, so let's just kill this beast first. Breathing of Flame Type 1, Shiranui. Chapter 28, Thousand Sun Muramasa's Noble Phantasm du Mujeo Muramasa. Zhou Yi rushed towards Doma with the momentum of a flaming explosion. The white mist was blown away by the airflow around him, revealing Doma's figure and his distorted face. Beast? Very good, I will make you regret it. Zhou Yi's remarks just now completely angered Doma. No more acting. It's time to show my cards. I, the upper string, am not going to just sit there and do nothing. He really wanted Zhou Yi's charge. You will regret your recklessness. Blood Demon Art, Snow in the Withered Garden. Doma waved his folding fan, which was mixed with frost, and fought back. Blood Demon Art, Snow in the Dry Garden. This move has 9 attacks in total, and each attack brings bone-chilling cold. In his opinion, there was no way a mere Shiranui could possibly withstand his attack. But there are differences between people. Zhou Yi's strength far exceeds that of any pillar that Doma has ever encountered. He is really too strong. The system has been updated long ago, and the progress of the heroic spirit inheritance has reached a terrifying 53%. Doma's 9-hit combo of Kuronotsukid was unable to withstand Shiranui's attack. Fortunately, he dodged quickly and only half of his white coat was burned, and his hair was also permed. There's something wrong with this kid. When the stock price goes up, you know to buy, when the car hits the wall, you know to turn. The smooth battles over the past 100 years have given him confidence. No one can resist his blood magic. But this self-confidence was quickly crushed by Zhou Yi and turned into ashes. Who are you? Doma shouted in embarrassment. I'm just a passing water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Zhou Yi. Hearing the familiar question, the answer engraved in Zhou Yi's DNA came out. Water column? When did you, the Demon Slayer Corps, become so good at playing? How can a water column use the breath of fire? You must be wondering why a water column like me can breathe fire. After seeing Doma nod, Zhou Yi continued. I'm so sorry, I'm quite knowledgeable and I know a little bit about the breath of fire. After saying this, he would blanch the invisible object in his hand and make a few cuts on it. Humph, that's all. Of course Doma wouldn't believe him and took the opportunity to use the blood demon technique again. Vampire Art, by G. of Hanley. Doma's blood demon art is suitable for long-range attacks. If he is dealing with some weaklings, he can still fight in close combat and show off, but it is obvious that the guy in front of him cannot be dealt with his mediocre skills. It is formed by 2 white lotuses, and above the white lotuses is an ice sculpture shaped like a graceful girl. The ice sculpture girl's almond-shaped eyes were tightly closed, her jade-like mouth was slightly open, and bursts of cold mist emanated from her mouth. Wherever the cold fog went, it was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice. What a vicious move! Zhou Yi was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He leaped and avoided the area covered by cold fog. Very good. Doma just wants to create distance. Vampire Art Frozen Cloud. Vampire Art, Xiandong Icicle. 2 blood demon techniques fired in succession. The surrounding temperature has dropped sharply, and the ice crystals produced by the frozen clouds have been blessed by the low temperature and spread faster. The Xiandong ice pillar creates many sharp icicles above the opponent's head, which fall from mid-air. As the second upper rank, Doma's continuous use of blood demon arts is enough to prove his strength. Unfortunately, the person he encountered was Zhou Yi. 5 forms of breathing of fire, winding of the great flame. A raging fire started around Zhou Yi. Thick icicles fell from the sky, making a harsh sound when they touched the flames. It's useless. Your spark can't melt my icicles. Doma couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. I don't know if there was a guy who used the breath of fire, who thought he could restrain his icicles, but then he got hit hard. He could already foresee Zhou Yi's fate. People's flames cannot be generalized. At least my fire is stronger than you think. The flames and mist dissipated, revealing Zhou Yi's thin figure. As soon as the ice crystals in the air got within 5 meters of Zhou Yi, they vaporized into water mist. Seeing this situation, Doma realized that things might be a little difficult. In the past, opponents who used fire could not withstand his blood magic. Those who can resist the vampire magic will suffocate to death due to ingesting too much ice crystals. But the water column made of fire in front of him seemed to have no flaws. Restrain him tightly. Sure enough, Lord Muzan sent me out for a reason. If we don't destroy you soon, you will be an endless disaster for us demons. Doma no longer pretended, his face no longer had any expression, and even his words were without a trace of emotion. He is going to use his ultimate move. You are very lucky. No one has ever lived to see this move. Vampire Art Misty Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva. Doma's special skill. Create an extremely huge ice man, whose appearance is like a sitting Buddha with his hands folded. Just waving his hands has great power, and can also release a large area of toxic ice mist. When it is fully exerted, it can have agile speed. Doma stood on the shoulder of the ice bodhisattva and stared at Zhou Yi coldly. Don't even think about running away. If you dare to take a step back, I will kill everyone in this area. I mean what I say. Just in case, he even threatened Zhou Yi with his life. I feel like his IQ has suddenly gone up. Zhou Yi couldn't help but be amazed as he looked at the ice man in front of him who was tens of meters tall. How about it? Now you know what the fear of death is. Zhou Yi was unmoved. He put the dried meat into his Cambridge and began his performance. The ultimate sword I have been pursuing. It is not a steel blade that can shred flesh, break bones, and kill people. A series of obscure spells came out of Zhou Yi's mouth. Every cell in Doma's body is trembling. Always remind him, run. You will die. At the same time, an experience he had never had before flashed through his mind. 1,800 pieces, red Haori, swordsman wielding a sword, and this determined look. Doma covered his head tightly with his right hand, which seemed to be about to explode. Why am I afraid? This is not my memory. This is Master Muzan's memory. Who is this guy? The look in Zhou Yi's eyes in his memory is exactly the same as his current look. It is this look that stimulates the memory hidden in the cells. There is no time for him to think. Doma gritted his teeth and quietly performed the blood demon technique with his left hand. Gathered here is all that is not karma, everything in our life. They all exist to reach this sword. Zhou Yi was still chanting. It was his first time performing this move, so he was still a little unskilled. The surrounding scene changed rapidly, and sand suddenly appeared on the originally clean streets. Doma was pulled into another world. The inherent domain of Zhou Yi. The pulse of the sword is here. Take it, this is mine, Tsumukuri, Muramasa. 25. A blood-red weapon appeared in Zhou Yi's right hand, and he swung the sword. The sky and the earth changed color, and the earth was moved. The huge ice man was like paper and would break at the slightest touch. Even Doma was torn to pieces. This is the new inheritance of Zhou Yi. Senko Muramasa. The 10,000th chapter is over. I am tired of writing. Please give me flowers. I beg for anything. Oh my! Chapter 29, Doma, who just escaped from the tiger's mouth and fell into the wolf's den. The world in the mind withered, and the world returned to its original appearance. The temperature returned to its original cold state. The solid ice on the ground and the ice crystals floating in the air disappeared without a trace, leaving only the wet ground. Nothing seemed to have happened, except for the cracked bricks on the ground. It's really powerful. Zhou Yi was shocked as he looked at the weapon gradually disappearing in his right hand. Sengo Muramasa, an alternative heroic spirit, is the swordsmith of Kuwana. He is famous for his sword forging, and the famous sword Muramasa was made by him. It can be said that there has never been anyone before who could become a heroic spirit simply by relying on the skill of swordsmithing. With such explosive fighting ability, he doesn't look like a swordsmith at all. Zhou Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about this question. Anyway, Doma has been killed, so we can talk about this later. System, help me collect the reward. There are no rewards to claim. Didn't I just kill Doma, the second upper rank? Sorry, Doma is still alive. Still alive? How can that be? The move just now, Tsumyokuri Muramasa, is enough to cut off time and space. It is said that if it is used to the extreme, it can even sever cause and effect. Doma escaped before his host could perform his ultimate move. Zhou Yi began to recall Doma's actions just now. Tisk tisk, it's true, it turns out that upper-rank demons are not that easy to kill. Zhou Yi accepted the reality. That's not the case. Doma just received blood from Muzan Kibutsuji, so he was able to create an ice sculpture with an aura that is almost the same as his own. Under normal circumstances, he would have been dead. For Zhou Yi, this can barely be considered a consolation. Forget it, he won't be able to get away next time. There was a noise in the distance. Quick! It's right in front. How dare you attack our young lady? Come on, brothers, teach him a lesson. It seems that the woman who was just rescued went back to ask for help. Zhou Yi didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he jumped and left. By the time the servants who were seeking revenge found this place, the place was already deserted. What about people? If we can't find the person who helped the young lady, how can we report back? The younger brother beside the leader complained. Snapped. The leading servant slapped him immediately. What benefactor? Call me uncle. The lady said that we must find him. Everyone, search for him. Asakusa, a dark little corner. In the middle of the night, there was a single man and woman making love here. Hate it. I already have a husband. It's okay, I'm fine with this. This conversation doesn't sound like anything good. The seriously injured Doma stumbled into this corner. He was breathing heavily, and his clothes were torn and tattered, unable to hide his scarred body. So horrible. Doma has the memory of the ice sculpture traveling back in time. That shocking sword cut off all his dignity. It was clearly the stand that was attacked, but it was actually reflected back to me. This is really weird. Puff. After saying that, Doma spat out another mouthful of blood and fell in the corner. The scarlet blood quickly froze into a small piece of ice after it touched the ground. Doma, who was fleeing in a panic, was no longer as elegant as before. At this moment, his eyes were red and he stood up with difficulty, holding on to the wall. He's about to die. Although Muzan's blood is very strong, it has been wasted in order to survive. Now, even an ordinary GUI-level Demon Slayer Corps member can easily kill Doma as long as he has the courage to swing the sword. Doma's vision had already become blurred, and he didn't even notice the man and woman in the darkness. Who's there? You're sneaking around, come out quickly. The man noticed the noise, blocked the woman's body in a panic, and started to put on his clothes. Although the two were immersed in pleasure, they also maintained a considerable degree of caution. It seems that they are all veterans. Okay? There are actually living people here? Doma couldn't help but sneer, so I'm all ready this week. What would a normal person do in this situation? Doma thought about it carefully and did what he thought was right. God won't let me go, water pillar. Didn't expect that. The figure in the darkness uttered these words, followed by a breathless laugh. What a bummer! The single man and woman had never seen such a strange person before. They cursed it as bad luck and prepared to leave the crime scene. In an instant, several ice spikes flew out from the shadows and nailed the two men to the wall. Both men died instantly. It took some time to walk over, and Doma looked at the two corpses with some disgust. He couldn't bring himself to eat it. I can't die yet. A strong desire to survive urged him on. Doma finally stopped hesitating and ate the two of them. Clean, with only a little blood spilled. Doma, who has always been picky, easily gave up his insistence when faced with the choice between life and death. I must report this matter to the adults. That terrifying look and those sharp moves. Doma swallowed the blood and flesh with difficulty and finally recovered. The wounds on his body had healed, but he could still feel a dull burning pain beneath his pale skin. Although the wound caused by Joyi has healed, the invisible force in it is still eroding Doma. This guy is so terrifying. Deng deng. A rapid sound of people was heard, and a door appeared in the shadows. With a heavy heart, Doma enters the infinite castle again. Meeting Lord Musen twice in one night is not a good thing. The same distorted feeling of weightlessness, and the same high-altitude falling posture a moment later. The shoji door in front of him opened quickly, and unlike the last time, this time Doma fell heavily in front of Musen. We probably just separated not long ago, Doma. It's really embarrassing. Who did we lose to? It was still the same cold voice, but now it was filled with endless murderous intent. Dangerous. Doma had just recovered from a serious injury and was unable to resist the momentum of his boss. He bowed his head and knelt. Lord Musen. I risked my life to survive just to report this to you. Tell me the story. Everyone is so enthusiastic. I woke up and there were over 5,000 flowers. I plan to release it on March 1st. In order to control the word count, I will post the additional chapters after today. I hope you understand. Let me tell you the rules for adding more chapters. 2,500 flowers plus 2k, any reward plus 2k. After today, everything will be counted as after the product is put on the shelves. Chapter 30, Musen, Doma, you have done a great job. As a ghost, and an emotionless one at that, Doma should have lost the ability to sweat long ago. But at this moment, cold sweat broke out on his back. If he can't get over this hurdle smoothly today, he'll probably be in big trouble. Musen was not in a hurry to take action, or perhaps he was reluctant to do so at all. 26. He personally trained all the upper-rank demons, which took him hundreds of years to do. Wouldn't it be a waste to kill him easily? After a short period of sorting out, Doma quickly organized his language. Sir, I think it's better for only you and me to know about this matter. Doma hinted to Musen to send Naruto away. Ryukin frowned, looking a little unhappy. Who is Ming-Nu? His sweetheart. It's much easier to use than you upper ranks who can only fight and kill. You want me to get her out of here? Over the years, only the former Tamayo had the privilege of being a personal companion, and this Ming-Nu is the second one. Is there something she shouldn't know? The more Musen thought about it, the angrier he got. He said calmly, no need. Very good, if the answer you gave does not satisfy me, I will definitely make you pay. Then can I say it? Say. Doma then began to tell the story. As soon as I got out, I ran into the swordsman you were looking for. Is there such a coincidence? Musen remained calm and signaled Doma to continue. That guy introduced himself as the water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, using the breath of fire, and he also has this invisible sword. Apart from the special breathing method used, everything else is acceptable. The main thing is that when I was fighting him, a special memory suddenly appeared in my mind. Memory? Doma paused deliberately and carefully observed his boss's expression. When he saw that there was nothing unusual, he chose to continue. He's just a swordsman with red eyes. Wow! The Ming-nu, who was originally staying behind Muzan, suddenly disappeared and was blown to some unknown corner. What did you say? Muzan had completely lost his composure, and after persuading Ming-nu to retreat, he immediately appeared in front of Doma, stretched out his slender arms, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up high. That memory is about a swordsman with red eyes. Doma repeated it again with all his strength. It's too slow. Muzan can't wait for such a slow reply. Directly read Doma's memory. Normally, he wouldn't use this trick on the upper ranks, but he can't care about that now. The images in his mind jumped quickly, and everything that happened tonight appeared in Muzan's mind. This familiar look. This familiar indifferent attitude. When Muzan watched Doma's memory for the first time, his pupils trembled. He even fell into a state of frenzy and at one point mistook Joyi for Tsugamiya Yoriichi. Impossible. Ji Koyuan died long ago. Kuroshibo watched him die with his own eyes. What? Muzan let out a terrifying roar, and several tubular whips appeared behind him, wantonly destroying the wooden boards in the room. The house can be repaired if it is damaged, but Doma is in a terrible state. Being strangled and lifted up high was already very uncomfortable, and now Muzan was furious, and his neck was strangled without a doubt. If Doma wasn't emotionless, he would definitely cry. If you want to read the memory, just read the memory, but put me down first. After a long time, when Muzan calmed down, Doma finally found an opportunity. Sir. Sir. You. Humph. Boom. Before Doma could finish his words, Muzan snorted coldly and threw Doma heavily to the ground. Very good, Doma, you have done a great job this time. I have done a great job. I have done something great? Doma, who was originally waiting for punishment, was a little confused. It's enough that you can come back alive and tell me this. As for your failure, I forgive you. Remember. Don't tell anyone about this memory in your mind. Otherwise. Although Muzan didn't finish his words, Doma could completely imagine the scene. Don't worry, sir. I won't tell anyone. Very good. Muzan returned to his original coolness again. Narom. There was no response. Sir, Ming-nu was given by you. Click. The talkative Doma had his head twisted off again. Of course I know. After saying that, a whip tube flew out of his body, flew away, and pulled Ming-nu out from the crack in the wall. Miracle, go call back all the upper rank ones. Yes, sir. Summon all the upper rank demons? The last time all the upper ranks gathered together was when he was promoted from upper rank 6 to upper rank 2. Doma, who had his head reattached, obviously underestimated his boss's determination, or he did not expect that his boss would be so cautious. You've all been too lazy. It's time to find you something to do. I think this guy named Joyi is very suitable. Doma was still thinking about the gathering of the upper moons and did not notice that Muzan's voice trembled slightly when he read Joyi's name. Muzan is scared to death now. If it weren't for the huge psychological shadow that Yoriichi Tsugaru left on Muzan, then he will definitely take action himself. The scumbag boss is really too cautious, cowardly. Chapter 31, All Upper Ranks Gather. About 400 years ago, 2 children were born to Tsukuni. The eldest son was named Tsukuni Iwakita and the younger son was named Tsukuni Yuichi. The eldest son was Kokushibo, who later became one of the upper moons. The youngest son, Yoshikazu Tsugami, chose to join the Demon Slayer Corps because his wife and children were killed by demons. He is the founder of the breathing method and taught it to everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, creating a new era and bringing the Demon Slayer Corps to a higher level of strength. If Muzan were given another chance, he would definitely strangle the ghost who killed Tsugamayu's wife and children. You're the one who wants me dead, right? One day, Muzan and Tamayo met Tsugamaya Yoriichi on the road. After Muzan arrogantly said, I am no longer interested in swordsmen who use breathing techniques. He realized that he might have made a huge mistake. The moment Jigoken saw Muzan, he understood one thing: he was born to defeat this man. The transparent world that he had mastered since birth was opened up. With a mark on his forehead and a red sword in his hand, Yoshiichi Tsugakoku immediately comprehended the 13th move of sun breathing. That is to use the 12 moves of sun breathing in succession. It's like the sun that never goes out, it keeps on shining. Once you use it, you will not feel tired at all, but will become more courageous as the battle goes on. The result is obvious. Muzan is completely defenseless against Yoriichi Tsujikuni. As Muzan was lying on the ground, torn into pieces, he heard the question, "What do you take for granted?" In order to survive, Muzan had to explode into 1,800 pieces of flesh in an attempt to escape. The fact is, he managed to escape. In a panic, Tsugakoku Yoshiichi only cut off 1,500 pieces of meat. Tamayo successfully broke free from Muzan's control. But after this battle, Muzan became extremely timid and hid until Tsugamiya Yoriichi passed away before reappearing. Now, there's another guy who looks very much like Yuichiro Tsugakuni. It must be eliminated. It must be eliminated. Before he grows up. Joyi's stunning sword flashed through Muzan's mind. This is just his last resort. I have 6 upper-rank demons. If necessary, I can have more. Certainly possible. Muzan's face was ferocious, and Mingnu beside him reminded him tremblingly, "My lord, they are coming." The first person to enter the Infinite City was a beautiful woman. She had black hair and big eyes, and was covered with all kinds of expensive jewelry. She wore a heavy kimono, which was a very expensive kimono that was usually only worn by the courtesans in Yoshiwara Street for a long time. Coincidentally, this person is Daki, the upper 6, who is hiding in Yoshiwara Street as Anwaran. She was in a hurry and didn't have time to remove her makeup, and her clothes even smelled of alcohol. The first thing Daki did when she came in was to signal Muzan. This guy came very quickly. Muzan nodded with satisfaction without looking at her. Ah! Lord Muzan looks really good in this feminine form too. 27. Afterwards, Daki, who was obsessed with Muzan's beauty, noticed the ragged Doma. "Isn't this Doma-sama? Who hurt you like this?" Daki's concern did not make Doma feel the slightest warmth. He just felt a little embarrassed. "Should I tell you that I was almost killed by a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? I am Doma, after all, an upper rank too. Do you want to save some face?" Faced with Doma's indifference, Daki could only fall into silence. Doma and Daki have actually known each other for a long time. If we compare the demons under Muzan to a pyramid scheme organization that commits many evil deeds, then Doma can be regarded as the guide of Daki. It was Doma who turned Daki into a demon and introduced her to Muzan. To drag someone into becoming a ghost is a heinous crime. At this moment, an exquisite ceramic jade pot suddenly fell from the sky above Infinite City. It fell to the ground with a doon sound. Faced with the jade pot that fell from the sky yet remained intact, the ghosts seemed to be used to it. Then a ghost with a snow-white body, yellow eyes, and green lips emerged from the pot. This ghost looks strange, just like the genie in Aladdin's lamp, and its lower body is directly connected to the porcelain. It has purple fins on its head, eyes on its forehead and mouth, and many small hands on its head. It's really ugly. The mouth and eyes on the forehead are engraved with the numbers upper and lower respectively. The ghost is named Yahu, the 5th of the upper moon. Both Daki and Doma looked at this guy with disgust. He, Master Muzan, I'm late. Yuhu ignored the two guys, greeted Muzan alone, and then stayed quietly aside. Soon after, Upper 3 and Upper 4 also appeared. The Upper 4 is called Hantengu. He looks like an old man, but he has 2 horns on his head, which makes him look quite funny. As for the Upper 3, Akaza, he looks like a human being. He wears a thin sleeveless training suit, has black hair, blue eyes with pink eyelashes, and has strong muscles and tattoos all over his body. In ancient times, there was a form of punishment called mo, which was to leave wounds on the prisoner's body and then let dark ink penetrate into the flesh and blood, leaving marks. This is probably how Akaza got the blue tattoo on his body. The upper three, Akaza and Doma, are extremely at odds with each other. Seeing Doma in such a miserable state, he would certainly not miss this opportunity and immediately made a mockery of him. Which girl has hurt Doma-sama? The conflict between Akaza and Doma comes from their respective tastes. That's right, Doma loves to eat girls, especially beautiful girls. But Akaza is a bit strange and never eats women. The two ghosts have always disliked each other. Doma just snorted coldly, turned his head and ignored him. At this point, the 2 to 6 of the waxing stars have all arrived. Only one of the upper strings is missing. Speaking of CAO will arrive. I'm sorry, Master Musen, I'm late. A cold voice came. A ghost that looked like a samurai jumped out from the shadows. He was dressed in purple, with a long black sword on his waist, and flame-like marks on his forehead and neck. The scariest thing is that he has 6 eyes. The row of eyes in the middle were engraved with upper moon and 1. This is the strongest demon under Musen, Kokushibo. A ghost who can use breathing techniques. It's okay, you came at the right time. Musen was very tolerant towards Kokushibo and did not blame him even though he was late. Let's begin. Musen stood on a high place with an expressionless face. The traces left by Musen's anger are still clearly visible. None of the upper-rank demons were weak. They could tell at a glance that these were the traces left by Lord Musen, and they were all wondering what had happened to make him so angry. It has been hundreds of years since I have called you together. After hundreds of years of ease, I see you've all been lazy. Musen's voice suddenly became heavier, and the pressure he released made the ghosts speechless. I didn't even know there was such a powerful guy in the Demon Slayer Corps. Except for Doma, all the ghosts finally understood why the adults were angry. Yu-Hu and Ban Tiango were very loyal and immediately said flatteringly, "Sir, why don't we take action and get rid of that guy?" Although they don't know who Musen is talking about, as upper ranks, they have absolute confidence. For hundreds of years, no pillar has been able to return alive after encountering an upper-rank demon. Musen glanced coldly at the 2 guys. You guys? I'm afraid that's still a little off. Lord Musen, leave it to us. Just tell us where that guy is and we will bring his head back. Musen still refused to agree and revealed a piece of news that shocked all the upper-rank demons. Doma almost died at his hands just now. 1 stone caused 1,000 ripples, and all the ghosts present showed expressions of surprise. Especially Kokushibo and Akaza, both of them showed a burning desire to fight on their faces. What? Lord Doma was defeated by a human. As Doma's junior, Daki naturally found it difficult to accept. She covered her mouth in surprise and looked at the half-naked Doma. Doma just nodded helplessly. That guy was full of tricks, and his breathing of fire was superb. The flames were too hot, and I was careless for a moment, and then... Doma found a perfect excuse for himself with these words. It's not that I can't do it. It's that he can't defeat me. Restraint. You know what I mean. Just use some word tricks. Otherwise, how could I, a 2 upper moon, be defeated? Doma didn't continue talking and stopped there. The ghosts were relieved after hearing this explanation. What? It turns out that the ability is restrained. No wonder Doma was severely injured. You know, Doma is good at nothing else but the ultimate ice-type blood vampire magic, and his melee combat ability is simply the weakest of the weak. There is something about a flame this hot. But everyone present has special skills, so a mere high-temperature flame is no problem for them. Since Doma has lost the ability to use ice, everyone present is confident that he can defeat him. Gyakutsuki and Han Tengu showed contempt for Doma on their faces and petitioned Muzan again. Sir, since Doma won by his own ability, then if the two of us take action, it will definitely be foolproof. Muzan considered it and agreed to their petition. Remember, he has a move that deals high damage. If you dodge it, he will be exhausted. You should understand. Yes, my lord. After using such a powerful killing move, of course one will fall into a weakened state. As for how to reach this conclusion? Muzan himself is like this, how could a child be more powerful than him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ming-Nu swept the people with one hand, and Bantian-Go and Yahu were teleported out. Muzan looked at the remaining upper ranks again. Doma's men seem to have found clues to the blue-red spider lily, so Doma, you should continue to focus on this matter. Once the news is confirmed, report to me immediately. Doma responded and was teleported away by Naruto again. As for you, find the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters as soon as possible. These mice are so annoying, hiding all the time. Muzan's orders were quickly delivered. After receiving the order, the other upper-rank demons were teleported away. Soon, only Muzan and Naruto were left in the Infinite Castle. Even if you look similar to me, I can't keep you here. A trace of ferocity flashed across Muzan's slightly delicate face, but quickly disappeared and turned into fear. Thousands of years have passed, but whenever it thinks of that guy's appearance, it gets scared and the wounds on its body start to ache. Jigoku Eniki. A roar was heard in the lonely infinite city. This chapter is a little longer, about 3k words, and there are 5k words left to write. Including the extra chapter today, the total is 1.2k words. Chapter 32. I just love these weird places. On the other side, Joyi, who fled the scene in a panic, fell into a dilemma. Why are all the hotels near Asakusa fully booked? They say money makes the world go round, but in the middle of the night, do you have to break into the room, grab the guest sleeping in the guest room, hand him a gold ingot, and say, "Here's the money. The room is mine." This is too inhumane. He can't do it, but it's not that he mind that someone has lived there. Are you going to seek refuge with that rich girl? Joyi couldn't help but think of Hwizi, whom he had just rescued. But the idea was soon dismissed. 28. I'm so sorry, I'm devoted to my senior sister. We're already in the city, do we still have to sleep on the streets? Isn't that too much? Guest, you can actually go to Sensuji Temple and ask. The abbot there is kind-hearted and has recently allowed travelers to stay overnight. You still don't charge me. Is there such a good thing? The waiter's suggestion immediately aroused Joyi's interest. It didn't matter whether it was free or not. The main thing was that he wanted to feel the compassion of Buddha. Okay, I'll go there. Joyi was very satisfied. He gave some money as a reward and turned away. What a shiny piece of gold! The waiter's eyes widened. He looked at Joyi, who was about to leave, and hesitation appeared on his face. He hesitated for a long time, and when he saw that Joyi was about to leave, he made a decision and called out to Joyi. Guest, I think you'd better not go. I'll make room for you. Please stay here for one night. The waiter, who had just kindly recommended the place to me, suddenly changed his mind and was even willing to provide accommodation. Something seemed to be wrong here. Why? What's wrong with living in Sensuji Temple? Joyi asked tentatively. Hey, seeing how generous you are, I can't hurt you. There have been a lot of guests who have been missing from Sensuji Temple recently, but the temple has announced that these guests left early and are not missing. But, the waiter hesitated and didn't dare to say anything. But what? Joyi used his money ability and threw out a bigger piece of gold. Sure enough, except for some things that money cannot do, most problems can be solved perfectly. When the waiter saw the gold, he immediately hid it in his chest and gave the following instructions immediately. You know, this road is the only way to get out of the city. I've always been on night shift, and I've never seen any tourists coming out of Sensoji Temple. You understand? Clear. Of course, it couldn't be more understandable. In this world, places where people can only leave but not come in are places where only ghosts exist. Zhou Yi already had an idea in his mind. Then why did you recommend me to go? If I hadn't given you some money, I'm afraid you wouldn't have reminded me. Do you recommend others to go in the same way? The waiter was a little embarrassed, scratched his head, and explained, it's freezing outside. If you can't find a place to stay overnight, it's no different from being missing. Besides, not everyone can go in and out. That made sense. Zhou Yi nodded, let the little rascal go, and prepared to stay overnight at Sensoji Temple. Guest, you are not going to stay at Sensoji Temple again, are you? It's been very strange there lately. Seeing that Zhou Yi was still stubborn, the waiter immediately chased out to stop him. Weird? Of course it is weird. If it's really as you said, I will stay here today. After saying that, Zhou Yi took out his sword from the system's storage space. I like these weird places on this sword of mine. The ban on knives has been in place for some time. The profession of samurai has become an unattainable existence, not to mention the murderous weapon in front of him. The waiter was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. How did you get this thing? Zhou Yi did not answer this question, but praised him instead. The Sensoji Temple you recommended is great, but don't recommend it to anyone else in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yi disappeared. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the temple door. Is anyone here? I heard you can stay the night here, I'd like to stay for one night. The noise outside the door woke up the young monk who was on night watch. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and shouted impatiently, here they come. With the rumors spreading so fiercely outside, how come there are still people coming to stay overnight? Really? When he said this, the young monk still had resentment in his heart. As soon as the door opened, a handsome and energetic young man was standing outside. Zhou Yi. Little master, what do you mean by what you just said? Hearing Zhou Yi's doubts, the young monk sighed and told him the truth about what he knew. There have been rumors outside that people in our temple often go missing. But I did send him away. So that's how it is. This young master also saw it with his own eyes. That's very interesting. The two statements are contradictory, someone must be lying. Or, are they all true? Zhou Yi had a guess. Little master, I believe in you. Just arrange a place for me to live. The young monk immediately took a liking to the traveler in front of him and immediately invited him inside. No problem. No one's staying overnight recently, I'll find you a good guest room. In his opinion, the rumors outside are just nonsense. How could the passengers I personally sent out be fake? He and Zhou Yi met by chance, and it was really not easy for the other party to trust him so much. Donor Zhou, please come this way. Along the way, the two had a great conversation and introduced their names to each other. The little monk was an orphan who was adopted by Master Inshin, the abbot of Sensoji Temple, and was named Ikkyu. Master Ikkyu, where is this place? Passing by a large pond, Zhou Yi smelled a strange smell. It's spices mixed with other things. What is it? Zhou Yi couldn't remember it for a moment. Here. This is a lotus pond, specially for tourists to enjoy. Ikkyu explained to Zhou Yi. Why do I smell a strange smell? Zhou Yi asked another question. Just as Ikkyu was about to answer, a dignified middle-aged man stopped the two of them. Ikkyu. It's already late at night. Why are you here instead of standing guard at the door? Also, who is this person next to you? When Ikkyu heard this voice, he immediately showed respect on his face and replied. Master, this is a guest who is staying here. I am taking him to where he is staying. Is this Master Yuan Zhen? It's too early to get up at this time. But to say that I didn't sleep is probably not right. Zhou Yi looked carefully at the host in front of him. "Master, my name is Zhou Yi. I'm here to stay for a few days. Please bear with me." A trace of pain flashed across Yuan Zhen's face, but then he quickly calmed down. "Oh. Stay for a few days, no problem. Monks are compassionate and will naturally not make things difficult for donors." After saying that, the host put one hand in front of his chest, bowed, and chanted Amitabha. As for his right hand, it was hidden behind his back and no one knew what he was holding. As the abbot approached, the smell of spices around him became stronger, covering up the unknown smell in the air. "It's getting late. Please take this donor Zhou away. I just came out to take a look." EPUB bowed respectfully and led Zhou Yi towards his residence. Only after the two of them left did he let out a long sigh. "Hey, what a crime." After scattering all the spices hidden behind him into the lake, he left. "Wow, everyone is so awesome. I will continue coding." Chapter 33, the old abbot is still obsessed with his ways and meets Tamayo at Sensoji Temple. "Master Ikkyu, your abbot is still awake at this time." Zhou Yi wanted to learn more information from the young monk. "Well, that's not the case. I have to get up early recently and take a short nap at noon." After thinking for a while, Ikkyu gave an answer. "Recently? Why is it always recently? First they opened up for overnight stays, then travelers disappeared, and then they had to maintain strange schedules. It seems that what happened recently is closely related to this host. We're already here, Mr. Zhou, you should go to bed early." "Thank you." Lying on the couch, Zhou Yi closed his sleepy eyes. "And the sun rises on time. Tonight, I've encountered too many strange things. Let's get some sleep first." After a while, whoosh whoosh. There was a slight sound in my ear. A smile appeared on Zhou Yi's face as he was sleeping soundly. 29. In a secret room inside Sensoji Temple. This secret room is shielded from sunlight, with only the candle light in the corner providing faint light. Host Yuan Zhen looked panicked, and stood at the door, shouting into the secret room. "You won't have to go hungry tomorrow night." Then the sound of flesh being devoured was heard from inside. "That's great, I've been hungry for a long time." "Father." A sinister voice came from inside, actually calling host Yuan Zhen father. "You're eating the pilgrims who came to worship again." "Of course, I was starving, so I ate a few." Yuan Zhen was heartbroken and didn't know what to say. His conscience was fighting against his selfishness. Finally, he sighed. "It's better not to eat the pilgrims. They are all locals and will be easy to be spotted. There's a guest staying in the temple. You should attack him." Seeing that their father was so tactful, the voices in the house became joyful. "Great! Help me find some more unattended food." Yuan Zhen clasped his hands together, said Amitabha, and left. The person in the secret room is Yuan Zhen's illegitimate son. Funny enough, as a monk, he did have a son named Ren Sanlang. Ren Saburo, who had been settled in Kyoto by Yuan Zhen, was recently turned into a ghost. The frightened Ren Sanlang found Master Yuan Zhen at night and cried to his father. Yuan Zhen was originally prepared to sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice, but in the end he held back. He thought that by reciting Buddhist scriptures for his son every day, he could drive away the evil spirit from his son. Ren Sanlang also vowed that he would never eat anyone. A few months ago, he couldn't help himself and secretly kidnapped a pilgrim and had a feast on him. From then on, things got out of control. The originally timid and cowardly Ren Sanlang turned into what he is now, a bloodthirsty pervert. He specializes in eating human hearts and disdains other parts of the body. After the host found out, he still believed that he could repent and helped him clean up a lot of messes. Even the bodies whose hearts had been dug out were tied with stones and sunk into the pond. The weather has been cold recently, and by sprinkling some spices, the pond no longer has the stench of rotting corpses. These are not the key points. A month ago, more and more people came to the door and said that their family members came here to worship and eventually disappeared. Yuan Zhen deceived them with the reputation he had accumulated over the years. I did meet your family member, but he left after the worship. These people were sent away. But the truth cannot be hidden. Yuan Zhen was afraid that his son's cannibalism would be exposed, so he decided to target those who had no relatives or friends. That is why Sensoji Temple was open to allow tourists to stay overnight. When Zhou Yi woke up, it was already afternoon. All the fatigue accumulated last night was swept away. This timing is just right. After washing up, Zhou Yi went straight to the main hall, ready to visit the host. Soon, the monk in charge of the notification came back. Donor Zhou, the host is free now, please go in directly. Thank you. After expressing his thanks, Zhou Yi walked straight inside. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a giant gilded Buddha sitting in the center of the hall, with a solemn and shining appearance. This hall for worship is also painted with original mahogany, so luxurious. This Sensoji temple is indeed all show and no substance. But it's actually rotten inside. The Zhuyi has a sense of pity for their misfortune and anger at their lack of resistance. Donor Zhou seems to have any good ideas. This was the voice of host Yuan Zhen. Master Yuan Zhen. I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. He is not talking nonsense. He is well prepared. These words were actually spoken to the host. I heard that there are ghosts that eat people in this world, so I wanted to find a clean place to live. You know, Buddhism is majestic, so it must be clean. I can live here with peace of mind. Yuan Zhen almost exploded after hearing this. He tightly grasped the Buddhist beads in his hand and suppressed the anger in his heart. You are right, benefactor. You can stay here without any worries. I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave now. Host Yuan Zhen was shaking a little and turned to leave. Master, I advise you, the sea of suffering is endless, it is time to turn back. I don't quite understand what you are saying. Where does the sea of suffering come from? Where does it come from to turn back? Host Yuan Zhen said this and left. Only Zhou Yi was left alone in this temple. Humph! You are so stubborn. Zhou Yi can't stand these hypocritical guys the most. Midnight arrived as promised. After a day of bustle, Sensoji Temple fell into silence again. Everyone fell into a dream, only a few young monks who were on night watch remained awake. Zhou Yi lay quietly on the couch, waiting for his target to appear. Lord Tamayo, is this the place we are looking for? Yes, there are many dead bodies hidden in the pond we just passed by. This must be it. You host a banquet, but other guests show up? And it was the Tamayo that they were looking for during this trip? There really are such coincidences in the world. It seems that God is fair. How can someone have such bad luck that he always encounters upper and lower demons? Zhou Yi is not going to sit back and wait. Let's catch the big fish first, and wait for the small shrimps in Sensoji Temple. With a somersault, Zhou Yi stood up. He took out the sword from the storage space and walked out. The two people talking outside are Tamayo and Yoshiro. Both of them are demons. Tamayo has long stopped eating humans and even vowed to destroy Muzan. Yoshiro is a demon created by Tamayo who can survive by simply eating human blood. These two ghosts usually make a living by exchanging some money for blood from poor families. The two are both master and servant as well as friends, and Yoshiro is in love with Tamayo. Muzan has been chasing them, but he fails again and again. Don't move. Zhou Yi's sword was now placed on Zhu Shi's neck. Who are you? Don't hurt Lord Tamayo. Yoshiro was so concerned that he was confused and suddenly lost his composure. Who am I? Of course I'm the one who kills you. Zhou Yi was quite casual at this moment, even his tone was a little light. Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps? Tamayo asked, glancing at the long sword around her neck. Smart, you are worthy of being the escaper Zhu Shi. Zhou Yi praised. Then I feel relieved. Tamayo was obviously relaxed, and there was no fear in her eyes. It seems that you already know why I'm here. I'm sorry for being so rude. Zhou Yi grinned, showing an apologetic expression, then sheathed the sword and ended the joke. Yoshiro? When did Lord Tamayo meet such a handsome human? I owe you 2K. Considering the progress of the listing, I will pay you back after it is listed. Today's update is over, please vote. Please give me flowers. Oh. Chapter 34, is it possible that he is the ghost? Outdoors. Demon Slayer Core, the new water pillar, Zhou Yi. My lord sent me here, saying that I would understand once I got here. Zhou Yi seemed exceptionally well behaved at this moment, completely different from just now. This made Yoshiro very angry. This guy is so close to Tamayo. Yoshiro completely ignored the prefix when Zhou Yi introduced him, the water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Now he is very jealous. Lord Tamayo. Stay away from this guy. The Demon Slayer Corps are not our friends. Yoshiro stood between the two of them, blocking Tamayo's body tightly. Yoshiro, Zhou Yi had no intention of hurting me. He just held the back of the knife against my neck. I was shocked to hear that Lord Tamayo was actually speaking up for the man in front of me. Has Lord Tamayo been bewitched by this Zhou Yi? Yoshiro couldn't help but doubt this. Because the person in front of me does have some assets, at least he looks good. Lord Zhu Shi is right, I have no ill intentions. Zhou Yi also explained. Asshole. That murderous intent of yours just now didn't seem like a joke. 30. Yoshiro. Lord Zhu. For a moment, the situation was at a stalemate. Seeing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha. You two are so funny. I have a feeling that Mr. Yoshiro has some misunderstanding about me, so I will explain it in more detail. Zhou Yi, 12 years old this year, is a water pillar. The person he likes is my senior sister. 12 years old? There was shock on Tamayo Koiwa's face. She didn't expect that the person in front of her was only 12. 12-year-old Zhu. She couldn't help but think of the man who saved her, Yuichiro Tsugakoku. 12 years old. After hearing this, Yoshiro showed more joy. 12 years old is good. I feel relieved when I'm 12 years old. There's also a senior sister that you like? That's even better. Yoshiro's attitude suddenly changed 840 degrees, and he immediately showed a super friendly smile. Water column. I don't think there is any misunderstanding between us. This way please, I think you can keep a distance of 1 meter from Master Tamayo. The face changes too quickly. As expected, Yoshiro becomes very unreliable whenever he encounters anything related to Tamayo. The conflict between the two sides disappeared. Although Tamayo was helpless, she was also happy to see it happen. Shuizu, does your lord have anything else to say? Both of them put aside the main purpose of their trip. Let me say hello to you. Zhou Yi told the truth. Tamayo nodded thoughtfully. Don't be so reserved, just treat us as your friends. Honored. In that case, I won't be polite. At your disposal. Tamayo made her request. I need you to help me collect as much ghost blood as possible. Here it comes. It looks like Tamayo's research will start early. Zhou Yi pretended to be puzzled and asked, what's the use of ghost blood? If you want it, what are the requirements for the blood? Both questions hit the nail on the head. I need to use this blood to study the weaknesses of ghosts. As for the requirements of the blood, the stronger the blood owner is, the better. Lord Tamayo, who had always seemed elegant to Yoshiro, was now filled with hatred. His eyes also turned blood red. Lord Tamayo. Yoshiro quickly reminded. Oh. Sorry, I lost my composure. Although I have eaten humans before, I no longer have the intention to eat humans. Tamayo apologized quickly, fearing that the young water pillar in front of her would misunderstand her. It's natural. Zhou drew his sword and cut off the ghost's arm without hesitation. Lord Tamayo. Be careful. Yoshiro hurriedly protected Tamayo. Tick-tick, the smooth-cut surface was bleeding. The broken limbs were still twitching on the ground, then turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. Hey, you found me. It seems that you, a 12-year-old kid, are quite capable. Of course, it was not Tamayo's hand that was chopped off, but Ren Saburo's. Ren Sanlang had been eavesdropping since Zhou introduced himself for the second time. He originally thought that the man and two ghosts in front of him would fight. He was also prepared to reap the benefits. But I didn't expect that these three people could actually coexist peacefully and even reach cooperation. It's really a ghost. I saw a human. This female ghost also asks this person to help her collect blood. He immediately understood that the two ghosts were coming for him. The purpose is his blood. Do you really think I'm weak? Being regarded as an easy target, Ren Sanlang planned a sneak attack. But unexpectedly, he was stopped by Zhou. A 12-year-old kid, although he is very tall, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Ren Saburo had only been a demon for a few months, so of course he didn't know about the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps. He even thought that he was the only demon in the world. As for water columns and the like, he had no idea what was going on. Hey, kid, if you want to leave, I can let you go. Imp? Who are you talking about? Zhou looked at Zhu Shi. No, this person is already hundreds of years old. I always feel like you're thinking of something very rude. Tamayo seemed angry. No. You must have misunderstood. Zhou looked at Yushilang again. He is shorter than me, has a baby face, and even meets the criteria of being a ghost. The little devil must be talking about him. Absolutely. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Ren Sanlang roared impatiently. Zhou face suddenly fell. Can you say that again? I say, little brat. Get out of here. Ren Sanlang licked his newly grown wrist and gradually lost his patience. Very good, Zhou has lost his patience too. Water breathing, first form modification, water surface slash. Several sword lights flashed by, and the originally intact Ren Sanlang was cut into several pieces from top to bottom. Ah! Pain! It hurts hot. The sword was very sharp and he didn't feel any pain, but what followed was a burning sensation deep into his bones. What superb swordsmanship! Tamayo exclaimed in praise. She had seen the ghost of Yoriichi Tsugakuni before. The vision is naturally extraordinary. But the sword skills of the young man in front of her convinced her. I'm afraid he wasn't so strong back then. Tamayo was a little skeptical at this time. Can you say it again? Zhou smile at this moment was not very friendly. After saying that, he stabbed the sword into Ren Sanlang's mouth. Yuan %, asterisk. Translation, I don't dare anymore. The part above Ren Sanlang's chest was still intact, but he couldn't utter anything. It seems that you have something against me, so I can only teach you a lesson. To Ren Sanlang, these words sounded like whispers from hell, and he was so scared that tears streamed down his face. Translation, please, let me go. Yoshiro, who was standing aside, was so tense that he didn't even dare to breathe. Master Tamayo. Doesn't the water column in front of us look more like a ghost? Today's update is okay to make up for it. Chapter 35, The Filial Son. Why aren't you talking? Since you don't want to talk, I can only send you to the west. The sword in Ren Sanlang's mouth was pulled out, and he finally had the chance to speak. Don't kill me. I will definitely change my ways and be a good person. I won't be a good ghost. Too late. And many more. A sudden voice interrupted everything. "Donor Joe, please let my son go. He's just a kid." It was host Yuan Zhen who spoke out to stop it. He walked up quickly and stood in front of Ren Sanlang. "Son." Although having a son is not a strange thing, it is indeed shocking to hear this from a monk. What's more, Senji Temple inherits the Vinaya school, which emphasizes the observance of precepts. When Yoshiro, who was standing by, heard this, he immediately jumped out to question. "How can you, a monk, have a son?" Yuan Zhen was silent for a while, then sighed helplessly. "These are all mistakes I made when I was young." Tamayo and Yoshiro both fell silent. "So host, you are indeed the accomplice behind the scenes." 31. Zhou Yi remained unmoved and directly questioned host Yuan Zhen. "I don't think you'd give up your own child." Yuan Zhen is still defending himself. "Father! Save me, I don't want to die yet." During the confrontation, Ren Sanlang's body was barely reconnected. He stood up again and hid behind Yuan Zhen. "Don't worry, kid. I will protect you even if it costs me my life." Yuan Zhen burst into tears and protected her even more closely. "You old bald donkey, you are still stubborn. Master Zhou, how about this? I will use my life in exchange for my son's life. What do you think?" Seeing Zhou Yi getting closer and closer, Yuan Zhen had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Ren Sanlang, who was hiding behind, heard it and quietly poked his head out. His eyes rolled around and he revealed an evil smile. "Father, you said that." Puff. The sharp claws pierced through the chest, and the heart was still there, which was grasped by Ren Sanlang and held tightly in his hand. "Son, why are you?" "Father, didn't you say you were willing to exchange one life for another? I'm afraid you'll come back, so I'm taking the initiative." Yuan Zhen's eyes widened and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He died with reluctance. "I don't want to die. I can only sacrifice you, father." Ren Sanlang, who killed his father with his own hands, was almost insane at this time. Yoshiro frowned. Even though he was a ghost, he felt uncomfortable in this scene. Tamayo was feeling better. She didn't feel unwell, but just sad. Once you become a ghost, you will not be able to control your desires. Family and love will be thrown out of your mind, just like this. Over the past 100 years, she has seen such scenes countless times. Lord Tamayo, take care of yourself and don't be too sad. It's okay, I just got emotional. Oh? How can you be sure that I won't kill you? Zhou Yi asked back. I promise. I will never eat anyone again. This is the last one. After saying that, Ren Sanlang put the heart in his hand into his mouth, and after chewing it for a few bites, his face was full of intoxication. I am still very useful. Look. In front of Zhou Yi and others, the original Ren Sanlang immediately changed his appearance, from a young man to Yuan Zhen. How about it? My ability is pretty good, isn't it? I can help you manage this temple. There is a lot of money in Sensoji Temple. I guarantee that you can earn 10,000 taels of gold every year. Even Ren Saburo's voice became exactly the same as Yuan Zhen's. Even with Zhou Yi's eyesight, he couldn't see any difference. Except for the smell he gave off. Vampire magic. There is actually this kind of blood ghost technique that can transform into a different appearance. Zhou Yi. This guy might be worth studying. Tamayo immediately recognized the secret and realized the value of this guy. He, now you know my abilities. As long as you don't kill me, I will do whatever you say. Ren Sanlang is very confident now. He believed that the value he showed now could definitely save his life. Zhou Yi did not take action immediately, but instead looked as if he had suddenly realized something. No wonder the little monk said that he did send the overnight travelers away. So that's the reason. After hearing this, Ren Sanlang became even more proud. Of course. I thought the old man's suggestion was unnecessary at first, but later I found that it really calmed down a lot of rumors, so I kept doing it. After saying that, he kicked Yuan Zhen's body with his foot. So, you decided to spare my life. So filial. As expected, for a filial son like you, it's better for you to go down and accompany your father. Breathing of fire form 2, rising flame sky. What? Before he could finish his next words, Ren Sanlang was chopped into 2 pieces from bottom to top. Ms. Zhu Shi, this shouldn't affect your blood collection, right? Zhou Yi asked. Tamayo was not surprised at the end of Ren's arrow. The demon slayer core is the natural enemy of demons. Letting you finish what you are saying before lifting you up is already the greatest kindness. It's really funny that he still wants to survive. She shook her head to indicate that it had no effect. That's all right, Yoshiro, go and draw blood. Understood, Master Tamayo. Yoshiro took out a blood-drawing knife from the box behind him. A very unique thing. After Yoshiro stabbed into Renzabaro's body, the blood automatically drew up. This is something I designed, specifically for collecting blood. I think I understand the principle behind it. It uses air pressure. It's a very ingenious design. You can actually see it at a glance. Zhou Yi actually saw the mystery at a glance. This surprised Yoshiro quite a bit. You know, he had been designing this thing for a long time. Zhou Yi didn't say much. In his previous life, this was just some very basic knowledge, so he didn't continue to show off. Lord Tamayo, the blood has been collected, let's get out of here. Yoshiro returned to Tamayo with dozens of collected blood samples. Well, Zhou Yi, come with us too. This is not the place to talk. Zhu Shi turned his head and extended an invitation to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi also accepted it with pleasure. No. You can't leave. Chapter 36, The Upper Moon's Attack. Desperate Tamayo and Yoshiro. It is said that before one wave subsides, another wave rises. Zhou Yi encounters some accidents every time he goes out. The second upper moon doma from last night. And tonight, 2 of the upper ranks came to visit. Tamayo and Yoshiro immediately looked towards the source of the sound. That's the roof of the house opposite. Then, under the moonlight, Yoshiro and Tamayo identified each other's identities. Upper string. They are still the 4th and 5th among the upper ranks. The master and servant felt a jolt in their hearts and instantly lost their minds. They have been on the run for so many years, but have never encountered an upper rank demon. At most, they were just some small fish and shrimps, but even so, they were almost forced into a desperate situation. Now, what they are facing are 2 real upper rank ones. You must know that the special marks in your eyes will not lie. Yoshiro looked at Zhou Yi beside him, then at Tamayo, and was already prepared to sacrifice himself. Zhou Yi. Take Lord Tamayo and run quickly. I'll buy you some time. He took out a stack of talisman papers from his pocket and handed them to Zhou Yi. These talismans can help you become invisible. What are you standing there for? Run! Yoshiro almost shouted. His legs were shaking constantly, and the terrifying aura coming from the roof opposite was making it hard for him to breathe. If it weren't for his belief in protecting Tamayo, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to resist and would have collapsed to the ground. Yoshiro, don't waste your time. These are useless against the upper ranks. Tamayo was disheartened at this moment. She knew better than Yoshiro how powerful the upper ranks were. Not to mention that 2 upper rank celestial beings have arrived at the same time. All that awaits them is death. Master Tamayo. It's not time to give up yet. Let the water pillar take you away. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem to take you along. Yoshiro is still trying his best to persuade Tamayo to give it a try. Tamayo shook her head, indicating that it was all in vain. You don't understand, Yoshiro. Even if he is a pillar, he will never be a match for an upper rank demon. Yoshiro couldn't believe that Lord Tamayo, who was once calm, elegant and never gave up, would be so pessimistic. No. Joyi is so powerful, he can definitely help you escape. Yoshiro grabbed Tamayo's arm and shook her body hard. Even if there is only a little hope, don't give up. Tamayo still refused. Yoshiro, I never told you. No. This kind of thing isn't important right now. You'd better leave quickly. NGGHHH. 32. Tamayo put her hand on Yoshiro's mouth. What warm hands. Well, being able to die here with Lord Tamayo is also a good thing, right? Yoshiro didn't know whether he was happy or sad, with complicated emotions in his eyes. He gradually calmed down and came behind Tamayo. Do you know how long the battle between the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons lasted? Zhu Shi had a sad face and asked Yu Shilang. It's been 1,000 years. Yes, nearly 1,000 years. But there's one thing you don't know. Tamayo gave a wry smile. What's the matter? That is, in the past 1,000 years, no upper rank has ever died at the hands of the Demon Slayer Corps. I've never even heard of failure. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Yoshiro, who had already raised his right hand and was ready to knock Tamayo unconscious, was stunned on the spot for a moment. The raised hands also fell weakly to the sides. The plan to knock Sumas unconscious and let Joyi take her away was shattered. What? Is there no room for a little bit of fighting back? Yoshiro muttered. He looked at Joyi, trying to get an answer from this water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tamayo is right. The Demon Slayer Corps has never killed any upper-rank demon before. Joyi gave this answer very calmly. Why? You bunch of losers. After all these years. Why haven't you even defeated a single upper-rank demon? Why can you still say this so calmly? Aren't you ashamed? Yoshiro was extremely angry. He stood on tiptoe, grabbed Joyi's collar and questioned him. Yoshiro. You are so rude. Joyi is only 12 years old. Tamayo hurriedly dissuaded the impulsive Yoshiro. I'm sorry. I am really too sad. If it were just me, dying here wouldn't matter, but Lady Tamayo. Yoshiro loosened his hand like a deflated ball and lowered his head to apologize to Joyi. I can understand. Joyi straightened his wrinkled collar. He could still forgive this infatuated Yoshiro. After all, when it comes to Tamayo, Yoshiro always loses his composure. Ka. It's indeed the escaper. He knows a lot. The one who spoke was Han Tengu, the fourth upper rank, and now there was the word anger on his forehead. If it was a swordsman of the same rank as the pillar, I would have killed 10 of them. The jade pot that appeared in voice and shape beside him also began to recall. Haha, I've killed more people than you. I have the lives of 11 pillars on my hands. Yu-Hu was still the same, making sarcastic remarks as usual. What? It is obvious that Yoshiro still underestimated the strength of the upper moons. These two demons have killed 21 pillar-level swordsmen. 21. Joyi is all alone now. At this moment, Yoshiro had a deeper understanding of Tamayo's despair. It's useless. No matter how hard we struggle, we can't survive. Kakaka, it's great that you have such an idea. Han Tengu, with the word anger engraved on his head, was very impatient and had already started rubbing his hands together. But this was all before I showed up. I just beat off an upper rank last night. I think he was the second upper rank. His name was Doma. That guy ran away very quickly. I was about to kill him. Joyi said lightly. The two ghosts, Tamayo and Yoshiro, looked at each other, with shock in their eyes. Master Tamayo, did you hear that? Tamayo gently covered her mouth with her small hand. Doma? That's right, this guy is the second upper rank. I don't know how Tamayo got the information, but she actually knew Doma's identity. You know, only a few people can survive after seeing Doma. Zhou was also a little surprised at this moment. So you know him too? Zhou said to Yoshiro solemnly. Our members of the Demon Slayer Corps are all human. They can get hurt and die. Humans may not be as strong as demons, and they may not be able to heal their wounds quickly. Compared to the ghosts, we are very weak. But we have endless potential. From now on, I promise you, I will chop off every upper string's head. Chapter 37, Vulnerable? What are you talking about? These words were so enlightening that even Tamayo felt her heart surge. She could feel the sincerity in the words, the determination. Yoshiro was even in tears. What? Don't say such cool words in such a desperate situation. I'd be touched too. Who wouldn't want to have such a reliable person by their side when they are desperate? Sorry for making you cry. Zhou expressed his apology. Humph. There's sand in my eyes. Yoshiro is getting too arrogant. Ms. Tamayo, please give me some time. I will go and deal with these two ghosts. Be careful. Zhu Shi's common sense told him that Zhou might be encouraging them more, instead of actually having the ability to defeat the upper moon demon. But, it's not that important at this moment. If we give this child a little more time, I'm afraid we may not be without a chance. Zhu Shi looked at Zhou back, feeling regretful. Are you the water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps? Exactly. Yu Hu looked at it carefully. I don't think you have any supernatural powers, do you? How did you defeat Doma? Did he really defeat Doma? When Zhu Shi heard Yu Hu's question, he couldn't believe it. Ms. Tamayo. Are we saved? Yoshiro also heard it clearly. It's hard to say. Doma is very strong, but he is only one after all, and now there are two upper-ranked demons. Tamayo remained rational and was not blindly optimistic. Yuhu and Bantiangu ignored the master and servant. Their mission this time was to deal with Zhou. As for the escapee, it was just an unexpected surprise. Humph. You just relied on your restraint and trickery to defeat Doma, but you really think you can turn the world upside down? Yuhu. Help me hold the line, I'll teach him a lesson first. Yuhu agreed readily. No problem. I don't want my artwork to be roasted by the sky's flames. And many more. Fire? Yoshiro felt something was wrong and recalled his self-introduction just now. Water column. Water column. He is a water column. Isn't Zhou a water column? Why does he have the breath of fire? Yoshiro is not feeling well. Why are you so weird? The words woke the dreamer up, and Zhu Shi beside him was also stunned. 12 years old, water pillar, and can use breath of fire. She had a feeling that Zhou might know more than that. Han Tengu's normal state is not actually like this. On weekdays, he appears as an old man with no eyes, a swollen forehead, 2 horns on his head, and a face like Prujna. The current state is actually caused by his blood demon magic. Blood vampire magic materialization split. Han Tengu has 4 clones, including his current form Angry, which is the angry demon and the embodiment of Han Tengu's angry emotion. The other 3 forms are the embodiment of happy emotions, Coke. The embodiment of joyful emotions, Empty Joy. The embodiment of sadness, Sadness. These clones are all different and have personalities that match their names. They have independent personalities, led by the angry ghost, and can even have conflicts among their clones. For example, the angry ghost can't stand the happy ghost. The angry ghost hates it when someone slacks off during a battle, but the happy ghost enjoys it. The angry ghost jumped down from the roof and summoned 3 other clones. This is the person Lord Muzan wants us to kill. Remember not to screw it up. 33. The angry ghost told the other 3 about the situation, and even brought up Muzan to warn the happy ghost who loved to slack off. Hehe, since this is Master Muzan's order, I can only show my true abilities. The demon of music was dressed as a Yamabushi with his upper body naked. After he finished speaking, he stuck out his long tongue with the word engraved on it. Next to him was a round fan, which was his weapon. Haha! I love this feeling so much. The ghost of joy was even more bizarre, with wings growing from its back while flying in mid-air. Its lower body was actually that of a bird. Its arms were shaped like bird claws, making it look like a half-bird man. This guy is so sad. The ghost of sorrow took on human form, dressed like a warrior, holding a cross-patterned gun in his hand. From just one ghost, it suddenly became 4. Looking at the postures of these 4 ghosts, I'm afraid they have their own blood ghost magic. You are the half-dogs. Joyi was not afraid at all, and he pulled out the sword that had been put into the scabbard again. Under the hazy moonlight, Wu Ganzhuo's sword gradually disappeared and turned colorless. Forget it, it will be fine as long as we kill them all. Humph! You're so arrogant. Go ahead. The angry ghost snorted coldly and summoned his weapon, a tin staff. Hearing his instructions, the 3 ghosts at the side also took action together. Come and die. The ghost of music took the lead in attacking, waving the round fan in his hand. Blood demon art, strong wind. In an instant, the direction of the surrounding airflow changed. They gathered on the round fan of the ghost of music, and when accumulated to a certain level, they were suddenly released. Strong wind impact. This move controls the direction of wind flow and uses the difference in flow speed to create a pressure difference, pinning people in place and making it impossible to dodge. Hehe, this move cannot be avoided without extremely strong power. The sounds of Ellie's hehe followed one after another. Yoshiro shouted. Oh no! Joyi, get out of the way! Bang! A strong wind came howling, leaving a large fan-shaped pit on the ground. Tisk, it's so vulnerable. When Ellie's hehe saw that the other party had no trace left, a rare look of regret appeared on his face. What are you talking about? There is one more chapter, I will post it later, please give me some flowers. Chapter 38, the upper 5 is forced into a desperate situation. Dang! As soon as he finished speaking, Ellie's hege's head was chopped off. It's time to take the offensive. Yoshiro, who was originally full of worries, suddenly had his eyes light up and became excited. Great, we've eliminated one so quickly. And Tamayo, who was standing aside, had a serious look on his face. It's not that simple. This guy is a genuine upper 5. As it turned out, Tamayo was right. The headless ghost of music stumbled to his feet again. After groping on the ground for a while, he picked up his head again, pressed it on, and turned it in a circle. Not bad. You do have some strength. The ghost of fun is the ultimate fun man. The expression he looked at Joyi at this moment was like finding a favorite toy. I must have some fun with you. There was a discordant sound coming from the side. That's enough. What are you standing there for? Come on together. The angry ghost urged the other clones impatiently, while he himself, holding the staff, took the lead and set an example. Vampire art thunder killing. The staff summoned strings of lightning, which blasted towards Joyi. It is called lightning, but it is far from reaching the speed of light. It is just a ray with extremely high destructive power. Rock breathing type 5, Warawa Kibyu. This move was learned from rock pillar Gyume. Originally, after jumping into the air, he would first throw a hand axe at the opponent, then throw a meteor hammer, and then throw the weapons alternately. The power was enough to easily shatter the earth. But Joyi only had a sword in his hand, so he improved it into a throwing sword. His target is the ground. Wu Ganzhuo was thrown straight into the ground, and the stones on the ground were blown away by the air waves generated by the sword, blocking Lei Sha's attack. Let me see how many stones you have available. Blood demon art, thunder. Joyi dodged and took the sword, breaking it into pieces with one blow. What? I thought it was very powerful, but it broke into pieces with just one cut. Zhou Yi directly mocked the angry ghost. Blood demon art, thunder. Blood demon art, thunder. It was meaningless, all the lightning was split by a sword. Hateful. The attack that he had launched with all his strength was easily blocked, and the angry ghost was so angry that his face turned red. Don't worry. Watch me. Vampire art, stimulating tears. This is the demon of sorrow using blood magic. He thrust forward with the cross-patterned gun in his hand, and at the same time, released several extremely destructive shock waves forward. Hey, that's really funny. Zhou Yi snorted coldly, and with a light flick of the sword in his right hand, the cross-patterned spear was blocked. Come again. Vampire art, stimulating tears. Is this the only level I have? If I only had your level of strength, Master would definitely beat me to death. Damn it. Even the ghost of sorrow, who represents sorrow, got angry. Kongzi. Stop wasting time. Here it comes, isn't this so exciting? Vampire art crying. The scream emitted from the throat of the happy ghost is so powerful that it can easily destroy the human eardrum, make the person dizzy, or even lose consciousness. Even if it does not directly hit the enemy, it will have an impact on the environment around it. Fortunately, Sensji Temple was still relatively sturdy and managed to hold on. The sound waves are getting closer. Secret sword Yanhui. 3 knife lights flashed by, not towards the ghost, but towards the front. Tamayo and Yoshiro looked at Zhou Yi, who was blocking the way, and were ready to cover their ears. But they were surprised to find that there was no sound at all. Master Tamayo, did you hear the sound? No. It should be related to Zhou Yi's attack just now. That's right, Yan Fan is a move that cuts through space and time. Cutting off a mere sound wave is naturally no problem. Who else? If we don't use all our strength, I'm afraid the sun will rise soon. Zhou Yi made the same gesture as Ip Man with his left hand, with his sword resting on his right shoulder, indicating that he should continue to attack. The 4 people on the battlefield subconsciously took a step back. A thought came to mind at the same time. This guy seems to be really strong. The next scene was quite bloody. In just 1 minute, the 4 clones were named and beheaded one after another. Each time the head fell off, it was replaced and then chopped off again. In this way, Zhou Yi chopped tirelessly for more than 10 minutes. Tamayo, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, had one feeling: am I really not dreaming? Is this really not the reincarnation of Yuichi Tsugami? How to chase after upper-rank demon sword? In a trance, she gave her own guess. Zhou Yi. I'm afraid there is another real body nearby. You can't kill the upper 5 like this. Zhou Yi had no intention of stopping. Don't worry, I'm going to chop him down until he comes out. These 4 clones can die and be resurrected repeatedly because, as Tamayo said, the original body has not died. Han Tengu has another clone, the Cowardly Ghost. The Cowardly Ghost, Han Tengu's true form after he completed his split. Like the Ghost of Music, it has the word timid on its tongue. His body is the size of a mouse and he is timid. He always avoids battles and leaves all the fighting to other clones. However, although the Cowardly Ghost is small, its neck is very hard and difficult to cut off. 34. As long as he is not beheaded, the other clones will not die even if they are beheaded. After all, recovery requires energy. I want to see how much energy this guy has. Yoshiro? You've gone too far, shouldn't you be more restrained and at least behave like a human being? Killing him until he can't recover, is this what a human being should do? Not good. Not good. The coward hiding in the corner paced back and forth. The energy in the Cowardly Ghost is rapidly decreasing. If he plays for another 10 minutes, he will probably be exhausted. No. I have to use my killer move. The 4 clones with dispersed powers are completely powerless against him. Soon, the cowardly ghost's orders were transmitted to the minds of the 4 clones through some means. They no longer bent down to pick up the heads, but quickly gathered around the angry ghost. Oh! Finally changing your tactics. Zhou Yi didn't even breathe heavily, but instead stretched lazily. Just in time, I've finished warming up. It's been a long time since I let go. After all, the last time he fought against Doma, Zhou Yi relied more on another heroic spirit, Tsumyokuri Muramasa of the Sengoku Muramasa, to kill the opponent instantly with large-scale attacks. Sure enough, every blow is bloody, that's the romance of a man. Humph, don't be so arrogant. We haven't used our full strength yet. The angry ghost took this opportunity to recover. He was so irritable that he was already filled with anger. Let me show you our complete form. The angry ghost absorbed the other 3 ghosts around him. A loud thunder streaked across the sky, accompanied by strong whines, and the ghost of hatred, Chen Boshan, officially appeared. Today's 10,000 updates are finished. Oh, everyone please collect and give me flowers. Oh, oh, oh. Chapter 39, Try Harder. Have you not eaten? Hateful Akuten, Han Tengu's last trump card, a collection of emotions. A demon who looks like a teenager, carrying several thunder god drums with the word, hatred, engraved on them on his back, and holding an S-shaped drumstick. His character is extremely bad, he is arrogant and presumptuous, like a distortion and deterioration of Han Tengu's true character. He is the ultimate egoist, and anyone who hurts himself is a bad person. Power. I feel the power filling my body. Zhang Poshan looked at the palm of his right hand and made a fist gesture, which caused bursts of explosive sounds. You are honored, but also very sad. If you were given more time, you would become stronger, but you met me. This is exactly the look I missed, Bantian Go. I haven't seen you in this look for hundreds of years. From beginning to end, Yahoo had no worries about Bantian Go at all, and let Zhou Yi slaughter those clones. Looks like I can watch the show in peace. Well, of course, just watch me and kill a little devil. Zhang Aotean replied to Yahoo as a matter of course. Interesting. First it becomes several clones, and then it merges into one again. If you were in another world, you would be a dual king anyway. Although Zhang Boshan didn't understand what Zhou Yi was saying, he knew it was definitely not a good thing. Show off your tongue. Blood Demon Art, Wood Dragon Strong Wind. After merging into the hateful Amber Queen, his Blood Demon magic changed again. The original moves can still be used, but their power has been enhanced. The new Blood Demon technique is to use the taiko drum behind you to freely generate a wooden dragon, and you can use it as a medium to use the Blood Demon technique of the original 4 incarnations, and the power is completely different. The wood used to build Sen's-ji Temple was forcibly pulled out and transformed into a wooden dragon, coiled under the feet of Zenpoten. The temple, having lost its main support, collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. The wooden dragon spewed out a stronger wind than before from its mouth, lifting up damaged tiles and cracked stones, and rushed towards Zhou Yi with unstoppable momentum. Ms. Tamayo. Be careful. Yoshiro put his hands in front of his eyes, his clothes were whistling, he pressed Tamayo behind him to avoid the attack of Zenpoten. This power is many times greater than before. Is Zhou Yi okay? The wind was so strong that the two had to shout very loudly even though they were so close to each other. Q search. Skirt 850. 296,501. We should believe him. He's been working miracles. From the despair at the beginning to the full trust now, Tamayo has regarded Zhou Yi as a person like Sugakoku Yoshiichi. Perhaps, he is even more powerful. Ms. Tamayo, what are you talking about? I can't hear you. Nothing. Hey, system, please give me the task. I've been fighting for quite some time. Just waiting for your mission. Ding. System task released, there is no door to hell, but you come. Task description, Buddha is merciful, and God has the virtue of loving life, but Buddha will not save fools, and ghosts who want to die cannot be stopped. Eliminate these two ghosts cleanly and neatly. Task reward, 50,000 exchange points. Tisk tisk, why are you talking so weirdly? And my reward for finding Tamayo. Hurry. Zhou found that this system was becoming more and more lazy. Not only did they not send out the missions, but they also sent out the rewards late. Mission, the whereabouts of the escaper is completed, and 10,000 exchange points are successfully obtained. Very good. Zhou looked at the progress of his heroic spirit inheritance again. Sasaki Kojiro has reached 60%. He was able to unlock it so quickly thanks to a series of recent battles and the recent battle with Han Tengu. Fighting is indeed the shortcut to becoming stronger. Then comes the second heroic spirit inheritance. The inheritance progress of Sengo Muramasa remains unchanged at 0%. You know, the higher the unlocking progress, the stronger Zhou will be. I've already used Tsumuguri Muramasa once, but it's still 0%. This is too embarrassing. System, what on earth is going on? Kyunza Muramasahi is a swordsmith and a blacksmith. It is recommended that you make more staffs and forge more swords. I always feel that this system is becoming more and more humane. Is it my illusion? Yes. It seems there are some minor problems. Forget it, since we all have tasks, let me deal with these two annoying guys first. Ha ha ha. Do you feel it? This is power. Look at this fierce gust of wind. I can do it with ease. Yoo-hoo, do you understand? After the fusion, Zheng Botian is still as arrogant as ever. Come on, wait till you kill this guy. If you can't solve it, I'm going to do it. Yoo-hoo didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. He only liked to mock others and didn't like to be mocked. Ha ha ha, no need. I will destroy him with this move. You are just ants after all. How can you compare to us who have been given power by Master Muzan? After saying that, Zhang Boshan struck the thunder god Tycho behind him again. Bang bang bang. Blood demon art, wood dragon strong wind. Several more wooden dragons were summoned, and strong winds spewed out of their mouths again. A force several times greater than just now burst out. Lord Tamayo. Be careful. The wind seems to be getting stronger again. Yoshiro tried his best to protect Tamayo, and still kept his voice very high. Suddenly, peace returned to the world. Tamayo was frightened by Yoshiro, who deliberately raised his voice. What's going on? Why is there suddenly no movement? Yoshiro was confused. Looking at Tamayo rubbing her ears, he asked a soul-searching question. Could it be that this upper rank has not eaten and is hungry? Chapter 40, Death of an Upper Rank Demon. Just before sunrise. The noise coming from Senji Temple caused quite a commotion. Hey, honey, why does it sound so windy outside? What annoyance! It's just a little windy. Go back to sleep. I'm exhausted every time you stay up this late. But, dear, I feel like something is really wrong. Go to sleep, Sensoji Temple can't collapse. Boom. The man who was drowsy just now suddenly woke up. Honey, what did you just say? 35. Sensoji Temple can't possibly collapse. It seems to have really collapsed. Fuck. Everything came to a screeching halt. The wind was cut off. To be precise, it is impossible to cross the line drawn by Zhou. There was a howling wind on Zhang Boshan's side, but it was calm on Zhou's side. Gilu. Zhengpo Tianxia swallowed subconsciously. He would never have dreamed that the blood vampire magic that he was so proud of would be broken so easily. If I hadn't seen the black clouds cutting through the sky in that stunning moment. One sword. Just one sword. It's time to end this round-based game of back and forth. Use whatever tricks you have. I don't have time to play games with you. Strength is like water in a sponge, if you squeeze it, there will always be some. Zhou looked at the rising inheritance progress bar and chose to follow his heart. It would be good to let these ghosts play a role before they die. What a shame. Zheng Potion had never suffered such injustice before. Who is he? There is a noble upper string in his eyes, ranking 5th. He is Lord Musen's loyal subordinate. Work diligently and earnestly. How can I bear such an insult? This kind of thing requires involving ghosts. You who don't look, come and help. You who was slow to respond. You who? Are you deaf? Come and help me. Han Tengu, look around you. You who finally responded, but his voice was trembling and full of fear. The wind and sand surged up, blocking my vision, and when I opened my eyes again, it was already a different world. Intrinsic territory. Created by Zhuyi's world of mind, it pulls people into another world. The effect attached to the Sengo Muramasa's noble phantasm, Tsumyukari Muramasa. Zhu Shi and the other person standing behind Zhou were also pulled in. Master Tamayo. You are well informed. Do you know what this is? Tamayo had no way of answering Yoshiro's question. I'm sorry, Yoshiro. I haven't seen this either. Continuous sand dunes, coupled with metal gears hanging in the air. The ground was full of potholes, and even the quicksand could not hide these traces. It looks like there's something stuck in the ground. Looking at this mark, it could be some kind of weapon? Maybe a sword. Yoshiro was quite sensitive to tools and immediately thought of some kind of weapon. Welcome to my world. I wanted to finish you off quickly, but I changed my mind. After saying that, the red weapon that had already condensed in Zhou hand was casually inserted into the ground. This seemingly random action caused huge changes in the surrounding environment. The earth shattered, magma gushed out, and high temperatures raged in this world. Tamayo and Yoshiro were beside Zhou and around this weapon, so there was no impact at all. Zhou said to Tamayo and Yoshiro with an apologetic look. Please wait a moment. Can we still say no? Tamayo and Yoshiro couldn't refuse. The two men turned and began to observe the weapon on the ground. It looks like a knife. There seems to be writing on it. Tsumyukari Muramasa? Could it be Tsumyukari Muramasa's katana? Isn't this the legendary Kusanagi sword? Infinite City. Okay. I can't even sense the aura of Bantian-go and Yahoo. The last time I felt this familiar feeling was when Doma encountered that water column. Wuzen's face looked a little gloomy. Did those two losers lose too? Zhou jumped several times, stepped on the hot magma, and came to the two ghosts trapped in the magma. The scene of the sky and earth changing color just now has already frightened the two ghosts. In a world like Demon Slayer, the worst that can happen is to destroy a town. How can there be someone like you? The sky collapsed and the earth collapsed in an instant. How to fight this? There's no way to play. Don't come here. If you come over again, we won't be polite. Looking at Zhou walking in step by step, the first one to speak was neither Chen Aotia nor Yahoo. But it's a cowardly ghost the size of a mouse. Oh? I didn't expect to drag you into this as well. Just as Zhou was about to reach out to grab it, he was stopped by Zhangboshan, who had mustered up the courage. Very good, there is still some dignity of an upper string. Zhou gave the final ultimatum. If you win against me, I'll let you out. If you lose, then go out and bask in the sun. There was no other choice. Yu-hu and Zheng Po-tian simply exchanged glances and then joined forces to fight the enemy. Cruel. Too cruel. Bloody. So bloody. I don't know how much time has passed, but none of this matters. Looking at the fragments scattered on the ground in the distance, even though he knew that the other party was an extremely evil upper-rank demon, Yoshiro still felt inappropriate pity. I hope you will be a good person in your next life. At least, don't run into him when he's a bad guy. The fourth and fifth moons are both still breathing their last breath. Zhou Yi deliberately avoided the neck and only chopped the part below their neck into pieces. The two upper-rank demons, who were able to recover quickly at first, no longer had the strength to resist after being chopped and restored countless times. How can I fall like this? I haven't finished my art yet. There was resentment and reluctance in Yahu's tone. The light in Han Tengu's eyes had long since disappeared. Kill me. Zhou Yi just said, you deserve it. So he left that place and returned to Tamayo. It's time for us to leave. What about them? Tamayo was referring to the two upper-rank demons who were struggling to survive on the ground. Let Yoshiro go get some blood. They're almost dead. They don't have the energy to hurt anyone else. Yoshiro nodded and took out all the remaining blood-drawing knives from the box. There are more than 50 of them. He understood that this blood was very precious. Of course, the larger the quantity, the better. If these two guys weren't dying, he would even want to use a bucket to hold them. After a while, Yoshiro came back after drawing blood. Then let's go. 3 figures, a pile of debris, and 2 drained heads appeared out of nowhere on the ruins of Sensji Temple. The east was already bright, and it was no longer suitable for ghosts to act. Zhou Yi said to the 2 ghosts beside him. Ms. Tamayo, Yoshiro, you 2 should leave first. I will follow you later. Tamayo had no objection, but Yoshiro reminded her. Remember the talisman I gave you? Stick it on your forehead and you can find us. After confirming that everything was correct, they left the place first. 36. The rest is up to you. As expected, ghosts are creatures that love the sun the most. Zhou Yi's soliloquy caused a rebuttal from Yu-Hu next to him. What? He was so weak and severely blood-deprived that he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. The first rays of sunlight appeared over the horizon. It shot directly at the 2 ghosts, making a harsh sound. Ah! At this point, Upper 4, Upper 5, defeat. Chapter 41, Movements of all parties. A luxurious villa. In the bedroom. There are thick curtains to block out the sunlight. What? The curly-haired man woke up from his dream, covered his face with his right hand, and kept breathing heavily. They are really dead, these bastards. His fair face became distorted, and one could see his anger at a glance, but his eyes, as clear as gems, were filled with more fear. Yu Yan? What's wrong with you? The woman sleeping next to him rubbed her sleepy eyes, wondering what was going on with her boyfriend. Did you have a nightmare? The memories sent back by those 2 pieces of trash reappeared in Yuyan's mind, and they were indeed similar to a nightmare. Yeah, I had a nightmare. I'm fine, Midoriko. The woman's name is Midori, and the man next to her is Uehiko, her boyfriend. They have been dating for many years and are now discussing marriage. In Midori's opinion, her boyfriend Tsukihiko is very handsome and worthy of her. Not only that, Yu Yan is young and rich, and owns a big company. It is said that he mainly sells some exquisite works of art, such as bottles made of porcelain and jade. Tsukihiko's parents died early, so Midori didn't have to worry about the so-called mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. However, these are not the most important. What Midori loves most is her boyfriend's fair skin. Due to a special disease, Yuyan cannot see the sun, so his skin is particularly white. She likes this kind of morbid beauty. I'm glad you're okay. Midori felt relieved and closed her eyes again. You've been coming home so late lately, I'm starting to wonder if you're having an affair. How could I? Yuyan forced a smile. And always remind yourself to play your current role well. The character you have worked so hard to build up cannot be abandoned at will. Yet. I believe you. Mua. Midori pulled Yuyan over and gave him a big kiss. I've been having nightmares lately. I dreamed that you were killed by a swordsman. Click. Midori's neck was broken. Uian wiped his lips and shook his hands. The smile on his face disappeared, his face became so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it, and he gave orders coldly to the empty room. Take care of the aftermath and don't leave any traces. Two dark figures emerged from the shadows and knelt on the ground respectfully. As you command, my lord. Tsukihiko is an alias of Muzan Kibutsuji. He had maintained this identity for many years, but now he has ruthlessly abandoned it. Also, tell the other ghosts not to make any big moves in the next 100 years. Be more restrained. Muzan thought for a while and added another sentence. Let Doma continue. Don't slack off. Then he disappeared. From today on, this country will have one less capitalist and one less big villa. Demon Slayer headquarters. The letter from Joyi was delivered to Yabayashiki Yoya through the crow. Father, there is a letter from Mizuhira. Yabayashiki Hina handed the light yellow envelope to her father. Oh? Is there news so soon? Yabayashiki Yoya was not sure what Joyi meant by his reply. In just 4 days, I guess we've only been in the Asakusa area for less than a day. Could it be that something happened and he needed to report urgently? In any case, Yabayashiki Yoya would never have thought that things were far more complicated than he imagined. Father, you will know once you take a look. Ah. Yabayashiki Yoya opened the envelope and read it carefully. My lord. I have fulfilled my mission. I found Miss Tamayo's whereabouts shortly after arriving in the Asakusa area. Okay. Yabayashiki Yoya couldn't help but marvel at Joyi's efficiency. I found it on the first day. It was indeed the right decision to send him. Yabayashiki Hina rarely saw her father like this, so she must have thought that the water pillar had completed his mission very well. The report on Tamayo only took up a short paragraph, and Yabayashiki Yoya continued reading. The night I first arrived in Asakusa, I ran into Yabayashiki Yoya suffers cardiac arrest. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen something out of the ordinary. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly and read it aloud again. I'm at the second upper rank, Doma. Upper Moon 2. Yabayashiki Hina, who was standing by, took a deep breath, and without caring about etiquette, she covered her mouth with her hands and stammered to her father. Father, what did you just say? She wondered if her father had read it wrong. No, I'm sure of that. Yabayashiki Yoya has confirmed it several times. Mr. Joyi, nothing will happen to him, right? Yabayashiki Hinamai began to worry about Joyi's safety. Yabayashiki Yoya shook his head, and his hand holding the letter paper trembled a little. It shouldn't be that he has any problem. So who had the accident? Could it be that civilians were injured? Still not right. What exactly is that? Doma is seriously injured and retreats. What the hell? At this moment, no words can describe the feelings of this father and daughter. Shocked is not quite accurate, this incident has reached the point of being sensational. In nearly 1,000 years, no pillar has been able to defeat the upper moons. What's more, that's the upper two. According to records, he had the lives of at least 20 people. Mr. Joyi has only joined the Demon Slayer Corps for a few days. After hearing what his daughter said, Yabayashiki Yoya calculated carefully. The answer was given. Not even a month. In less than a month, they achieved an achievement that the Demon Slayer Corps had never achieved in nearly 1,000 years. Father, please let me take a look. I'm afraid. Yabayashiki Hina still found it a little unbelievable. See for yourself. Yabayashiki Yoya could understand his daughter's caution, so he made an exception and handed the letter to her. After reading it carefully, I found that it was exactly as my father said. Doma was seriously injured and retreated. Then, Yabayashiki Hinamai glanced down again. This sight frightened her so much that she couldn't even hold the paper. Father! Look down again. Chapter 42 Unlocking the Final Trial. Didn't we already know that the Upper Moon War 2 was defeated? Why is Hina still making such a fuss? Hina, you're going to be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps in the future, so you can't be so jumpy. Yabayashiki Yoya took this opportunity to begin teaching his daughter. He has at most 10 years left to train these children well. No. Father, there's something else in the letter. 37. Something else? Is there anything more important than defeating the upper ranks? Yabayashiki Yoya was a little skeptical. In his opinion, this matter might be more important than finding Tamayo. Father, please watch it yourself. I need to slow down. Yabayashiki Yoya took the letter again and read it with a suspicious look on his face. The next night, I killed an unknown ghost in Sensoji Temple. It's a very common thing. Isn't it just a ghost hiding in the temple? Still down there? Okay? Yabayashiki Yoya didn't believe it. What could have happened to make his daughter lose her composure like this? He read on. And on the same night, he killed upper 4 and upper 5. It's no big deal, isn't it? It's just an upper string. What? Yabayashiki Yoya's blood pressure suddenly rose. Good. 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 3 consecutive goods showed how excited Yabayashiki Yoshiya was at the moment. Not only did he defeat the 2 upper moons, he even killed 2 of them. Father, be careful. Yabayashiki Hina stepped forward quickly and supported her staggering father. It's okay, I'm just so happy. The upper-rank demons, who had not been defeated in nearly 1,000 years, have now been killed by Zhou. As the core of the 12 demon moons, the upper-rank demons have suffered casualties. Quick! Get me some paper and pen. I want to write a letter to everyone. Spread this exciting news to them. Asakusa area. Tamayo's base. I didn't expect the water column to be so powerful. Thank you for your help. Please use. Yoshiro brought the tea to Zhou, and his attitude obviously changed. After witnessing this terrifying strength, he could no longer treat the person in front of him as an equal. Tamayo was sitting opposite, thinking of what to say. What the manager had just done was too shocking for her. Ms. Tamayo, can you give me more lancets? Seeing that both of them were a little absent-minded, Zhou spoke first. Oh. Okay, no problem. Yoshiro, go get it for Zhou. Tamayo woke up as if from a dream and immediately signaled Yoshiro to get the blood-drawing knife. So how am I going to get the blood to you from now on? Shouldn't we have to make another trip? Zhou continued talking about the previous topic. This problem is easy to solve. The cha-cha pills will help transport your blood. After saying that, Tamayo called her beloved cat. Cha-cha-wan. Meow meow. Cha-cha-wan is a cat, and a ghost cat. It's a ghost just like us. From now on, it will be responsible for the transportation of blood. Meow. A very cute kitten. Zhou tentatively stretches out his right hand, and Cha-cha-wan will come up directly. It seems to like you very much. Zhu Shi said to Zhou with a smile. It's very cute, I like it too. It was the first time that Zhou encountered a ghost cat, and he subconsciously touched it for a while longer. Meow. Meow. Yoshiro came back with a box of lancets. He originally just wanted to give a few lancets, but then he changed his mind. Who are you looking down on? Are a few enough? How much blood can be collected from just a few of them? Yoshiro shook his head vigorously. I feel like I'm drifting a little bit. Let me slow down. When he came back, he happened to see Cha-cha-wan acting cute and coquettish. Mr. Zhou, this is the blood-drawing knife you requested. Thank you, Yoshiro. Yoshiro looked at the man and the cat and felt a little emotional. Cha-cha-maru seems to like you very much. He and Cha-cha-maru have always been at odds because the latter is Tamayo's favorite cat. He doesn't like the living creatures that Lord Tamayo likes. Meow. After Zhou got the blood-drawing knife, he prepared to say goodbye and leave. I still have to go back and report to my lord. Miss Tamayo, please focus on your research. I will do my best to send the blood to you. Believe me, it's at least at the level of the 12 demon moons. Your research may be needed to deal with Muzan. When it comes to Muzan, Tamayo becomes very serious and solemnly states that she will do her best. Zhou Yi left after some polite exchanges. Looking at the direction Zhou Yi left, Zhu Shiking couldn't help but shed tears. Master Tamayo, what's wrong with you? I'm fine, I'm just too excited. There's finally hope after hundreds of years. System, collect the reward. Ding, you have to complete the mission Hell Has No Door. Obtained mission reward, 50,000 exchange points. Open the panel. Ding, the panel is as follows. Inherited Heroic Spirit, Sasaki Kojiro, Inheritance Progress 64%. Inherited Heroic Spirit, Sengo Muramasa, Inheritance Progress, 0%. How many exchange points do I have left? A total of 60,000 exchange points. That much? Zhou Yi began to think. Logically speaking, all of it should be added to Sasaki Kojiro's inheritance, which can be directly increased to 99%. It's better to specialize in one thing than to know everything. Reason told him to choose Sasaki Kojiro, but his AOE was too cool. System, if I add all my exchange points to Senko Muramasa's inheritance, how much can I get? Calculating. Calculation completed, it should be 6%. 6% is not. In an instant, Zhou Yi reacted. What? 6%? Why don't you go and grab it? Integrity management, clear pricing. Let me give you an inappropriate example. When you play games, can SR and R level cards be priced the same? It seems to make sense. Pooh. What makes sense? These are all fallacies, Zhou Yi cursed and chose the former. Add all of them to Sasaki Kojiro's inheritance. Ding, received the order, the progress of Sasaki Kojiro's heroic spirit inheritance has reached 99%. Ding, unlock the final trial of Sasaki Kojiro. After completing the trial, the progress will automatically reach 100%. Chapter 43, Be a Good Person in the Next Life. Hoo-hoo. In the forest, a ghost was panting, with his whole body pressed against a big tree. His name is Poison Fang, and as the name suggests, he has 2 huge fangs in his mouth, and the teeth are filled with deadly poison. The reason why he is in such an embarrassing state now is that he is being chased by someone. She actually chased me all the way. Doesn't this little girl know how tired she is? Venom Fang complained bitterly. Because of the many evil deeds he committed in the area, he attracted the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps. He was chased all the way by a little girl with dark green hair. He chased them all the way from the town to the mountains. I don't know if it was Fang's illusion, but the green-haired girl seemed to be letting him go on purpose, as if she was expecting him to run out of town. Humph, why bother with her so much? 38. All I have to do is run away. Whether she did it on purpose or not is none of my business. Cuckoo. The sound of the bird startled Venom Fang. He subconsciously took a guarded stance, only to realize it was a misunderstanding. Damn it! You ugly bird dares to scare me. Look, I'm not. The fangs stopped abruptly and disappeared again. Someone is coming downstairs. A girl with dark green hair came with a knife and a printed mask on her face. It was Jengu, who was out on a mission. Urgent news. Urgent news. There was an annoying sound of crows in the air. Zhengu ignored it and continued to search for the ghost. Urgent news, urgent news. Annoying. Zhengu leaped forward, caught the crow, and put the knife on its neck. Say it. Crow. You are so gentle to that person, why are you so mean to me? Don't you just like to talk too much? With the stubbornness of the crow, it would certainly choose. Surrender. Who wouldn't be afraid of this cold blade? The water column killed 2 upper rank. The water column killed 2 upper rank. After saying that, he twisted his neck and pointed to the letter tied to his feet. Now it's Venom Fang's turn to lose control. What's the situation? The upper string was killed? Impossible. Venom Fang is different from those ordinary demons. He has seen the upper ranks with his own eyes. That kind of unrivaled power. That's why he voluntarily turned into a ghost. Make him believe that the death of the upper moon is not that simple. You guys from the Demon Slayer Corps. That's really hilarious. How could the noble upper rank be killed by you guys? Perhaps because the upper rank, whom he had always admired, was insulted, Venom Fang no longer cared about his own death. He wants to argue his case. This ghost is quite unique. Instead of running away, he exposed himself actively. I have seen the terrifying power of the upper ranks. Master Yahoo can't possibly lose. What a stubborn ghost. Zhengu let go of the crow in her hand and said in her calm tone. If it's a water column, then this news is definitely true. No. Impossible. We ghosts are nobler than humans. Venom Fang was in hysterics, and his grey-blue skin began to turn lavender. This is his secret weapon. Blood demon art, poison. However, this time, the target of the blood demon magic was himself. Inject the venom into your body and gain explosive growth in strength in a short period of time. You will die, too. Zhengu said lightly. So what if I die? I just want to prove that you lowly humans can never show us off. The fangs were now suffering from the erosion of venom, and he almost gritted his teeth as he spoke these words. Click click click. The bones of Venom Fang broke and reorganized, and his body became several times larger. Compared with his previous thin body, he was now full of strength and could crush boulders with a wave of his hand. Ha ha ha. See? This is the power of us ghosts. And the noble upper rank is far more powerful than this. I am not even 1/10,000th as good as Master Yoo-hoo now. Another crazy one. Zhengu had never seen such a fanatical ghost. By the way, weren't you once a human? Easily dodging the attack of the poisonous fangs, Zhengu spoke words that were heartbreaking. This. Don't compare me to lowly creatures like you. It is precisely because humans are weak that I choose to become a ghost. How ridiculous is the fang's rebuttal. Zhengu, who is not good at speaking, is not going to waste his breath. Since you think ghosts are more powerful than humans, ghosts are superior to humans. Then let me use the sun blade in my hand to tell you, it's not that humans are weak, but that you are too weak. Ice breathing form 3, Ice Dragon Dance. The jungle was rich in moisture, and an ice dragon was easily condensed on Zhengu's sword. The entire body of this ice dragon is crystal clear, white, and translucent, and the patterns on it are clearly visible. After being summoned by Zhengu, he rushed straight towards the fangs. Such a powerful aura. Venom Fang couldn't believe it. I don't want to believe it. Why? Why are you so strong? Ah! The ice dragon crushed the fang's fragile flesh. A body tempered by venom becomes several times more sensitive than before. The piercing cold and excruciating pain made him let out a roar that echoed through the heavens and earth. There is no other reason, just because I am human. Zhengu chopped off Duya's head with one knife, ending his suffering. The ghost's head fell to the ground with fangs, and his body was dissipating. Then, my pursuit for so many years is. Zhengu glanced at Du Fang coldly. Yes, it's just that ridiculous. No. I won't give up. If I could be as strong as Master Yahoo, I would definitely not lose. Unfortunately, your Master Yahoo is dead. Zhengu looked at the letter in his hand and revealed a fact that made him despair. The letter was deliberately dropped by Zhengu, and it clearly read. Yesterday, the upper string 5 jade pot was beheaded by the water column. Even Lord Yahoo was defeated. Before his death, Venomous Fang left only one sentence. Yes, I lost. Poor person must have something mean. Zhenggu turned and left. Be a good person in your next life. The first mission after becoming the Pillar Queen was successfully completed. Today's update is complete, please give me some flowers. It will be available soon, please support me. Chapter 44, Kyojuro, are you ready? Purgatory House. Father, I want to learn new moves. Rengoku Kyojuro ran up to his father excitedly and made his request. He had the same golden hair with fiery red patterns on the ends, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and he looked like a cut above Rengoku Makijuro. Kyojuro, have you learned the fifth form? A forced smile finally appeared on Makijuro's worried face. Father, I have learned it. Father, you have been absent-minded since you came back? Did something happen? As a child, Kyojuro could tell at a glance that his father was not in a good condition. My father, who was always passionate, cheerful, and optimistic, seemed to have changed recently. Is it really that obvious? Makijuro murmured in a low voice. No, I ran into the water column a few days ago, and we had a friendly exchange, and I was thinking about it. Makijuro had no choice but to use this excuse to get away with it. As a father, you can be defeated in a fight, but you cannot show fear of ghosts. Father is so strong. He must win. Kyojuro had heard that the position of the water column had been vacant for a long time. 39. Since my father mentioned it again, it must be a new one. Facing the new water column, I'm sure my father will not lose. In the hearts of children, their fathers are always great. Haha. Makijuro smiled awkwardly, and his mind suddenly went back to that morning. That morning, Makijuro attacked first, but his breath of flame move was easily blocked. He had anticipated that the attack might cause trouble to the opponent. But I didn't expect it to be in this form. Every time Makijuro used a new move, Joyi would use it exactly the same. You use the first form of breathing of fire, Shiranui. He also uses the first form of breathing of fire, Shiranui. Exactly. It even has a faint hint of being slightly better. Flame Pillar, this move I used is okay, isn't it? Not only can the student surpasses the master. There are indeed differences between people. The direct gap between Makijuro and Joyi might be just that little bit. The memory jumps to the last conversation. As long as it's alive, even if it's a god, I will kill it for you to see. What does Amir Wazan mean? Kyojuro, father, I lost. I lost miserably. I didn't even touch the corner of my opponent's clothes. Sorry to disappoint you. After saying this, Makijuro felt like he had aged a bit. Human aging occurs in two steps. The first is the aging of the body as time goes by. The second is the darkness of the soul, and he personally admits that he is getting old. I'm sure Kyojuro will be very disappointed. My father turned out to be a loser. Makijuro thought in his mind. But when he looked up, the expression on Kyojuro's face was beyond his expectations. His eyes were still bright and there was no disappointment on his face. Father is asleep? There's nothing we can do. After all, you're not a child anymore. There's always going to be a youngster to take over your responsibilities. Kyojuro touched his little head and said with some regret. Completely different from what I expected, isn't it? Kyojuro, aren't you disappointed? It would be a lie to say there isn't any, but father is also a human being and he will always fail. Kyojuro's face was still shining with a smile. Father, didn't you always teach me and Chihiro not to be afraid of failure? Yes. Isn't this what I taught my children? Why do you forget it when it happens to you? Don't worry. Father, I will become stronger and take your place. I will become the new flame pillar. I will also defeat the water pillar for you. We, the Purgatory family, must contribute to the cause of exterminating demons. These two sentences from Kyojuro completely broke Makijuro's heart. Tears flowed like a dam bursting, and negative emotions that had been accumulated for who knows how long were released together. Kyojuro, you really have grown up. Makijuro hugged his child. Father. Kyojuro was at a loss as to what to do. It was the first time he saw his father cry so thoroughly. No, I'm fine, I just suddenly realized it. That day, after the discussion with Joyi, Makijuro gained hope. Well, today, Kyojuro's enlightenment made him feel completely relieved. Demon Slayer is not something that can be done by one person. The future of the Demon Slayer Corps is in the hands of young people like you. Also, remember that members cannot draw their swords against each other. Makijuro was extremely gentle at this moment. Don't worry, father. Cuckoo. The crow broke into the house at an inopportune time. Urgent news. Urgent news. After saying that, the crow dropped a letter and flew away. Judging from the other letters on it, it must be rushing to somewhere else. Makijuro calmed himself down and returned to his original enthusiastic and cheerful self. Kyojuro saw this and felt sincerely happy for his father. Kyojuro, wait for me for a moment. I'll take you to learn the fifth form of the breathing of flame after I finish watching. It is good. After opening the letter, Makijuro read it quickly. Kyojuro stood aside, quietly observing his father. Makijuro's expression changed from calm to surprised, and then to complete shock. After confirming it again and again, he finally reluctantly accepted the reality. This is too unbelievable. He really did it. I saw my father lose his composure twice in one day. Kyojuro wanted to know what was written in the letter. Father? What's wrong? After a long sigh of relief, Makijuro said word by word. The water pillar defeated an upper-rank demon, and the next day he killed 2 more upper-rank demons. The history of the Demon Slayer Corps has been rewritten. Shocked. Kyojuro has some knowledge of the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. The death of an upper-rank demon is indeed a big event. No wonder my father lost his temper like that. This water column is really powerful. No wonder father couldn't defeat it. Invisibly, in Kyojuro's heart, the image of his father became even taller. The upper-rank demons were killed by the water column. And the father is just defeated. Great, conclusion reached. Father upper-rank demon. As expected of you, father. Makijuro was unaware of Kyojuro's words. He pondered for a long time and made a decision. Kyojuro. Are you ready to die? At this moment, the person in front of Kyojuro is no longer his father, but the flame pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, the man standing at the top of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kyojuro replied with a serious expression and determination. Be ready. Master Flame Pillar. Makijuro was very satisfied. Kyojuro had never let him down. Very good. I will ask the Lord to make an exception and take you to the headquarters. Okay. The crow's cry soon brought a reply from Yabayashiki Yoya. Flame Pillar, please bring Kyojuro with you. Woohoo, great support everyone. Currently O's 4K, will be paid back when it is put on the shelves. Chapter 45, The Flame Pillar retires and Kyojuro makes his debut. For a time, unprecedented scenes occurred on this island country isolated on the ocean. The ghosts lurking in the darkness have restrained their usual reckless behavior and become well behaved. Normally, they would prey on at least one human being a day, and they were never satisfied. Now, they only dare to show their heads once every 2 or 3 days, carefully looking for those humans who are alone and have no relatives or friends. They do their homework beforehand to make sure no one has discovered them before they take action. To ordinary people, those man-eating evil ghosts seem to have disappeared. The Demon Slayer Corps is making even bigger noise. The trainers and pillars scattered across the country received the order and rushed to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps as soon as possible. It seems like a decisive battle. Urgent news. Apart from the pillar, this was the only news the trainers received. In a few days. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Makijiro and his son came here. Just like what happened to Makomo that day, Kyojuro, who came here for the first time, also expressed the same admiration. What a spectacular place! Seeing this, Makijiro smiled. 40. Such a familiar situation. I was like this back then. Alright, Kyojuro, let's go. We can't keep the Lord waiting. It is good. The members of Hidden have been waiting for a long time. In recent days, Yin has received many important people. The former Sound Pillar, the former Water Pillar, these veterans who became trainers after retiring are all on the list. Master Flame Pillar, my name is Kondo, please follow me. Everyone is here, and I'm waiting for you. Kondo said respectfully. Understood. When Makijiro heard this, a look of guilt appeared on his face. I am ashamed to have kept you waiting for so long. The crow's journey back and forth delayed them a lot of time. Kyojuro. Here's another thing I want to teach you. I'm listening, father. Don't keep my lord waiting. Understand? Looking at this pair of similar father and son, Kondo couldn't help but sigh. So similar. Makijiro did not let Kondo lead the way. He picked up Kyojuro, performed breathing techniques, and quickly rushed towards the destination. For him, this is faster. After a few breaths, he arrived at the courtyard where the meeting was held. It was a familiar courtyard, and there were indeed quite a few people gathered inside. There are also many acquaintances of Makijiro. Mr. Urokodaki, Mr. Kawashima, they are here too. Seeing a familiar face, Makijiro couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Father? Are they? Kyojuro did not know the two people that Makijiro mentioned. They are my predecessors, and they became pillars before me. I was very young at that time and was often taken care of by them. They are the few strong men who have successfully retired. Mr. Urokodaki is the former Water Pillar, and Mr. Kawashima is the former Sound Pillar. Hearing the two people's introduction, Kyojuro's eyes were full of admiration. He is such a legendary figure. It's so great to meet such a legendary figure in person. Kyojuro realized that the people before him were all important people, so he began to observe them carefully. Most of them are middle-aged trainers, and there are only a few younger swordsmen here. Suddenly, his attention shifted to the two people next to Mr. Urokodaki. One stood on the left and one on the right side of Mr. Urokodaki. One of the girls had dark green hair and looked shorter than him. She looked at Mr. Urokodaki with a resentful expression. Mr. Urokodaki looked as if he was on edge, and from time to time he poked the boy next to him with his arm, as if asking him to help him out. The boy standing next to him didn't seem to pay any attention. He looked up at the sky and whistled. The meticulous Kyojuro also discovered something strange. The attention of everyone present was focused on the boy. They all showed great curiosity about the boy. These trainers who have trained countless swordsmen would whisper with their old friends from time to time. Kyojuro's hearing wasn't that sharp, so he only caught fragments of the words. Is this the child who committed suicide? That's right. It's really a new year. I wish my good-for-nothing child had this ability. Humph, this guy Seikanji has found a treasure. This is not like finding a treasure. This is like finding a god. Kyojuro was immediately confused. Are all these old veterans who have seen the world? Why are they all like this? He turned to his father and asked. Father, who is the boy next to Mr. Urokodaki? And that girl? My father has been the flame pillar for so long, he should be able to give me the answer. But Makijiro looked mysterious and kept it a secret. You'll find out later. Wait, I'll know? Could it be that the other party was also specially allowed to come to the headquarters like himself? The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps is not accessible to ordinary people. Ah. That should be the case. Mr. Urokodaki is the former water pillar, so bringing 2 of his favorite disciples shouldn't be a big problem. After all, today is an important day. Kyojuro quickly came up with an answer that convinced himself. You can't say that these 2 kids who are not much older than you are the pillars. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Standing next to Mr. Urokodaki, if he were a pillar, he would definitely be a water pillar. And his father personally admitted that he was defeated by the water column. He should be a strong man in his 20s, how could he be a child? He was very satisfied with the conclusion he came to, and he couldn't be wrong. The water column is so powerful, it must be hidden in the crowd. I'll look for it again. Makijiro found his son's gaze very funny and thought to himself. Is this guy thinking of something weird? Never mind, let him see what it means to be better than others. He led Kyojuro forward and introduced his son to everyone around him. This is Kyojuro, my son. Please take care of him. Everyone looked at Makijiro in surprise, not because he brought his own son to the meeting, but because of the tone of his voice, as if he was entrusting his son to someone else. Mr. Urokodaki took this opportunity to escape from the resentful Makomo, walked up to Makijiro, and asked. Have you considered? Well, I've made up my mind. The future of the Demon Slayer Corps still has to be handed over to them. I should also. Makijiro didn't say anything else, and everyone understood what he meant. Zhengu returned to Joyi, took his arm, and smiled again. Junior brother, what does the flame pillar mean by this? Why don't I understand? After a long separation, Joyi touched Zhengu's soft hair and began to explain. Sister, do you know the 5 basic breathing techniques? Of course, isn't this the most basic knowledge? Zhengu was a little surprised. He didn't know that his junior brother started talking about this. Each breathing method has a corresponding pillar, and the breathing of flame is the corresponding flame pillar. Since ancient times, the flame pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps has always come from the Rengoku family. This is the first time that Zhengu has heard of such a thing. They are all from the Purgatory family. This is too. I really don't know how to describe it for a moment. That's amazing, isn't it? Joyi knew what Zhengu meant. Correct. It's just so amazing. Shinkomo nodded in agreement. What does the flame pillar mean? He should be preparing to step down as the flame pillar and train more swordsmen instead. Joyi gave his own guess. After all, most of the pillars who successfully retired became trainers. Their master, Urokodaki Seikanji, and another retired sound pillar, Mr. Kawashima, are good examples. Mr. Makijiro is only in his early 30s. Isn't it too early? Makomo still felt a little regretful. Makijiro's condition has declined due to injuries when he was young. Retiring now may be a good thing for him. There is another half to what Joyi said. Makijiro's wife Rengoku Ruka has always been in poor health, so I'm afraid he wants to spend more time with her. Makijiro, who was in the crowd, came to Joyi and said to him solemnly. I am not running away, but I have chosen another battlefield to fight for the future of the Demon Slayer Corps. I hope you can understand. Joyi and Makijiro bumped fists and said with a smile. I understand, Uncle Makijiro. This is your son, right? I will take good care of him. There will never be a situation where he has to fight against the upper ranks alone again. Joyi said silently in his heart. I can rest assured that. Makijiro also smiled. He felt relieved to get Joyi's assurance and understanding. Kyojuro, who was standing nearby, saw it all. Why does my father value this child who is only a few years older than me so much? Even explain it to him specifically? Could it be? A guess came into his mind. Pat. The long-closed shoji door was pushed open. You guys have been waiting for a long time. 41. It was still that friendly voice, but this time it was filled with joy. It can be felt that Yubayashiki Yoya is in a good mood. Lord. Kyojuro followed suit and bowed like his father. The Lord of the Demon Slayer Corps? Who is it? Kyojuro, who had heard of his name for a long time, couldn't suppress his curiosity, so he quietly raised his head and took a look. A very young man, as gentle as jade, with a smiling face, a slight brown scar on his face, and two white-haired twins serving him. At first sight, Kyojuro felt close to her. Snapped. Makijiro mercilessly slapped Kyojuro on the back of the head. Don't be rude to the Lord. I'm sorry, Master Flame. Yubayashiki Yoya smiled and stopped the Flame Pilla's next move. You must be Kyojuro. I often hear your father mention you, and he speaks highly of you. My father actually mentioned me in front of the Lord? Was it a compliment? My lord, I am Rengoku Kyojuro. I am unworthy of my father's praise. Kyojuro was a little restrained when his lord asked him the question, and spoke very quickly. Relax, these are your seniors, you should learn from them. Yubayashiki Yoya is very optimistic about Kyojuro. Perhaps it can be said that the children of the Rengoku family have never disappointed the Demon Slayer Corps. The trainers standing by were also optimistic about Kyojuro. Well, this kid from the Purgatory family is really good. Makijiro is lucky to have a good son. It is estimated that in the near future, another flame pillar will appear. I don't know how it compares to Joyi. That's probably a little off. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps has been around for so long, and they've only produced one Joyi. Mr. Urokadaka just smiled and did not participate in the subsequent discussion. He only praised Kyojuro. He is so proud now. Jigoro Kawashima, who had always liked to argue with him, asked him quietly about the secret of cultivation. Teach two pillars at once. And each one is more powerful than the other, even the upper-rank demons were killed. What secret does he have? He just said something in a mysterious way. There is no other reason, just feel it calmly. Go to hell. Kawashima Jigoro blew his nose and glared and cursed. Aren't you just making a veiled accusation? Urokadaka Seikanji was very satisfied and told the truth. I am just lucky. I got a disciple right at my doorstep. I didn't know he was so capable and could accomplish such an earth-shattering feat in less than a month. As for Jengu, I do have some experience. This child has a good character and will reach the level of Zhu sooner or later. However, the appearance of her junior brother has accelerated her progress. The first sentence has no reference value, but as for the second sentence, Jigoro Kawashima did listen to it. Mindset? I understand. Back to the meeting. Kyojuro heard an unfamiliar name, Joyi? Could this be the name of the water column? Makijiro glanced at the boy next to Makomo. Makijiro, this meeting will start with you. Yubayashiki Yoya made his own suggestion. Makijiro nodded respectfully, came to the center, and announced his decision. Everyone, I am not the protagonist of this meeting, but I am honored to be allowed to contribute to your discussion. It was a very sincere speech and everyone listened attentively. I am here to make an announcement. For various reasons, I will resign from the position of Flame Pillar, retreat behind the scenes, and train swordsmen for the Demon Slayer Corps. Today, I brought Kyojuro here to let him see the world and understand the responsibilities of the Purgatory family. Kyojuro. From now on, you have to rely on your own strength to obtain the position of Flame Pillar. Do you understand? At this moment, Kyojuro finally understood his father's good intentions, tears streaming down his face. I understand. Father. Everyone, please don't treat Kyojuro too well because of me. He should be treated more strictly. Thank you. Makijiro bowed to everyone, and everyone responded with a solemn look. Then he faced Yubayashiki Yoya again. My lord, I have finished speaking. Thank you. Yubayashiki Yoya also bowed respectfully to express his gratitude for his dedication over the years. Makijiro returned to his seat with red eyes. The flame pilla's contribution to the Demon Slayer Corps over the years is obvious to all. Kyojuro, you need to work hard. Kyojuro was extremely grateful for his lord's encouragement and recognition. I will. The issue of the flame pillar has been resolved, and the next step is to focus on the meeting. Let our water column explain the next thing to you. Joyi, come up and tell the seniors about your trip and Mist Tsumage's research. Coming. Kyojuro's guess was confirmed when Joyi stood up. He really is a water column. 4K chapter, written in one go. 2K more today. Chapter 46, the water column actually saved a ghost? Shoizu, Zhui, please give me your guidance. A very concise self-introduction. After saying that, Joyi looked at Singjuro kindly. Kyojuro never expected that the famous water column would actually interact with him. He nodded quickly in response. Such a big shot actually noticed me. Joyi began to talk about his experience. He talked about how he had just arrived in the Asakusa area and met the second upper moon, Doma, at night. He rescued a girl from him and then defeated Doma. It turns out that upper rank 2 uses ice. Powerful blood magic. It turns out that the ice crystals in the air are a hidden killer move. The more you use the breathing method, the faster you will die. Makijiro finally learned the truth about his father's defeat. When Makijiro was young, his father died in battle. He still remembers the last time he saw his father. His body was covered in bruises and his muscles were stiff. He had been dead for a long time. After the examination, it was found that there was a large amount of water in the lungs. So this was the reason. Next is Renzaburo, a heart-eater hiding in Senji Temple. Then there is the indulgent Yuan Zhen host. In response to this, everyone could only sigh and lament. They have seen too many things like this. Then we encounter the 4th and 5th moons. Their names are Bantian-go and Yahoo. Afterwards, Joyi introduced the abilities of the 2 ghosts respectively. He knew the abilities of these 2 ghosts too well. After all, he was the one who chopped it out one by one. There are so many clones. If the original body doesn't die, the clone won't die even if its head is chopped off. Obviously, the fusion ability is more powerful. The ability of the Apotheosis Heaven is even more terrifying. On the contrary, Yuhu's ability did not cause much shock. The abilities of this upper 5 are rather ordinary. But the water column was able to win so easily, this strength must be unfathomable. The focus of everyone's discussion quickly shifted from the 2 upper rank stars to Joyi. It all depends on Master's generous teaching. Even Urokodakase Kanji felt embarrassed by this. His face turned red after hearing this. If it weren't for the Tengu mask on his face, he would definitely be exposed. Ahem, I only taught him for 1 day, don't look at me. This is even more terrifying. Joyi ignored him and turned around to seek the opinion of Yubayashiki Yoya. Because what comes next is a bombshell. Yubayashiki Yoya had already made a decision at this moment and nodded firmly, indicating that it was okay for him to speak frankly. Now, using Joyi's reputation of killing 2 upper-rank men to endorse Tamayo should be more convincing. Here, I met the main target of this trip. Joyi understood what Yubayashiki Yoshiya meant and continued. I saved Miss Tamayo. Miss Joshi? Never heard of the name. Who is it? Everyone in the audience had this question. After learning from the last lesson, Yunzu became more stable. The rock pillar just listened quietly without saying anything. 42. At this time, a trainer asked Joyi a question. Who is this Miss Tsumage? Joyi's answer brought this meeting to a climax. Miss Tamayo is a ghost. Ghost. The water column actually saved a ghost? Water column. How could you do such a thing? Yes, the Lord must have sent you to kill her. The group of middle-aged and elderly people were instantly in an uproar, even Urokodaka Seikanji began to worry about his apprentice. He trusted his disciple, who had a clear mind for swordsmanship and was able to reach such a level. He would never do anything that would harm others or be immoral. There must be some hidden story behind this. Everyone looked at Yubayashiki Yoya, hoping to get a reasonable explanation. Lord. Yubayashiki Yoya signaled everyone to stay calm. Then a more exciting explanation was given. I sent Zhou Yi to find Zhu Shi just to get in touch with her. It was actually my idea to save her. What? Aren't you the head of the Demon Slayer Corps? How could you do such a thing to collude with the enemy? We are ready to fight to the death. Why did your majesty surrender? Everyone, please be quiet. The Lord must have a reason for doing this. Although Makijiro was also confused, the two people in front of him, one was the head of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the other was his benefactor who enlightened him. He had to say something. My lord. Demons should be killed beautifully. Indeed, my lord. The existence of ghosts is the source of tragedy. Both the sound pillar and the rock pillar clearly expressed their resistance. This is a meeting of the pillars. These trainers are just listening. The ones who really have the right to speak are still these pillars. Now two pillars have expressed their opposition, and although the retired flame pillar tends to support it, his current status cannot determine the direction of this incident. 1 vote to 2 votes. The advantage is mine. Many trainers were relieved. I agree with what the Lord is doing. A girl's voice sounded lukewarmly. It was the voice of Makoto. Zhou Yi had some emotion. It seems that senior sister has some understanding of what I said last time. A trainer looked at Urokodaka Seikanji in surprise. Who are you? Is this the apprentice you brought in? Mr. Urokodaka smiled awkwardly. She is indeed my apprentice, but she got in through her own strength. Rely on strength? Doesn't that mean? I am the new Demon Slayer Core Ice Pillar, greetings to all the seniors. All the trainers were shocked. Kawahima Jigoro showed a sly smile. Hehe, you didn't expect that. I just found out about it not long ago too. Also, we old guys should stay out of this. Just watch quietly. My lord hates ghosts more than we do. You should know this better than anyone else. These words immediately silenced everyone present. Indeed, everyone has heard a little about the situation of the Yubayashiki family. As close relatives of Muzan, the Yubayashiki family suffered a curse from God and barely survived past the age of 20 by marrying women from the priest's lineage. It has been like this for generations. They want to kill Muzan more than anyone else. It seems that everyone has calmed down, so let's continue to listen to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi continued with what Yubayashiki Yoshiya said. At first, I didn't believe that there were ghosts in this world that could coexist peacefully with humans. Of course he was talking nonsense, it was necessary nonsense. But Ms. Tamayo did change my mind. Zhou Yi told the truth that Tamayo escaped from Muzan hundreds of years ago and had been avoiding Muzan's pursuit ever since, but he concealed the matters related to Tsugakuni Yoriichi. Ms. Tamayo is always thinking about killing Muzan. This killing intent is no weaker than those of you present here. Everyone has changed their minds after hearing this, but there is an irreconcilable contradiction between humans and ghosts. It's kill and be killed. Humans and ghosts feed on humans. If this problem is not solved, humans and ghosts will not be able to get along. Zhou Yi is very clear about this, so his next words are even more shocking. Moreover, Ms. Tamayo has transformed herself so that she can survive by only needing human blood. She has never eaten humans in all these years. Instead, she uses money to buy blood from the poor to survive. Everyone looked at each other in shock. And this kind of operation? Today's update is complete. Thank you all for your 8 monthly tickets. Thank you. I currently owe 4K, which I will pay back after the game is released. Today's update is 9K, please control the word count and have faith in me. Chapter 47, the meeting is over, the rock pillar and the sound pillar persist. This is exactly what happens, and there are even more outrageous things. Ms. Tamayo has another ghost beside her. She created it herself. Can Tamayo also turn people into ghosts? My lord, this Tamayo can turn people into ghosts. We should destroy her. The rock pillar and the sound pillar considered for a long time and gave their opinions. Even Yabayashiki Yoya didn't know about this matter. He looked at Joyi curiously. Please be patient and listen to me. This ghost is called Yoshiro. He was once a terminally ill patient. Ms. Tamayo asked for his consent before turning him into a ghost. Like Ms. Tamayo, Yoshiro doesn't need to eat humans, he just needs to drink some blood. And Ms. Tamayo has never converted another ghost since then. They don't have a superior-subordinate relationship like Muzan, but more like friends. Joyi added one more sentence at the end. I have been with both of them, and they are indeed good people, ghosts, at least that's what the sword in my hand tells me. The last sentence may be more convincing. So, why did the Lord send you to look for Ms. Tamayo? It shouldn't simply prove that there are ghosts in the world that don't eat humans, right? Bai Minjiahu Xing Ming asked. Yes, if it was just a simple proof, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Ms. Tamayo is a very good doctor. He asked me to collect the blood of powerful demons. Preferably upper-rank demons. What do you want the blood of an upper-rank demon for? Seeing everyone's confusion, Joyi did not keep them in suspense and gave a reasonable explanation. Watch Filu, Baolinger Julai Owolanyi. The blood of Muzan Kibutsuji is the source of power for all demons. After hearing this, some people already understood the reason. So, the more powerful the demon, the more of Muzan Kibutsuji's blood is contained in his body. A female trainer gave her guess. Joyi had met this trainer once before. He was the teacher of Kane Koko. Joyi agreed with her guess. Yes, that's right. Ms. Tamayo tried to study Muzan's blood to come up with a way to deal with him. More importantly. What's more important? Everyone is getting anxious. Ms. Tamayo told me that if the research goes well, we can turn the ghosts with some humanity back into humans. Become human again? For a moment, the audience was completely silent. Everyone's brain crashed at the same time. Is this really possible? An elderly trainer said tremblingly. He has been alive for more than 60 years. His younger brother turned into a ghost and was killed by him with tears. Therefore, he also embarked on the path of exterminating ghosts. At first, his reaction was the most intense when he heard that Mizuhira saved a demon named Tamayo. He and demons have an irreconcilable feud. I dare not speak rashly, but if it is Miss Tamayo, I can guarantee it. Joyi made a promise to him respectfully. Okay. The old trainer couldn't help but burst into tears. I really hope that he can also encounter such a thing. The he mentioned by the old trainer was referring to his younger brother whom he had killed with his own hands. Moreover, it was his younger brother who begged him to do it, and this matter has always been a hurdle in his heart that he could not get over. In that case, I really have no objection. Everything will be arranged by the Lord. The old educator was highly respected, and with his approval, many people were moved. I have no opinion. Me too. 43. My lord, you did the right thing. For a time, almost all trainers turned to support Yabayashiki Yoya. The tragedy that happened to the old educator is just a microcosm. Each of them has had such regrets. If they can turn ghosts into humans again, they would like to try it. But again, this is the Zuhi conference. The ones who really decide everything should be the pillars and the Lord. Everyone's eyes were on the sound pillar, Duzui Tenjin and the rock pillar, Haiming Island Jimiai. Xing Ming, Tian Yuan, don't be influenced by others, speak out your true wishes. Yabayashiki Yoya was extremely serious at this moment, but he was still unwilling to force these two. The sound pillar and the rock pillar were silent for a long time. Finally, a difficult decision was made. My lord, maybe it's true as the water pillar said. Miss Tamayo has such ability and determination. But we must consider the entire Demon Slayer Corps. If from now on, the team members are lucky enough to think that the ghosts on the other side still have some humanity in their hearts during the battle, this will only lead to more casualties. Before Ms. Tamayo comes up with results, please allow the two of us to refuse. Being promoted to a pillar means that you are no longer just a swordsman who kills demons. You also have to consider the overall situation and the people below you. The sound column and the rock column did it. Yabayashiki Yoya smiled sincerely. Even the rock pillars have loosened up a bit. The purpose of this meeting has been achieved. That's enough, Xingming, Tianyuan, you've done enough. Thank you, my lord, for your understanding. The sound pillar and the rock pillar bowed to Yabayashiki Yoya and did not comment anymore. Since the score is 2-2 now, I can't make a biased decision. Why don't we leave the issue of the two demons, Tamayo and Yoshiro, on hold until the next meeting and wait for the newly promoted pillar to make the decision? At the same time, we will eliminate them and wait for Miss Tamayo's research results. How about that? No comment, very fair handling. But Zhou Yi, who was standing aside, had a strange expression on his face. The new pillar? So basically all of them were saved by me? The future snake pillar, Iguro Obana. The future style, butterfly Kane. The future of insects, Shinobu the butterfly. There are 3 of them here, and now I have a very good personal relationship with Makijuro, so I believe Kyojuro will also support me. Not to mention his future junior brother, Gyutomyoka, and Santua, who should be able to survive because the hand ghost was killed by Zhou Yi. These 2 should also be at the pillar level. 5 votes. Shady. It's a pure shady deal. Do this, really. It's amazing. As expected of him being the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, he knows how to calculate everything. Next, after praising Zhou Yi's achievements, Yabayashiki Yoya announced several other matters. This commotion is too loud, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters needs to be relocated. As expected, there were too many people coming this time and it was easy to be discovered. Moreover, the prepared headquarters has been ready and can be moved in directly. The feud between us and Muzan must be resolved in this generation. We can't leave the problem to the next generation. The rain is coming and the wind is all over the building. Everyone looked solemn. Understand. Meeting dismissed. Ahem, IO6K. Thanks again for your monthly tickets. Chapter 48 Growth. 2 joint meetings were held within just a few days. This is the first time in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. As a key figure in the event, Zhou Yi also became the focus after it ended. After the meeting, many trainers surrounded him. Shuizu. You are indeed a handsome man. That's right, young man. The task of exterminating ghosts can only be left to young people like you. If I don't give it to them, should I give it to an old bone like you? Shuizu, please tell us more about the story of the upper string. I can tell it to my disciples when I return. Yes, yes. Everyone was in high spirits and grabbed Zhou Yi and wouldn't let him leave. Fortunately, her senior sister helped him out. Go. Confess the truth about your affair with the girl. As soon as Jengu appeared, the temperature around him dropped a few degrees, and the words that accompanied it made people think a lot. Many trainers were speechless for a moment. Every time Jengu took a step closer, they took a step back. He made way for them. After saying that, Jengu walked up, grabbed Zhou Yi's arm and walked out. Thump thump. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of heartbeats could be heard. What do you think is the relationship between this icicle and the water column? An impatient trainer broke the silence. We are from the same school, so of course we are senior sister and junior brother. As soon as he opened his mouth, you could tell that he was really an expert at pretending to be confused. Nonsense, of course we know that. I meant something else. Naturally, everyone was very dissatisfied with the speech just made. I don't know about that. Don't make any unfounded associations. This trainer pretends to understand even though he is confused. Tisk. A sigh. Based on my many years of experience, the icicle and the water column are probably a couple. This is what everyone wants to hear. The topic was immediately opened up. From what I can see, the water column is henpecked. There are no men who are henpecked, only men who respect their wives. It has directly risen to the level of wife. What do you mean by the girl you just hooked up with outside? Hearing this, Kana, the trainer of Butterfly Kane, felt a little uneasy. She quietly left here and walked towards the direction where Joyi left. Really? You still want me to help deliver something? Isn't this putting me in a difficult position? Senior sister, I want you to rescue me, but you can't slander my innocence out of thin air. Joyi helplessly looked at Zhengu who was pulling him forward. Zhengu also returned to his original appearance. It may be slander now, but it may not be in the future. After saying that, he pinched Joyi's arm. Joyi even grinned in cooperation. Pain. Humph. Zhengu snorted coldly, she didn't even use any strength. Why are you pretending? Let's go, we should go back. Ah. The two stopped fighting and walked towards the door. The master had been waiting for a long time. Wait. Shuizu, I have something to talk to you about. Kana called out to Joyi. Are you Kana's trainer? Zhengu was the first to recognize this person. If she remembered correctly, this should be the trainer of Butterfly Kane. She glanced coldly at her fellow apprentice beside her. Danger. Joyi. Danger. Excuse me, what do you want to talk to me about? Joyi could only bite the bullet and ask Kana why she came. It's not a big deal. Kana was a little embarrassed. It's no big deal. That's good. Joyi breathed a sigh of relief. It's that kid, Kane, who wants to meet you, and asked me to invite you to be her guest. Are you sure this isn't a big deal? How does Joyi feel that this matter is bigger than the sky? Maybe. Joyi was stuck for a moment. 44. He felt mixed emotions in his heart. I didn't flirt with her. How could this be delivered to my door? It's okay. If you have a lot to do, you can come back later. You know my address, so I won't bother you anymore. Bye. Kana felt the rising pressure from the icicles beside her, and after saying a few words, she chose to surrender. Only Joyi was left to face Zhengu. Senior sister, please listen to my explanation. Okay. I'll listen to your explanation. Urokodaka Seikanji and his two disciples returned to Sajiri Mountain. 3 people stood in front of a new house. Ahem, I also felt something was wrong with that incident last time. I've thought about it carefully. Zhengu and I have been master and apprentice for many years. It's not appropriate for me to chase her away like this. So I built a new hut next to it, and you two can live here from now on. It's getting late, you two should go to bed early. Remember to come and see your fellow apprentices tomorrow. Urokodaka Seikanji had been feeling like he had something stuck in his throat the whole time, and now that he finally had the chance, he spoke all at once. My disciple, it's not that I won't help you, but you still have to resolve your lifelong affairs by yourself. Master can only help you up to this point. Master, you. Before Joyi could finish his words, Urokodaka Seikanji disappeared, and he was also wet. Only Joyi and Zhengu are left here. Joyi looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky and said to Zhengu. Sister, I'm going to go check on Master's apprentice and I'll be back soon. Snapped. His right hand was grabbed by Zhengu. Master has already said that we can go and see tomorrow. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there something wrong? injustice. Joe-yi is open-minded and only wants to pursue his career. I just want to eliminate the evil spirits as soon as possible so that people in the world can live in peace. No. I'm not. I didn't. Senior sister, please stop talking nonsense. Joe-yi immediately denied the 4 consecutive charges. No? Then go ahead. Follow me into the house. Both of them have grown a lot. Joe-yi looked at Zhengu, who was sleeping soundly, and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sister, why are you doing this? You know I'm not going to leave you. No, respond. I don't care about anything else. Junior brother's first time must be mine. Chapter 49, Gap. With Zionjiu in his arms, Joe-yi had no desire to sleep. System, please tell me about the final trial. Ding, got it. The final trial will only begin after the inheritance progress reaches 99%. That's right, now on Joe-yi's panel, there is a button to start the final trial below Sasaki Kojiro. The final test for each heroic spirit is different. But as long as you get the approval of the heroic spirit, you can pass the trial. Do you agree? Joe-yi began to think. Then Sasaki Kojiro's approval probably means fighting with me. Yes, this trial is to fight against Sasaki Kojiro and defeat him. This is more difficult to deal with. All your skills come from him, and it's a bit too much to ask you to defeat him. Then can I use other moves? Joe-yi thought of other ways. He can use Sengo Muramis's treasure to blast it directly. The system's suggestion is that it is best not to do so. If you don't get recognition, you won't pass the final test even if you defeat the opponent. It may even cause the heroic spirit to be unable to enter the final trial forever. Of course, this plan can be effective against certain heroes. Some heroic spirits? Can you give me an example? For example, when facing the hero King Gilgamesh, he won't mind you using any other means. You're just kidding. I'd like to use other means. He's already one of the best heroic spirits, what can I do? And many more. It seems that it is not impossible. If I inherit Inkiju, and then have a strong man to lock the man. That should be enough. Host, your thoughts are very dangerous, I suggest you stop immediately. Oh. Misunderstanding, I didn't mean that. Therefore, it is recommended that the host make plans after understanding the other party. Can this final trial be challenged an unlimited number of times? As long as you are not rejected, you can challenge unlimited times. However, after a failure, the cooldown period is 1 month. Is there a cooldown period? Are you going to teleport me to another dimension and then conduct the test? No, only your consciousness is needed. That means it's possible now. Yes. In that case, Joe-yi decided to give it a try. Help me start Sasaki Kojiro's final trial. Understood, the final trial is starting. Please wait. The trial begins, I wish you good luck. Joe-yi's eyes went dark, and when he regained sight, he had arrived at a beach. You're finally here. A cold voice came from the other side. Joe-yi took a closer look and saw a young swordsman wearing samurai clothes and a high ponytail. This familiar figure must be Sasaki Kojiro. Joe-yi said to himself. Distraction is a big taboo during a battle. Let's try again next month. Joe-yi was still thinking when the swordsman on the opposite side had already launched an attack. Move quickly. Even Joe-yi didn't react. This is Yan Fan. Joe-yi, whose body had been broken into several pieces, only had time to say this sentence before he was sent back to the real world. It seems that I still need to practice more. Sasaki Kojiro shook his head, sat down alone, and waited for the next challenge. In the real world, Joe-yi suddenly opened his eyes and felt severe pain all over his body. Hey! It turns out that the injuries sustained in the final trial can still affect the real world. Very painful. Even with Joe-yi's patience, he still let out a low cry of surprise. System, why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask. Being plotted. Forget it, these are all trivial matters. There are bigger problems at hand. Why is Sasaki Kojiro so powerful in the final trial? I obviously have 99% of the inheritance, why is the gap still so big? I can't even survive a single move. For example, in an exam, the full score is 99 points, and the top student scored 99 points. Stop, stop, stop. I've heard this story so many times. You mean to say that I am a top student and can only rely on 99 points, while Sasa Kojiro is a genius student and 100 points limits his performance? No, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? What I want to say is that they no longer need to take exams to prove anything, they have already been specially recruited. The gap between 99% and 100% may be greater than the gap between 0 and 99%. I hope the host will work hard. Calmness returned to my mind and the system disappeared. Zhou Yi, who was killed instantly, also got angry. No, I must win back. 1 month later. 45. Are you here again? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yi was defeated again. His consciousness returned to the real world again and he screamed. Another month has passed. Killed instantly. Another month has passed. Still got killed in seconds. I don't know how many months have passed. I hope you can make progress. This time, he failed to block any of the attacks and was defeated again. It was still that familiar scream. Gyutomyoka and Santua hid under the shade of a tree, and couldn't help but feel curious when they saw their senior brother screaming again. Xiantu, why did senior brother Zhou Yi close his eyes and remain motionless at this time of the month, and then scream a few seconds later? Faced with Yi Yong's question, Suantu thought hard and finally gave an answer. Maybe senior sister is too strict. Master doesn't let us go there at night. I guess senior sister must have abused senior brother. No way. I think senior sister is so gentle. She is very strict except when she is teaching us sword skills. She is very nice at other times. In the face of Yi Yong's words, Suantu was dismissive. What do you know? You can only judge a person by his appearance, not his heart. I think that my senior brother screams every month, it must be because of my senior sister. Xiantu. I don't think it's good to say bad things about senior sister behind her back. Senior sister has been so good to us and even personally guided us in our training. She was very gentle even during training. I believed in senior sister from the beginning, and I don't agree with you. What happened to Yi Yong? You just said that you were very strict when giving instructions, why did you suddenly change your words? I didn't say that. Suantu still insisted. Oh? You didn't say anything nonsense? It seems that I am not strict enough normally. This voice. Suantu turned around mechanically. The sun was shining directly from behind him, making it impossible for him to see the other person clearly. But there's no mistaking that iconic hair. Senior sister, I was just talking nonsense, don't be angry. Are you talking nonsense? I'm afraid not. Zhengu smiled brightly. Sister. You must have something to ask me. Master said we need to practice more. I'm leaving now. Yi Yong knew that he had let down Santu, so he found the right opportunity, grabbed Santu, and ran away. Humph, it's obviously your senior brother who bullied me. When she said this, Zhengu's face turned red. She shouted to Zhou Yi in the distance. Junior brother. There is a mission. Ahem, conscientious author. He did it before the book was released. I can only write here. Everyone understands. Chapter 50, Pick a Lucky Little Clever. Task. Finally there is a mission. Recent intelligence from the Demon Slayer Corps shows that demons are in overall retreat and rarely come out to do evil. To be precise, it is rare to do evil openly. Normally, they would just snatch away any food they liked at night, regardless of any bad influence or which family the food belonged to. Basically, they did whatever they wanted, but now, they have learned their lesson. Scout the area in advance and find suitable candidates. Those with prominent family backgrounds don't eat it, those with many friends don't eat it, and those who are popular don't eat it. In short, if it is an object that is easy to be discovered immediately, the ghost will think twice before making a move. After I do this vote, can I continue to stay in this place? If I can't stay here, where should I go? The disobedient ghosts have long been dealt with. Wazan never shows mercy. To the extent that the Demon Slayer Corps once doubted Musen's motives. Guess if the other party is preparing for some big move. Joyi had no doubt about this. He specifically communicated with Yubayashiki Yoshiya via letters, in which he said, Musen may just be simply afraid. This is not groundless. Musen was once killed by Yoriichi Tsugakuin and dared not show his head. This also confirms Musen's caution. To say that he is cautious may be too much of a compliment, it should be said that he is cowardly. The long life brought him nothing but endless fear. Musen doesn't want to die. Genkuo, how long has it been since I went on a mission? The concept of time in Zhuyi has become somewhat weak. It's been a year and a half. I occasionally receive missions, but you have been idle until now. Gengu gave the correct answer. Hey! Here's the mission for you, and this letter. A piece of paper with the mission recorded on it and a pink letter were handed over by Gengu. Letter? Who will send me a letter? It's pink, with a light floral scent. A letter from Miss Butterfly. Gengu smiled even more brightly. Ever since that night when they became husband and wife, Gengu seemed like a different person. I will never be jealous of these things again. Which Miss Butterfly? Kane. Oh. It's her. Joyi then remembered that trainer Kana had once invited him. But I was delayed by this final trial. Never had the chance to go. Both Miss Butterfly have passed the final selection and become swordsmen who slay demons. Gengu found a clean place to sit down and began to tell Joyi what had happened over the years. During the time when you announced that you were in seclusion, the Demon Slayer Corps has been searching for the traces of the upper ranks, but to no avail. All the upper rank ones have disappeared, and only Doma, the second upper rank, is still active. As expected, Joyi happened to know the location of one of the upper moons, but now was not the right time. It will take a few more years for several potential members of the Demon Slayer Corps to grow up. Is this mission related to Doma? Joyi made his own guess. No. Even the still active upper two is not so easy to find. Gengu held Joyi's hand, and his index finger kept rubbing his palm. My lord, this is urging you to go to your own protection area. Each pillar has its own jurisdiction to guard. Joyi has been absent from his post for more than a year, which is really not right. What about you? Joyi hugged the naughty Gengu in his arms. As for me, my jurisdiction is right next to yours. It was specially arranged by the Lord. There was a hint of shame on Gengu's face. Then shall we set off together in the future? Joyi whispered in Gengu's ear. Unexpectedly, Gengu refused. Tomorrow, Yiyang and Santa will participate in the final selection. I'm going to check on Fujishiyama. You know, ever since that incident. Ever since the matter of the hand ghost was discovered, a pillar would be sent to take charge before the final selection of each session. In order to prevent similar tragedies from happening. Then it's hard work for you. After saying that, Joyi kissed her. No. Let's go back. Gengu's voice is almost inaudible. With a whoosh, the two of them disappeared from the spot. Next day. Joyi set out at daybreak and arrived at his jurisdiction in the evening. Let me look for it. The pattern of wisteria. Joyi looked at the mark on the paper and began to look for the place he was looking for. This is it. Looking at the familiar patterns hanging on the door, Zhou Yi found the base of the Demon Slayer Corps. These strongholds were spontaneously established by those who had received help from the Demon Slayer Corps. Initially, they were intended to provide food, clothing, housing, and transportation conveniences to the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and later this type of stronghold gradually developed. In this kind of situation, there will usually be several experienced swordsmen leading several swordsmen who have just joined the team. Use the old to bring in the new so as to quickly form combat effectiveness. Among them, there will be pillars in charge of large strongholds in an area. And the place in front of him is the stronghold where Zhou Yi needs to stay. Anyone there? At this time, Zhou Yi, dressed in casual clothes, knocked on the door politely. I was sent by the higher UPS. Is there anyone here? No response. What happened? Normally speaking, there would be people in every stronghold. Even if there are no swordsmen, there will be people from the hidden troops. Zhou Yi sniffed the air carefully. A faint smell of blood. It smells like human blood. There is weirdness. Zhou Yi looked around and made sure that no one saw him, then took out his sword from the storage space. It's been a while since we've had an event. I don't know who will be the lucky little smart guy today. Zhou Yi kicked the wooden door open and went in.